After killing the vampire demon king, Su Yan demolished the demon king altar. You've destroyed a demon king's altar. You've gained a demon king treasure chest. You've opened the demon king treasure chest. You've gained skill stone, blood ignition, skill stone, blood regeneration, skill stone, shadow lurk, skill stone, bloody claw, vampire soft armor, vampire longsword, and vampire medallion. The treasure chests awarded to heroes could not provide currencies like gold or items like blueprints. However, it had a high chance of yielding skill stones and equipment. Without a doubt, the quality of this treasure chest was excellent. The skill stones and equipment within were top-notch. Su Yan took the initiative to offer up the treasure chest to the Dragon Demon King. Zhang Nu took a glance, except for blood ignition and bloody claw. Consider everything else as your reward this time. Thank you, boss, replied Su Yan jubilantly. Zhang Nu had no need for equipment. It was useless to him. As for the two skills, one was a healing skill, the other was another stealth skill. Zhang Nu had similar ones in his collection of skill stones, and there were many others with very similar effect. Therefore, he lost interest in them and just simply rewarded the skill stones to the fox girl. He used up the two skills he had picked. Blood Ignition, B rank skill. Temporarily consumes 1 point of maximum HP to increase the damage of attacks by 1 point. The recovery speed of the consumed vitality is correlated to the consumption ratio and physique attributes. This skill could significantly increase the damage output of a blow. Nevertheless, it came at the price of consuming maximum HP. The price was not permanent, but if too much was consumed at once, it would require a much longer rest to recuperate. If the user's HP was overdrawn too severely, there might even be a risk of permanently losing a portion of the maximum HP. In the past, Gray, the old city lord of Berserk Beast City, had severely injured Zhang San in his Earth Drake form during their clash. The skill he employed back then was similar to Blood Ignition. This type of skill had strong side effects, but in certain specific moments, especially in life and death situations, it could turn the tide of battle and result in a comeback victory. But of course, in Zhang Nu's eyes, sacrificing one's own life to empower their attack power, it was a reckless and undesirable act that should be avoided. It should only be used in a life and death situation when it was absolutely necessary. However, as the saying went, one can never have too many skills. If one had yet to learn a similar skill before, there was no harm in learning one now. Bloody Claw, B rank skill. Upon activation, each attack consumes at least 25 MP and adds 100 points of additional physical damage. Every time a target is damaged, it will also drain a small amount of their HP. This was a claw-type combat skill. It also came with a vampiric effect. Zhang Nu then led Su Yan out of the Vampire Demon King's castle. Su Yan walked out to find herself greeted by a shocking scene. The Vampire Demon King's territory was littered with bodies and corpses. Dozens of warmonger royal guards, as well as several mythic royal guards, were standing among the bodies. It turned out, before infiltrating the castle, Zhang Nu had summoned his royal guards to his side. He then issued a search and destroy order to the guards and had them deal with the Vampire Demon King's forces outside. The royal guards were tremendously powerful, each and every single one of them possessed the strength of a level 4 lord. The vampire troops were crushed and slaughtered, they were forced to retreat and suffered heavy casualties. Soon after, due to the death of the Demon King and the destruction of the altar, the remaining soldiers were banished and completely vanished from the Demon King's territory. Only dead silence remained in the area. At the same time, a prompt notification appeared. You've conquered Bloody Fortress. You gained Exquisite Mithril Chest X1. Zhang Nu had received the prompt of successful conquering, which indicated that the fortress battle was over. Zhang Nu took Su Yan back to Bloody Fortress. The Draconian Legion was cleaning up the aftermath. Li Si, the High Priest reporting to Your Majesty, we have captured the Bloody Fortress. 70% of the defending army has been wiped out, and there are nearly 10,000 surrendered captives, with several thousands more who escaped. The super soldiers are currently on the pursuit as we speak. The Bloody Fortress. It had truly lived up to its name this time. The Draconian Legion nearly massacred the entire city. It was because Bloody Fortress was not an ordinary forest city. It was a military stronghold, where there were no civilians, only the Divine Sword heroes and the armies who they recruited and enlisted. Which was exactly why. There was no need for mercy. It was for the best to purge the entire city. Li Si continued and asked, Your Majesty, to prevent the Empire forces from reusing the fortress, should we burn the city to the ground and completely level this place before heading back? There were justifications behind the High Priest's proposal. The fact that the Empire built a fortress here was enough to indicate that this place had strategic value. The Bloody Fortress was only about 1,500 miles from the southern border of the Empire, especially the territory of Count Kolo. Along this path, there were no large forces or dangerous areas, even the terrain was relatively flat. Needless to say, this was one of the fastest routes for the Empire to enter the Chaos Forest. If the Bloody Fortress was successfully constructed and settled, the Empire would be able to transport supplies and materials through the Kolo province continuously, and the fortress would be an outpost for secretly controlling the Chaos Forest. From Li Si's perspective, the Draconian Legion had limited forces and manpower. Darkness City did not have enough troops to be stationed in this place. The city served no purpose to the economic development of the territory, hence, the best course of action was to raze and flatten the stronghold rather than leaving it intact for the enemies. No need, asserted Zhang Nu. Such a large fortress. It probably cost a lot of manpower and resources. It would be too wasteful to just destroy it like this. The Bloody Fortress was originally a small forest city. The vampire demon king, Bai Hongzhua, had captured and taken over this city. However, due to his incapability of distinguishing between the heroes and natives, he had feared that there were heroes mixed in with the captives, which would pose a threat to himself. Therefore, he simply slaughtered the inhabitants. This, in actuality, was not an extreme approach. Most demon kings would make a similar choice. Not every demon king had sharp eyes like Zhang Nu, who could easily see through the identity of heroes. For these demon kings, in order to prevent being assassinated, killing and collecting gold from the surrendered captives was undoubtedly the most effortless way. As for what happened later in this forest city, there was no need to go into further details. The Divine Sword Heroes Guild then took over the city, recruited and raised a large army, and at the same time, transformed the city into the current Bloody Fortress. Defense barriers. The defensive barrier, as well as various magical formations alone, would require heavy investment to construct. Which was why Zhang Nu felt that it would be a pity to demolish it. In the long run, Zhang Nu and the Thunder Empire would definitely go for each other's throat. Since the Bloody Fortress could become the Empire's outpost to control the Chaos Forest, why couldn't it become a frontline stronghold for the Demon King to fight against the Empire? Not only did Zhang Nu not intend to destroy the fortress. Instead, he planned to immediately deploy 2,000 to 3,000 draconian laborers and craftsmen to repair the fortress and complete the remaining construction as soon as possible. As for the fact that there were not enough troops from the Darkness City, that was never an issue. Zhang Nu was a demon king, and if he ever ran out of soldiers, he could just summon more. Besides, even if the troops in Darkness City were insufficient, there were still large elite forces in the Jauntry City and Berserk Beast City. The Empire was an enemy of the entire Chaos Forest. The elves and orcs also had grudges against the humans of the Empire. Zhang San then asked, Your Majesty, what should we do with these prisoners of war? Most of them were mercenaries hired by the Divine Sword from various tribes. Zhang Nu remarked, Send them to Berserk Beast City to mine. These prisoners of war were mostly normal units. Killing them would not yield much gold. These mercenaries hired by the Divine Sword were generally bearkin, tigerkin, orcs, and minotaurs, which were endowed with great strength, fitting to be sent to mining. With the divine sword heroes dealt with, Zhang Nu returned to Darkness City with his legion. His next plan was to exterminate the remaining 11 demon kings. The rest of these demon kings, they were all only level 3. They were not particularly powerful. It was not necessary for Zhang Nu to get rid of them himself. He could just leave them to his subordinates. This Demon King subjugation operation would inevitably require the cooperation of Su Yan and the Dragon's Shadow heroes, which would also act as an opportunity to improve the overall strength of the Dragon's Shadow. After returning to Darkness City, Zhang Nu summarized the gains. He hauled in a total of 700,000 gold coins from the kill rewards. Then, Zhang Nu opened the reward chest for capturing the Bloody Fortress. You opened the Mithril treasure chest. You've gained Gold X900,000, Blueprint, Thunderfall Tower X1, Blueprint, Farsight Tower X1, Life Gem X100. Not bad at all. 2 blueprints were obtained. Both blueprints belong to the defense building type. The blueprint, Thunderfall Tower, was a level 3 blueprint, which was a defensive structure that summoned thunder to strike its foes. As for the blueprint, Farsight Tower was a level 2 blueprint, which was a reconnaissance-type defensive tower that could spot targets from afar. The Darkness City already had the Tower of Evil Eye. This level 4 building not only possessed a much longer detection range, but also had the features of surveillance and offensive attack. Compared to that, the Farsight Tower was much inferior. Nonetheless, it was not worthless. Zhang Nu intended to install it in the Bloody Fortress. It could be used to monitor the front line to prevent the Empire's invasion. In regards to souls, this time Zhang Nu gained a level 4 soul, 20 level 3 souls, as well as several hundreds of level 1 and 2 souls, which was procured from the fodders recruited by the divine sword heroes from all around the forest. Although the scale was not small, it was not sufficient to activate any of the talents. Instead, Zhang Nu simply took out 2 million gold and the level 4 hero's soul, and sent Li Si onto the altar for his upgrade. Skydrake Archpriest, level 4 Overlord unit. HP 1600, MP 3000, Strength 65, Constitution 70, Agility 85, Will 400, Loyalty 100%, Locked, Fatigue 10%, Hunger 10%. Skills: Inferno 3-headed Drake form, Talent, Demon King Summoning, Talent, Spatial Teleportation, a rank, Blood Ritual, a rank, Teleportation Field, a rank, Healing Field, a rank, Death Field, a rank, Weakening Field, a rank, Prayer Ritual, B rank, Instant Teleportation, B rank, All-Knowing Eye, B rank, Echoing Thunderfall Curse, B rank, Flame Explosion Curse, D rank. Presently, the more manpower there was, the better. Zhang San and Li Si had both been promoted to level 4 Overlord units. They would be able to relieve Zhang Nu from a lot of trivial work now. After being upgraded into the Skydrake Archpriest, Li Si now possessed even more rank A skills than Zhang San. His bloodline has also evolved from an Inferno Winged Drake into an Inferno 3-headed Drake. The Inferno 3-headed Drake was a rare subspecies of the Inferno Winged Drake. Now, in his Winged Drake form, Li Si would have 3 heads instead of just 1. His combat prowess and abilities were also greatly enhanced. As for skills, Li Si obtained 2 additional special skills, one of which was Demon King Summoning. Li Si, the Skydrake Archpriest, now had the ability to summon Zhang Nu, the Demon King himself. This was similar to Zhang Nu's summoning of the Royal Guards. The difference was that the Royal Guards were forcibly summoned by Zhang Nu and had to obey his every order, whereas the Archpriest had to follow the will of the Demon King after the summoning. In other words, wherever Li Si went, Zhang San could arrive there in no time. In addition to this, Li Si gained a rank of Spatial Teleportation skill, which had a similar effect to the teleportation field, but much less of a hassle than the teleportation field. There was no need for preparing a magical formation in advance. It was more suitable for single-target fixed-point teleportation. For example, after the Demon King was summoned by Li Si, he could use the skill to send the Demon King back. Suffice to say, this was a very convenient skill. The cost of upgrading Li Si into a Skydrake Archpriest was exorbitant. However, from the perspective of skill effects and strength improvement, Zhang Nu believed that the price was completely worth it. With an Archpriest in hand, its effect and usefulness might even surpass that of thousands of troops, and Zhang Nu's control over the territory would be stronger than before. Thunder Empire. This was a dynastic empire with a historical heritage of 3,000 years. An empire that had experienced 4 changes of dynasty. The Thunder Empire covered 50 million square kilometers with a population of nearly 1 billion. To maintain such a vast territory, a management system similar to a parallel system of counties and duchies was implemented. The emperor sat in the center of the empire, with self-governing duchies in the east, west, south, and north, each led by one of the 4 guardian grand dukes, along with various noble counties scattered throughout. The House Kolo. It was one of the noble counties in the southern territories. Count Kolo's territory was located on the border of the empire, with 5 cities, a population of 2.4 million, and several hundred thousands of empire soldiers. If this were on Earth, such scale and strength would be sufficient to establish a small country. However, in this empire, a territory of such scale was nothing. Most of Count Kolo's territory bordered the Chaos Forest and was the most deeply entrenched county in the forest among the others. It had a unique and privileged geographical environment. Since 200 years ago, material and slave trading had been prevalent. Every year, a large number of mercenaries, adventurers, and merchants entered the perilous outskirts of the forest to try their luck. Some hunted monsters. Some searched for herbs. Or did business with the natives. Slave traders and mercenaries often plundered the weak villages, capturing young and beautiful foxkin women, rabbitkin women, and even elves, as well as strong minotaurs and boarkins to sell to customers in need. In summary, despite being situated in the borderland, Kolo County was not deprived or poor, but in fact, quite prosperous. The current Count, Sainberg Kolo, was hailed as the most talented swordsman in the Kolo family for the past 200 years. At the age of 30 or so, he had achieved and attained one of the best swordsmanship skills in the region and was the object of admiration for countless youngsters. And yet, the Count now possessed a secret identity. But it was little known among the people. His other identity was Su Wenhao, a hero, the captain of the Divine Sword Heroes Guild and the head of Kolo Heroes Guild. About a month and a half ago, Su Wenhao formulated a plan to conquer the Chaos Forest. It gained the strong support of the Southern Grand Duke Bachor. He sent his most capable assistant, He Tianzong, to carry out this important mission, while he himself worked behind the scenes to plan and strategize. A month passed. The good news kept coming in. The Divine Sword Heroes Guild was growing rapidly and flourishing. Not only did they recruit a large number of heroes hailed from the forest, they also enlisted more than 10 demon kings, including Bai Hongzhua, under the Empire's service. The construction of the Bloody Fortress was soon to be completed. At this rate of development, the Empire was bound to take control of the Chaos Forest without anyone noticing. Su Wenhao believed that if he could pull this off, his status in the Empire would rise to a whole new level, giving him the opportunity to ascend to be among the top decision-makers. Just as everything was progressing smoothly, and when the plan was just about to enter the next phase, without any warning, bleak tidings were conveyed to him back to back. Bloody Fortress had fallen. The 12 demon kings were slain one after another. All the members of the Vanguard Hero Squad were wiped out. Even the deputy head, He Tianzong, was nowhere to be found. In just a few short days, the situation had taken a complete turn for the worse. The Hero Guild and the county spent a lot of time and resources, painstakingly laying out the plan for more than a month, only for it to be completely flopped in an instant, collapsing thoroughly. The Divine Sword Heroes Guild had failed. Su Wenhao was boiling in anger. Damn it all. Useless idiots. Every single one of them. Priceless vases and artworks in the castle were shattered all over the place. Dozens of servants were groveling, cowering on the ground, trembling. In the past month or two, their master's temperament had changed drastically, making him rather unpredictable. It was no wonder Su Wenhao was so furious. After all, he had invested too much into this plan. Leaving aside the members of the Hero Guild, including He Tianzong, just from bribing the major forest cities and tribes, Su Wenhao had spent millions of mainland gold coins worth of resources. In addition to this, in order to support the Demon Kings, including Bai Hongzhua, Su Wenhao used the convenience of being the president of the Heroes Guild to discreetly capture several high-leveled heroes who were at odds with him, and sent their souls to these Demon Kings to obtain their favor. Otherwise, how else could this worthless scum, Bai Hongzhua, become a level 4 Demon King so quickly? And now, because of the emergence of the Dragon Demon King in the Darkness Valley, the plan that Su Wenhao had invested so much effort and resources to lay out was destroyed and ruined. How could he not be outraged when something like this happened? However, Su Wenhao did not lose his mind in anger. He knew that getting angry would not solve any problems. Grand Duke Bachor attached great importance to the Bloody Fortress and had discreetly provided a lot of help. If all of this was lost, how could he explain it to the Duke of the South? An elder butler approached. "Master, the guild has finished the arrangement and is awaiting your arrival." Su Wenhao calmed himself down and his rage subsided for now. He then boarded a carriage drawn by 4 superior breed unicorns, and emerged from his magnificent and dignified count's palace, driving on the wide avenue of Kolo City. 50 fully armed knights of House Kolo, mounted on their war steeds and equipped with great lances, were escorting the carriage in the front and back, paving the way for the count. Wherever the cavalcade passed, the subjects casted their awestruck glances. "Look! It's the Lord's carriage. The Lord's knights and guards are so mighty and imposing. I also want to be the Lord's escorting knight." "Stop dreaming. Someone like you want to be a knight of House Kolo? They are all 1 in 1,000 elites, the best of the best, each with the strength to face off 100. Su Wenhao was an extremely individual. As an executive of an international corporation in the previous world, he had become a noble of the empire in this world. Not only did Su Wenhao possess immense strength, he also ruled a territory with a population of 2.4 million. Every trip or traveling he took would attract numerous onlookers among the commoners. The awe and fascination from their gazes. It used to bring him satisfaction and enjoyment. However, as time passed, Su Wenhao gradually became accustomed to this awe. Now, he believed that he was meant to be superior to others. In this empire, in this world, a mere county was too insignificant. It was nowhere near sufficient to satisfy his growing ambition. Su Wenhao desired even greater power, even higher authority, and an even more abundant and vast domain. Half an hour later, at the Kolo Heroes Guild, the top brass of the 4 local hero guilds were all present. Within Kolo's territory, there existed thousands of heroes, divided into 4 major hero guilds. The Divine Sword Heroes Guild was the top among the 4 guilds, with more than 1,000 heroes, almost all of whom had reached level 2. Those whom He Tianzong had brought along to the forest were only a part of the guild. Hence, even though the loss of the entire hero squad had caused the Divine Sword Guild to be greatly wounded, it was not a catastrophic blow. "Guild Master, did something arise? Why did you summon us urgently?" The leaders of the other 3 major hero guilds all looked puzzled. Su Wenhao sat at the top seat with an expressionless face. "See for yourselves." As his words stopped, he activated a memory crystal. This peculiar item could record both visual and audio information. This memory crystal was brought back by a deserter from the Bloody Fortress. When the crystal was activated, the process of the Bloody Fortress being attacked and breached was immediately presented before their eyes. Ah! What the hell is this? How could the defensive barrier be so fragile? The scene that was playing out before the leaders and senior members of the three major hero guild was a jolt to their senses. A golden diamond dragon ignored the dense attacks poured upon it and easily penetrated and breached the barrier, as if puncturing a piece of paper. Then, it continued forth with an unstoppable momentum, and pierced through the fortress walls. That terrifying temperament. That savage and ruthless menace. It made the heroes feel as if they were personally on the scene. Everyone could not help but break out in cold sweat. After this massive dragon breached through the fortress, hundreds and thousands of draconic creatures and draconian units flooded into the fortress like a tidal wave, bringing forth destruction in their wake. These leaders and senior members on the scene. Suffice to say, they were all seasoned veterans and experienced. They were certain this was not just a monster wave. This was clearly an organized and premeditated operation led by a demon king. Su Wenhao broke the silence. This incident took place in the Chaos Forest, and the location is just over 1,000 miles away from Kolo City. Upon hearing this, the three captains revealed a grim expression. Skyfire Hero Guild leader, Li Tianyan furrowed his brow and muttered, "I've recently caught wind of a powerful dragon demon king emerging from the Darkness Valley area of the Chaos Forest. Could it be the one in the image?" Quicksand Hero Guild leader, Huang Sha scoffed, "Isn't that obvious?" Seven Stars Hero Guild leader, Qi Xing remarked, "Judging from the performance of this demon king, I believe he's at least a level 4 overlord. Such strength is difficult to come by. Plus, considering his identity as a dragon race, we could almost be 100% certain." Su Wenhao nodded in agreement. "Do you know what it means for us to have such a powerful demon king born in the Chaos Forest?" The three captains felt a sense of great crisis. Li Tianyan said, "This is indeed a formidable and problematic threat to us, to Kolo, and even to the Empire. I suggest that we send in the Empire's formal army to eradicate him immediately." Su Wenhao retorted, "Bloody idiot. If it were that easy, why do I need to summon you all? The Empire's border troops are not under the control of a mere count like me, only Duke Bachor has the authority to mobilize them. Moreover, once the Imperial Army enters the Chaos Forest on a large scale, this movement will be almost impossible to conceal. What will the Azure Water Federation and the Sunset Empire think of this? This will surely lead to a series of even more complex problems. We must resolve this matter by ourselves. I summoned the three of you here today, just to work out a strategy." The three hero captains were put in a difficult position. Huang Sha of the Quicksand Guild commented, "Based on the power displayed by this demon king, not only does he possess terrifying power at the level of a level 4 overlord, but even among those with the same level of strength, he is probably an existence that stands atop all of them." "I agree," Qi Xing of the 7-Star Guild concurred. "Although we are all level 4, we are not even close to being a match for him." At that moment, Li Tianyan of the Skyfire Guild suddenly spoke up, "The strength of a level 4 overlord is indeed enough to dominate and take over some areas of the Chaos Forest, but not necessarily the entire forest." Hearing this statement, the other guild leaders turned to him. Li Tianyan continued, "The Chaos Forest has dozens of forest cities, most of which are led by city lords of only level 3 strength, but there are also some particularly powerful ones among them." Huang Sha immediately asked, "Are you talking about?" Li Tianyan resumed his explanation, "As far as I know, there is the Thundering City inhabited by the giant race in the western plateau of the Chaos Forest, which can be regarded as the strongest force in the chaotic forest. If we can exploit these giants and turn them against the Dragon Demon King, it may be plausible to take him down." Qi Xing also remarked, "Speaking of which, I've also heard that there's Dwarven clan mountain cities in the Endless Mountain Range of the East. These cities were built right inside the mountains, with tens of thousands of dwarfs living within it. There may also be a level 4 overlord existence among them." "That's right. Why not use these forces against the Dragon Demon King? Even if we can't defeat the Dragon Demon King, we can at least weaken his strength or divide his forces, giving us a chance." But the giant and dwarf clans are very reclusive. Although they have a fierce temperament, they generally do not meddle with the outside world. Su Wenhao was listening in on their discussions. Plans and ideas gradually formed within his mind. He had no way to mobilize the formal army of the empire, but he did have some forces at his disposal, including the knights of the Kolo family and his own private army. These forces, though they were not numerous, they were highly elite. Why not use the three major heroes guilds, or the giant and dwarf clans, to suppress the dragon demon king, and then use his own forces to easily reclaim the bloody fortress? As long as the bloody fortress was in his hands, then he could answer and explain to the Grand Duke Bachor. As for the dragon demon king, based on his display of strength in the memory crystal, he was indeed immensely mighty, possibly one of the most powerful and top-ranked demon kings in the world at this stage. But Su Wenhao, with his current strength, as long as he was prepared, he should be able to contend with this demon king. After all, as Count Kolo, he was a famous swordsmanship genius in the southern border of the empire, and his strength was on par with a level 4 overlord. Darkness City. In the demon king's castle. My master. Li Si approached to report, the tribes controlled by the 11 demon kings and the divine sword heroes have been wiped out. Not bad. Impressive efficiency. What is the deployment situation of the bloody fortress? Li Si immediately responded, the 5,000 soldiers and 5,000 laborers that you recruited have been transferred. As for Berserk Beast City and Jauntry City, they will each select 5,000 elite troops, which will arrive soon and form the fortress defense army within these few days. After capturing the bloody fortress, they spent several days doing the aftermath work. Zhang Nu had constructed a level 3 offensive building, Thunderfall Tower, and a level 2 scouting building, Farsight Tower, for the fortress. Now, a strong fortress regiment was also soon to be established. He had planned to assign 2 draconian priests, 8 generals, and 3,000 beholders to the bloody fortress later on. This would greatly enhance the fortress strength. It would be more than 10 times stronger than when the divine sword commandeered it. The several thousands of beholders alone, they would be enough to hold the pass and prevent an army of multiple times their number from breaking through. This fortress should become a bridgehead stronghold to resist the empire's advancement. Of course, with such deployment, Bloody Fortress would already be quite formidable. But if the fortress was needed to completely defend against an empire, then it would be required to be further strengthened and reinforced with more defensive facilities and more powerful combat units. However, this was no easy task. Maintaining a large army for a long period of time, the expenditures could be very exorbitant and terrifying. Despite Zhang Nu's strong financial foundation, if the military expenditures exceeded a certain threshold, it could even impede the development speed of the territory itself. Therefore, on one hand, it was necessary to exploit war to support war, and let the army itself create value that could cover the military cost. On the other hand, Zhang Nu needed to increase territory construction, constantly increasing its financial and resource production capabilities. Currently, the areas under the control of the Demon King included Darkness City, Jauntry City, Berserk Beast City, and Bloody Fortress. Plus, there were several dozen tribes and villages of various kinds, which, if viewed as a whole, were also of considerable size with a population of tens of thousands of natives. Among them, Darkness City was the main base camp, and it would be developed into the capital city in the future. Jauntry City and Berserk Beast City were the 2 closest cities, with the greatest potential for development. In terms of income, the Darkness City earned the most but also spent the most. In addition to maintaining the various facilities and buildings, and the recent addition of over 10,000 draconian, the financial income had decreased slightly, but the daily net income could still be maintained at around 150,000 gold. The daily contribution of the Jauntry City had reached around 130,000 to 140,000 gold, which was comparable to that of the Darkness City. If the current trend persevered, it would soon surpass the Darkness City. Berserk Beast City had not been developed long. Its income was naturally the lowest. Nevertheless, the profit realization of the gold mines was quick. Hence, it could contribute around 30 to 40,000 gold per day. As for the affiliated tribes, the average daily output of these places could basically be ignored. But of course, the income mentioned above was purely from production. The real total income was much more than that. Because for a demon king, income did not only source from production. The Draconians, elves, orcs, and especially the major affiliated tribes, either for food or security reasons, dispatch people to hunt nearby every day. The process of killing monsters also generated gold for Zhang Nu. Adding it all up, it would be at least 20,000 to 30,000 gold per day. Zhang Nu's total income was easy to calculate, as he made over 300,000 gold every day. This was a substantial income, more than enough to maintain his current development and dominate the entire Chaos Forest. However, it was still far from sufficient to resist the Empire, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. With this in mind, Zhang Nu opened the Demon King chat channel. He posted an acquisition message, purchasing spirit field blueprints and building upgrade scrolls with high prices. Those who have it can directly trade with me. After posting, he put out a purchase order in the trading area. Blueprint, spirit field, purchase price of 180,000 gold per copy. Level 1 normal building upgrade scroll, limited to 10 copies, with a purchase price of 20,000 gold each. Level 2 normal building upgrade scroll, limited to 10 copies, with a purchase price of 80,000 gold each. Level 3 normal building upgrade scroll, purchase price of 300,000 gold per copy. The spirit field was only a level 1 blueprint, and if one was lucky enough, it could be obtained by conquering goblin tribes. However, it was now being sold on the market for exorbitant prices. Recently, several spirit field blueprints were sold at a price of around 150,000 gold each, which was more expensive than most level 3 blueprints. Zhang Nu was wealthy and generous. Hence, the purchase was made at a price of 180,000 gold per copy. This was enough to make all the demon kings who held spirit field blueprints for sale to be tempted. After all, not all demon kings were able to farm. This was related to their environment and the production units they could have. If Zhang Nu only had draconian units, it would be arduous and difficult for him to take the farming and crop production route. This was due to the draconians not having any planting skills, and without the guidance of planting skills enhancement, the spirit field plants were very likely to wilt, and the harvest would be much lower than expected. In addition to the spirit field blueprints, he also acquired a large number of structure upgrade scrolls. The purchase prices were 10 to 20% higher than market prices. This bold behavior of his caused a stir among the Demon King community. Here comes the Potato Demon King again. He's actually buying new spirit fields. Hot damn. This big shot's potato output is already crazy. Is it not enough? If he obtains a few more spirit fields, how much food and herbs will be produced? He must be planning to do the farming business until the end of time. Damn it. Objection. Having money doesn't mean you can raise prices like this. Exactly, by suddenly inflating the prices like this, how are others supposed to develop? If anyone has spirit fields, they should sell them to me. Those guys up there are both idiots. Don't bother with them, Potato Boss. Despite the fact that the blueprint for the spirit field could be obtained in low-level areas, the overall drop rate was not high, making it in short supply for the Demon Kings. If Zhang Nu did not put out a tempting offer, how could he acquire them? Zhang Nu did not care about spending a few extra 1,000 gold coins and offered slightly higher prices than others. This was a market behavior and could not be considered as artificially inflating prices. Trade successful, gold minus 20,000, you gained level 1 normal building upgrade scroll X1. Trade successful, gold minus 20,000, you gained level 1 normal building upgrade scroll X1. Trade successful, gold minus 20,000, you gained level 1 normal building upgrade scroll X1. Trade successful, gold minus 80,000, you gained level 2 normal building upgrade scroll X1. Even though no one was trading Zhang Nu spirit field blueprints at the time being, There were plenty of normal building upgrade scrolls. He had received a total of 8 level 1 upgrade scrolls and 2 level 2 upgrade scrolls, which cost him 320,000 gold. A level 1 upgrade scroll could upgrade a level 1 building into a level 2. There were still many level 1 structures within Darkness City, for instance, the 5 Tower of Grudges in the Darkness Valley, Tower of Fog, Tower of Barrier, Detection Tower, Dark Prison, and Minotaur Camp. Zhang Nu upgraded all 5 of the Tower of Grudges with the scrolls. The comprehensive strength of the territory was bound to increase significantly. The power of the level 2 Tower of Grudges was several times greater than that of the level 1 ones. With the 5 level 2 Tower of Grudges and defending undeads in the canyon, even if the valley was sieged by the large tribes or even armies from other forest cities, they could easily stop the enemies outside the gates of the Darkness City. Next, Zhang Nu continued to upgrade the Dark Prison, Tower of Fog, and Minotaur Camp one by one. After these places were upgraded, their functions remained the same, but undoubtedly became more powerful. For example, the Dark Prison could now imprison level 4 units, and the dungeon space was twice as large as before. Immediately after using a level 2 upgrade scroll, the Tower of Fog was upgraded again. When the Tower of Fog was upgraded to level 3, the coverage range of the mist barrier became larger, not only affecting the invader's vision, but also creating mirage-like illusions. Even if a B-rank dispelling magic was casted on it, the range that could be dispelled became very limited. The level 3 Tower of Fog was enough to greatly increase the security of the territory. As for the remaining level 2 upgrade scroll, Zhang Nu used it on the spirit field without hesitation, upgrading the level 2 spirit field of the territory to a level 3. Upgrade the level 2 spirit field? The upgrade costs: level 2 upgrade scroll X1, gold X200, 000, life gem X300, earth gem X200, water gem X100. Zhang Nu was a little startled by the price. This was 10 times more expensive than upgrading the Tower of Fog. Without a second thought, Zhang Nu gathered the materials and promptly upgraded it. Upgrade successful. Spirit field area plus 50%, growth rate plus 30%, super spirit field plus 1 acre. The energy in the soil of the spirit field grew further. The farm size reached 225 acres, and the growth rate was nearly 20 times that of the level 1 spirit field, almost doubling in comparison. Furthermore, in the center of the level 3 spirit field, there was a patch of field that was distinctive than others. This additional plot of land had a darker color, and each grain of its soil seemed to contain endless life energy. This was the super spirit field that only appeared in the level 3 spirit field. Despite its small size, its energy density was 3 times higher than that of the surrounding spirit soil. In an ordinary spirit field, crops could grow nearly 20 times faster than usual. But in a super spirit field, the speed could reach a whopping 60 times as fast. A single acre of super spirit field could feed an entire army. This area could be utilized specifically for cultivating rare medicinal herbs, especially those with long growth cycles of 10 to 8 years or more, or for precious crops with demanding growth environments and energy requirements. After upgrading the spirit fields, the cost of military expansion was greatly reduced. The income of Darkness City could continue to develop and grow. Zhang Nu had not received any spirit field blueprints or level 3 upgrade scroll at the moment. It was likely due to the rarity of these 2 items, and Zhang Nu would require some time and patience for these items to surface on the market. He himself had a level 4 upgrade scroll in hand. It was a reward obtained in the Sealed Land. It could be used to upgrade the Altar of Inferno or the Tower of Evil Eye, but the cost of upgrading to the level 5 was too high for him to afford at the moment. Moreover, the functionality of these 2 structures were sufficient for now. Rather than forcibly upgrading them, it was better to leave them be for now. After a series of upgrades, the Darkness City had become even more profound, but Zhang Nu's gold and resources were running thin. The Demon King therefore decided to accelerate the pace of annexation. Chaos Forest had dozens of forest cities within. There were also over a dozen larger cities, such as the Berserk Beast City and Jauntry City. The conquest of every region by the Demon King brought forth a large yield of golden rewards, not to mention the resources and population of each conquered region were valuable in themselves. During this process, they could harvest souls from killing the heroes. Zhang Nu immediately held a meeting, informed his subordinates of his plans and intentions, and ordered everyone to participate and act separately for greater efficiency. Upon learning his intentions, everyone present at the meeting was taken aback by his mad idea. The city lord of the Berserk Beast City, Gru, could not believe his ear. "Your Majesty, you aim to conquer all the forest cities and dominate the entire Chaos Forest?" Throughout history, the Chaos Forest had rarely seen the emergence of a dominant power. This was mainly due to internal and external factors. The internal factor was that the Chaos Forest was home to dozens of races, each with vastly different lifestyles, personalities, and cultures. Unless an overwhelmingly dominant force emerged, they would never submit to each other. The external factor was that the Chaos Forest was surrounded by large empire-level forces for a long time. These powerhouses did not want to see the Chaos Forest unified, as the more disordered and chaotic the forest was, the safer it was for them. "My will is final," declared Zhang Nu. "This forest has been in chaos for over 10,000 years, with endless tribal wars causing severe internal strife. It's time to establish order." To everyone's surprise, the peace-loving and non-confrontational elven race was the first to voice their support. "I fully support His Majesty's decision." Nancilia exclaimed firmly, "The mayhem in the forest cannot continue like this forever. Someone has to step forth and put an end to this situation. I believe that His Majesty has both the strength and the qualifications to do so." The young city lord had long anticipated that the Demon King would take this step. Although it came a little earlier than expected, she did not find it surprising at all. From a young age, her people had high expectations of her as a born elf ruler, believing that she would lead the revival of the elves and ultimately dominate the Chaos Forest. However, Nancilia was acutely aware. Even if she possessed the strength of a ruler, she did not have the capability to lead this forest. The elders' excessive expectations of her were suffocating. Fortunately, the Demon King was here. He was the true and rightful emperor. The Chaos Forest had finally found its appropriate master. His Majesty has already set the plan in motion. We must execute it to the fullest. Gru asked, "Which target should we crush first?" The elves were not afraid. Why would the orcs be? The current status and position of the Berserk Beast City today was carved out by their own hands, through war and bloodshed. If the Demon King had a need for warriors to charge into battles, then the orc warriors would be the instrument of his will without batting an eye. Li Si opened a map and said, "Let this old one explain on behalf of His Majesty." The map was plundered from the bloody fortress, and it depicted the terrain and cities of the Chaos Forest in detail. It must have taken a lot of effort for the Empire to map out the forest. These are our next targets: Thousand Fang City, Magi Mojo City, and Silver Spring City. We chose these three forest cities as targets mainly because they all have extraordinary influence in their respective regions. The city lord nodded. "I know these three cities. Their strength are not inferior to that of our Berserk Beast City and the Jontry City." Li Si resumed his explanation. "Our lord now has the allegiance of two large forest cities. If we can take down three more, with 5 cities as the core, nearly 1/3 of the Chaos Forest will be enveloped by His Majesty's magnificence. And when that time comes, within this area, we won't even need to mobilize troops. All medium and small-sized towns, as well as tribal villages, will all come under our Lord's control at the sight of our power. Almost half of the forces in the Chaos Forest will immediately fall into our Lord's hands. His Majesty's unification of the Chaos Forest is just around the corner." There was an old saying. The supreme art of war was to subdue the enemy without fighting. The Demon King did not have the energy to conquer one tribe or city at a time, which would be highly inefficient. Instead, he planned to attack the most powerful and influential forces in the area. Then, use them as an example to make nearby forces surrender and submit. However, these three cities were not easy to deal with. Thousand Fangs City was an extremely unusual city dominated by ogres. Most ogres had low intelligence and a ferocious temperament, and it was theoretically impossible for them to gather a population of over 10,000 and eventually form a forest city. Thousand Fangs City was a rather peculiar one. In addition to the nearly 10,000 ogres, there was also a large population of gnomes. Gnomes, like goblins, were small and physically weak. But, they had exceedingly bright minds and were inherently cunning and shrewd, making them natural merchants. It was still unclear as to why so many gnomes could live together with so many ogres, and the gnomes might even have a more dominant position among them. Another example was the Magi Mojo City. This was a city of trolls. Trolls were a common race in the forest. Like orcs, they had green skins. Not only did the trolls possess strong physiques, but also have a very high level of knowledge and mastery in alchemy. Troll alchemists, troll witch doctors, and troll hunters were all signature units of the troll tribes, and they were all exceptionally formidable opponents. And finally, the Silver Spring City. This was an elven city. Nancilia unhesitantly volunteered, "There's no need for the use of force to deal with the elves in Silver Spring City. I should be able to persuade them." Zhang Nu nodded in approval. "If that's the case, it would be best. You can give it a try, and if you succeed, you will have done a great service. Leave it to me." The very reason for her confidence and assertiveness was solely due to her elven king bloodline. And her bloodline had already begun to awaken. She was only one step away from becoming the Elven King. The elves in Silver Spring City and the elves in John Tree City were different tribes of elves, but their race was the same, and they could not go against the will of the Elven King. Li Si then spoke up, "What about Thousand Fangs City and Magi Mojo City?" Zhang Nu replied, "I'm going to personally pay a visit to Thousand Fangs City, so the rest of you can deal with Magi Mojo City." Understood. With the strategic plan set, everyone immediately went their separate ways. Nancilia was undoubtedly the most proactive. She did not want to see the elves of Silver Spring fighting against the Demon King. Putting aside the fact that she had already recognized the Demon King as the Lord of the Chaos Forest, even if she took a step back, the elves could not possibly be a match for the Demon King. No, no. This must be stopped. Otherwise, the young city lord would be in a difficult situation. Nancilia did not want to waste a single second. After returning to Giant Tree City, she immediately summoned the second and third elder to accompany her on a trip. Once the two elven elders learned about the purpose of the city lord, they readily agreed without a second thought. To save time, the young city lord also made another trip to the Darkness Valley to seek aid from Li Si, the Skydrake Archpriest. Silver Spring City. The journey to it was too long and arduous. Since the Archpriest of the Demon King was more proficient in spatial magic than her, he could use space teleportation to transport them there and save a lot of time. With a flash of light, Nancilia and the two elders completed the teleportation and found themselves in a tranquil forest. The one-armed third elder was surprised. "Have we arrived already?" Nancilia replied, "There is always a degree of error in long-distance space teleportation. The farther the distance, the greater the error. We should be near Silver Spring City." After some reconnaissance, it was as Nancilia said. They confirmed that they were indeed close to Silver Spring City, in an area called the Silver Leaf Forest. Li Si's teleportation had an error of several tens of miles, which fortunately did not affect the three of them much. The second elder of the John Tree remarked, "Since we're not far from our destination, let's move to the city before dark." Nancilia shook her head in disagreement. "No, if we make the visit directly, it may arouse suspicion and attract unwanted attraction. It will bring us a series of troubles." The third elder lightly nodded. "The city lord is right. The Silver Spring City undoubtedly has forces of heroes within. It's best to make low-key contact to avoid any disturbances." Upon hearing the mention of the word hero, The second elder revealed a serious expression. The John Tree City had been nearly ruined by heroes. Even their chief elder died in their hands. The elves of the John Tree City did not have a good impression of heroes. The second elder pondered for a moment and said, I know one of the elders in the Silver Spring City. I can enter the city first and find the city lord through this elder, then arrange a secret meeting with her. That should solve the problem. The third elder agreed, very well, let's do it your way. The young city lord also nodded, thank you for going through this trouble. The second elder smiled, for the sake of our city lord, His Majesty the Demon King, and our elven race, this little trouble is nothing. Please wait here for my good news. After the second elder departed for the city, Nancilia inquired the third elder about the information regarding Silver Spring City. Although she already knew that there were some elven towns in the Chaos Forest, these elves did not have much interaction with each other, therefore she knew very little about Silver Spring City. The third elder explained, the elven tribe of Silver Spring City migrated to the Chaos Forest only about 200 years ago, and the current chieftain's name is Marilyn. Judging by the name, the chieftain was clearly a female. The elven tribes were female-dominated. Females generally had longer lifespans and stronger talents than males, so among the 10 leaders of an elven tribe, usually 8 were female. There was nothing surprising about this. The young city lord asked, have you met with this chieftain Marilyn? The third elder shook his head and said, no, this chieftain is also relatively young, and it is said that she is a very proud and capable person. 2 hours later after the second elder left, Nancilia sensed a magical fluctuation. Several figures teleported over using magic. She turned to look at the arrivals, and there were only 2 of them. One of whom was an attendant who dressed like an elven elder, while the other was a young, yet maturely alluring, and elegant female elf with a tall and shapely figure, as well as a head of pale golden flowing locks. She was donned in an elven-style silver armor, carrying a green longbow on her back. Are you the chieftain Marilyn? Nancilia carefully examined the elven city lord before her. Based on her attire and aura, she was likely a warrior specialized in martial arts, or maybe even an expert who mastered the arts of both magical and martial. With her beautiful sapphire-like eyes, Marilyn was also sizing up the young city lord. Despite not having a strong presence, and even appearing too approachable for a clan and city lord, Nancilia had a peculiar aura. This particular aura, it was capable of suppressing other elves. It could evoke reverence from within their very souls. Marilyn's eyes lit up with a glimmer of light, the aura of the Elven King, what a powerful bloodline. You really are the inheritor of the Elven King. It seemed that her perception was quite acute. Nancy cut to the chase, I am here on behalf of the Demon King of the Darkness City, to negotiate. We hope that the Silver Spring tribe can join our ranks and work together to establish order in the Chaos Forest. The Elven City Lord's face shifted into a stern expression. The elves of the Silver Spring tribe are willing to pledge allegiance to the Elven King. But the Elven King represents the entire elven race, and it is too humiliating for us to serve under a Demon King. The Silver Spring tribe cannot accept this. The young city lord's face paled, you cannot say that. You have not an inkling of the situation. Our Demon King was no ordinary Demon King. Chieftain Marilyn, are you defying the will of the Elven King? The second and third elders were obviously not pleased with her statement. The Elven lady remained calm, no, it is precisely because we are willing to pledge allegiance to the Elven King, hence we have an obligation to bring the Elven King back from her strayed path. As she spoke, Marilyn stepped forth. Her chi was emanating from her body and flickering through the air. The 2 elders of the John Tree City's faces changed drastically upon witnessing this. They quickly shielded the young city lord behind them. What are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? Since the John Tree tribe had failed in sheltering the Elven King, why don't you hand over the Elven King to Silver Spring City for protection? Marilyn bowed slightly, please stay in Silver Spring City from now on, Nancilia. Our tribe will recognize you as the new tribal chief and city lord, and we swear to defend the dignity of the elven race. The expressions of the two elders could not have been more ugly. They had never seen such an unreasonable elf. She wanted to take the young city lord away from them and crown her as their new city lord. Nancelia never expected this to happen, even though she knew her elven king bloodline would be useful. But she never anticipated the exchange to escalate like this. However, Nancelia did not sense any malicious intention from Marilyn. This elven chieftain was probably not an ambitious person who sought to hold the elven king hostage. She probably really believed that Nancelia had been deceived by the demon king and had been led astray, so she planned to use force to set things right. Ads by Pub Future. The young city lord's expression grew serious. Although she knew that the chieftain Marilyn harbored no ill intentions, she could not allow her to have her way. Nancelia was very well aware despite having a strong power, her abilities in other aspects were barely mediocre and very lackluster, and she lacked the ability to lead a tribe towards revival and prosperity. If she was to be taken by Marilyn and was forcibly made to be the leader of the elven race, it would only harm her people and the tribe would be led to destruction. This was the first time for Nancelia to volunteer to undertake a mission, and she made a resolute vow in completing the task. If she failed, the demon king would be severely disappointed. Nancelia did not want to let him down. She thought for a moment and exclaimed, "Elders, you may step aside." But it's all right, let me handle this. The two elders stared at each other and reluctantly stepped back. Am I finally getting through? Be obedient and come with me, fulfill your destiny as a true elven king. The chieftain Marilyn revealed with a smile, leading our race to glory is your mission, one that has been predetermined since your birth. I'm willing to make a bet with you, Nancelia declared. The elven chieftain was slightly taken aback. She seemed sensitive to the word bet. A bet? What kind of bet? I love making bets with people, so what will the stakes be? The young city lord plunged the elven king's scepter into the ground. Let's have a fair contest. If you win, I'll go with you to Silver Spring City. If you lose, you'll come with me to John Tree City. What say you? Interesting. The elven chieftain chuckled. I had been recognized as the top talent of the Silver Spring tribe for hundreds of years, having reached the level 4 in both magic and martial arts. Are you sure you want to challenge me? The young city lord nodded. Let's do it. The elven queen's expression changed. I didn't expect you to be so confident. Very well, ready your scepter. Instead of her own elven king's scepter, Nancelia borrowed the second elder's staff. Since this is a contest, we should have a level playing field. I'll use this equipment. Marilyn was displeased. This was the first time someone had looked down on her. Especially when it was someone who was merely a young foolish girl. Even she possessed the bloodline of the elven king. She had yet to fully awaken her powers. She was not a true elven king yet. This youngster was too arrogant and needed to be taught a profound lesson. Watch yourself. With a stomp of her foot, Marilyn turned into a blur and charged towards Nancelia. She drew her longbow with her left hand and delivered a sweeping strike. Her bow had a peculiar design. The bowstring could be retracted. The ends of the bow wings had razor-sharp blades. It could be used as a dual-headed blade in close combat. Nancelia sensed a vicious chi approaching with an astounding speed. She swiftly unleashed a magic spell in response, summoning a layer of starlight shield to block the incoming attack. Bang! Marilyn was pushed back several meters with a look of surprise on her face. That's a powerful magic shield. It seems that I've underestimated you. In that case, I won't hold back anymore. As she spoke, the bowstring popped out and reattached. Marilyn pulled the longbow. Her chi coalesced into a bolt of powerful energy arrow. She suddenly made an abrupt and instantaneous movement and shot the magic shield from behind. Impressive. Nancelia was equally surprised as her. The appearance of the elven chieftain did not seem particularly old. And yet she had attained the strength of a level 4 overlord. which was not inferior to most of the other tribal chieftains among the elves. During the heyday of the John Tree Forest tribe 300 years ago, the legendary tribe leader was also a level 4 overlord before he was resurrected as an undead mage, causing his power to diminish. In addition, Marilyn was skilled in both magic and martial arts. She not only had exceedingly formidable chi power and combat skills but was also proficient in using a variety of high-level magic, including instantaneous movement. Because of this, she was even more difficult to deal with than most other level 4 overlords. Nonetheless, Nancilia was calm and composed. After all, her strength had reached the ceiling of level 4 overlord. Even without the Elven King scepter in hand, she was not someone that an average level 4 overlord could compete against. Marilyn had shot several arrows, yet she was unable to break through the magic shield. She realized that in terms of MP and magical power, the other party was superior to her. Without any further deliberation, Nancilia finished casting her spell. Spirit of the Wind, I summon thee. A wind elemental overlord summoned by the elemental covenant emerged before them, which instantly unleashed a torrent of hundreds of wind blades, pouring towards the chieftain. What the hell? Marilyn was stupefied. She had witnessed summoning magic before, but she had never seen someone who could command an elemental overlord. The wind elemental overlord had incredible movement and attack speed, which was adequate to deal with an agile and elusive fighter like her. After 30 or 40 rounds of clashing, they were at a stalemate. Spirit of the Earth, riseth to mine common death. Nancilia activated her elemental covenant once more. Countless dirt and debris converged and gathered in thin air, eventually forming an earth elemental overlord. Seeing this sight, Marilyn's heart sank. How could creatures of such magnitude and power be summoned continuously? Could this be the true power of an elven king? Gravity lockdown. Right after being summoned, the Earth Elemental Overlord activated its powerful area of effect skill. Within 100 meters, trees collapsed under their own weight one after another, the ground caved in. Gravity seemed to have been amplified 100-fold, leaving Marilyn's movements to be awfully difficult. The Wind Elemental Overlord, however, remained unaffected. It raised and thrusted its wind spear towards the chieftain with an alarming speed. This had left Marilyn no choice. She activated her instantaneous movement. Marilyn blinked out of the gravity lockdown's radius. The two elemental lords immediately pursued her. When there was only one elemental overlord, Marilyn could still manage to hold her own and occasionally launched a few attacks towards Nancilia. Now, she was being overwhelmed by two elemental overlord. She was left with no room for retaliation. She could only focus on evasion and defense. The sole reason that the elven chieftain was still bitterly struggling in this contest was because she hoped that the young city lord's MP would run out. After all, maintaining the summoning of two elemental overlords would be no small cost of MP. Spirit of the Ice, answereth mine call. The temperature abruptly dropped by dozens of degrees. The earth beneath them was encased in a layer of ice. Another towering giant composed of ice emerged. Marilyn stared in disbelief, her eyes widened in shock. The ice elemental overlord raised its hands and was about to summon a blizzard. I concede. She wimped out. Nancilia was sweating profusely. Sustaining and maintaining three elemental overlords was indeed a significant burden on her MP, but she was far from her limit. This young elven girl. Her strength was terrifying. Even without the elven king scepter, she still possessed such formidable prowess. If she had the scepter in hand, could she summon a fourth or even a fifth elemental overlord? Wouldn't she become unparalleled among her peers of the same level? Nancilia waved her hand. And the three elemental overlord was unsummoned and disappeared. She returned the staff to the second elder and re-equipped her elven king scepter. Sister Marilyn, it appears that I've won by a fluke. Marilyn was still shaken from the fight. No. Luck had no part in that contest. Even if we fought 10 more times, the outcome would not change. I humbly accept my defeat. However, having that said, she exclaimed with an expression brimming with discontent, you are obviously powerful and your strength, exceptional. Why do you serve under a mere demon king? Nancilia shook her head sternly, you don't understand. You don't know him. You can't even beat me just now. If His Majesty arrives in person, the elves of the Silver Spring City would be done for. What do you mean? Is he even stronger than you? Nancilia revealed the truth plainly, His Majesty is the King of Dragons. King of Dragons? Marilyn was utterly appalled by this fact. Dragon itself was already a mighty being. If the Demon King truly was a king amongst dragons, then its power and might would be unimaginably horrifying. It was no wonder the young city lord would make such a statement. Nancilia continued, let alone the Demon King, I'm not even confident in defeating the two right-hand men of his. Zhang San and Li Si. The two lieutenants of the Demon King. Both of them were at the peak of level 4 overlords. However, the young city lord was being modest. If it came down to a purely one-on-one fight, Nancilia still had a 60% to 70% chance of winning. It was true that Zhang San and Li Si were indeed formidable, but one of them was a commander, and the other, a support. They were not units specialized in single combat. Nonetheless, the reason why I chose to join forces with the Demon King isn't due to my fear for his immense power, Nancilia asserted. Even if he is incredibly strong, I would not have pledged my allegiance to him if I didn't approve of him. Upon hearing her claims, Marilyn became curious about the Demon King. If he verily was a Dragon King, then perhaps this would not be too unacceptable. The status and rarity of a Dragon King were indeed above that of a king of the elves. Nancilia then said, anyway, since you lost the bet, you have to fulfill your promise. Please come with me to Jauntry City. Marilyn sighed, I admit my defeat in the bet, but it doesn't mean I'm willing to pledge allegiance to the Demon King. Nancilia revealed a slight smile. She believed that as long as the other party was willing to follow her back, she had already succeeded halfway. This elven chieftain was by no means weak. In fact, she could stand against two elemental overlords with her masteries over magic and martial arts. It would be great if she could join their ranks. Not only could Silver Spring City be subjugated without bloodshed, the Demon King would also have another fearsome warrior under his command. Marilyn was brought to Jauntry City. Now that she had learned of the identity of the Dragon Demon King, especially when the Demon King might very well be a king of the dragons, she was no longer overly against the young city lord's defection to the Demon King. But that did not mean she had accepted this fact yet. Oomph. Marilyn wanted to have a look herself. What kind of charm was this Demon King bearing? To actually have the elves of the Jauntry City to put aside their dignities and submit to him. As soon as she approached Jauntry City, a soothing and comfortable warmth enveloped her as if she was bathing in the hot springs of Silver Spring City, her whole body relaxed and her mood elevated. What's going on? What's this miraculous and divine energy? She followed the sensation to its source and exclaimed in awe, is this the legendary Tree of Life? But isn't its cultivation method long lost? How can your Jauntry tribe master such a technique? The Tree of Life was enormous in size, with distinctive features. It was easily visible to all the residents of Jauntry City whenever they raised their sight. The Tree of Life had significant effects on living beings, especially elves, as it could greatly increase their lifespans and training speed. This is the ultimate treasure of the elven race. After the fall of the ancient elven empire, the Tree of Life had vanished for tens of thousands of years. I never thought I would see the mythical creation here. The elven chieftain was incredibly thrilled. But Nancilia uttered, we do not possess such great capabilities. This is a gift from His Majesty, the Demon King, to the elves. What? You must be joking. How can a Demon King have the Tree of Life? Marilyn found it hard to believe and frankly ridiculous. Besides, judging from the magnitude of this Tree of Life, it would take at least 100 years to cultivate it to its current size. It's damned impossible that it could have appeared within the last month. The third elder of the John tree interjected, "The city lord speaks the truth. You may ask any citizen of our city, and they would attest that there was no tree of life in our city a month ago." While Marilyn was reluctant to believe it. Her intuition told her that it might be true. The elves of John Tree City had no reason to fabricate such an easily disproved lie. Furthermore, if John Tree City had always possessed such a valuable elf treasure as the Tree of Life, it should have been widely known, and visitors would have flocked to the city. However, the Silver Spring tribe had never heard of this matter. Which suggested this ancient tree might have verily only appeared recently. Marilyn muttered to herself, could it be that the Demon King has received the favor of the goddess of nature? This tree of life is too much of a divine miracle. Nancy chuckled, to be honest, we all think that the Demon King might really have some kind of relationship with the goddess of nature. Marilyn was flummoxed and stared out in disbelief. This statement was too sacrilegious. Nancy continued, take a closer look at the residents of our John Tree City and how they differ from those of other places. Suddenly, Marilyn exclaimed, why does every resident here have the power of the nature goddess in their beings? Hee, you finally noticed? The young city lord said proudly, John Tree City has been blessed by the goddess of nature. And not just John Tree City either, but also those orcs in the Berserk Beast City. After they pledged allegiance to His Majesty the Demon King, they also received the blessing of the goddess of nature. Marilyn's worldviews were slightly shattered. It was difficult to believe that the filthy and warlike orcs could also be blessed by the goddess of nature. It was simply outrageous. The young city lord took the elven chieftain for a stroll around the city, showing her that John Tree City was not forced to submit to the Demon King's threat, but that every citizen here truly respected him. After all, since following the Demon King, the environment of the John Tree City has been completely transformed. Under the blessings of the Tree of Life and the Goddess of Nature, every elf resident in John Tree City is far superior to their previous selves, both in spirit and physical condition. Greetings, City Lord. Greetings, City Lord. When the elves saw Nancy, they all greeted her in a friendly manner. Marilyn noticed that hundreds or even thousands of elves were lining up in a long queue, their faces full of expectation, waiting for something. She could not help but ask curiously, what are they doing? Before Nancy had the time to explain, a little elven girl who looked about 8 years old called out, Big sis, we are registering to become pharmacy apprentices. I want to be the Demon King's pharmacist in the future. Marilyn was shocked. Such a young elf. She was willing to work under the Demon King? Nancy explained, the Demon King has established an elven pharmacy workshop in John Tree City, and has now hired over 1,000 excellent elven pharmacists. Miley Millen was skeptical, so many? Nancy said, the Demon King supplies the sufficient raw materials, and the elves were only required to concoct the potions. This job allows the elves to receive generous rewards. Of course. The fact that the elves could receive such generous returns. It indicated that the Demon King's profits were even more substantial. Marilyn was deeply puzzled, even with so many alchemy materials, but with thousands of elven alchemists producing tens of thousands of bottles of potion every day, how could so many potions be sold? The market in John Tree City was way too small to digest all these products. If they were to depend only on the forest merchants, let alone tens of thousands bottles of potions per day, not even a few hundreds could be sold in a single day. Nancy scratched her head and replied, I'm not too sure about this. The Demon King only took a portion of it, and the other potions are stored in the John Tree City warehouse. Now we have a stock of several 100,000 bottles of potions. It turned out, when the Elven Workshop produced potions, Zhang Nu only took a portion for personal use and to sell it on the Demon King's market. He was storing the rest of it to be sold to the Azure Water Federation in the future. Although these were just common potions, but they were all elf-made. Each and every single bottle of it was of exceedingly high quality. The young city lord concluded, anyway, the elves now have this high-paying job, and they can easily support themselves without having to venture out every day. We now have a lot of spare time and wealth to pursue music and art that we elves are fond of. As they passed by the potion workshop, long lines of elves waiting in the queue could be seen. There were tens of thousands of elves in the John Tree City with the talent for alchemy. The Demon King accepted all who came, as long as the workshop could still accommodate them. All of them were welcome to help. These elves started as apprentices and worked their way up until they had learned enough and became proficient in their concocting skills, at which point they could start working. Witnessing these elves brimming with fulfillment and hope, Marilyn's heart was moved. She wondered if the elves in Silver Spring Valley would envy such a life. She had not expected that the Demon King's influence on the elf's life would be so significant. The young city lord continued, in addition to Potioneer, we also have many of our people who have become the Demon King's blacksmiths, alchemists, and botanists. As they spoke, the two of them toured around the Tree of Life. Surrounding the enormous tree, there were about 7 or 8 miles of land that had been tilted. The young city lord introduced, this is John Tree City's elven farm, nurtured by the potent life energy of the Tree of Life. The land within a dozen or so miles was endowed with the characteristics of spirit fields. Although its soil was not as good as the upgraded level 3 spirit fields in the Darkness City, the area was immensely huge, much larger than the combined area of 8 or 10 spirit fields. Proudly, the young city lord claimed, in the future, as long as this place is fully developed, with the blessing bestowed by the Tree of Life alone, it will be enough to feed millions of our people. Marilyn was awestruck. So this is the power of a Tree of Life. It's no wonder the ancient elves valued it so highly. Currently, thousands of elves were barefoot and wearing straw hats, working and playing happily under the ancient tree. It was such a harmonious and peaceful scene. Marilyn was once again touched by what she saw. All those smiles were genuine, and even though she had biases against the Demon King, she could not deny that they were not being forced to work as agricultural slaves. Little city lord, what brings you here? A sweet voice came from above. And the flower Fachin Guagua landed in front of the two. Nancilia revealed a smile, hee, well if it isn't Queen Guagua. What a strange question you're asking. As a city lord, it's normal for me to inspect the territory. But what about you? Why are you here? I'm here to promote new seeds. The Flower Fae Queen continued, most of your fields are empty. It's such a waste. Would you like to try my newly developed meat seeds? Nancilia was taken aback, what? Meat seeds? The Flower Fae Queen smirked, this is my latest magic seed creation. All you need is to plant it in the soil, and it will grow meat. Not only does it taste no different from real meat, it's also very nutritious. Such seeds exist? Marilyn was very intrigued by it. Elves did not eat meat much because eating a lot of meat meant killing a lot of animals, which could easily disrupt the balance of nature. But if meat could be grown from the soil, wouldn't it be the same as fruit for the elves? This flower fae was really astonishing to have such capabilities in developing seeds. Could she be a great master of life magic and alchemy magic? This is Flower Fae Queen Guagua. She is also one of the subordinates of the Dragon Demon King, as well as one of my 3 sworn sisters. This was also a Demon King? It was hard to tell. Nancilia was very interested in Guagua's meat seeds and decided to purchase a large quantity. After all, they were all one big family and she wanted to support her new product. Next, the young city lord led the elven chieftain on a tour of the John Tree Forest, which was brought back from the verge of death and withering. She told the tales of the John Tree Forest, including the events from 300 years ago, as well as the corrupted tribe leader. Finally, she recounted the Demon King's heroic deeds in saving the John Tree Forest and risking his life to challenge the evil god for the safety of the elven tribe. Marilyn was dumbfounded upon listening to tales. By the time the tour was over, it was already dark outside. We'll end the tour here for today. If you're interested, we can go to Berserk Beast City or even Darkness City tomorrow to have a look. Nancilia proudly stated, these are all territories of the Demon King. Even the once brutal and ruthless orcs, since converting to the Demon King, are now mining all day and have turned away from their prior evil lifestyle. As for tonight, let's go to Su Yan's bar. The captain of the Dragon Shadow Hero Guild, Su Yan. She was now a level 4 grade hero. She liked to stay in Jauntry City when she was not on a mission. Darkness City was still too desolate, full of ferocious and scary draconians, and Berserk Beast City is even worse, being dirtier and smellier. To live a better life in Jauntry City, Su Yan opened a bar, as well as a gambling house and a theater specifically for travelers and merchants. Making money was secondary. Her goal was to bring over things from her past life. From chess and mahjong to tabletop games and dramas, her ideas were well received, greatly enriching the spiritual entertainment life of elves and merchants. Despite being the chief of an elven tribe, Marilyn had a peculiar hobby for gambling since childhood. She had never seen a place as interesting as the Jauntry City before. The various sights and spectacles she witnessed during the day dispelled all her worries. And now, the night's music concerts, theatrical performances, and gambling with dice, poker, and mahjong became the final straw that broke her resistance. Although the Dragon Demon King was not at home to meet her in person, she had already made her decision. Okay, enough talking. I accept on behalf of the Silver Spring City, Marilyn declared. Nancilia was overjoyed. She had finally convinced her. The Demon King would definitely be pleased with this outcome. Silver Spring City was a level 4 overlord region, with a scale no less than that of the Jauntry City, and it had a higher level as well. Conquering such a vast force would undoubtedly offer a significant reward treasure chest. When Marilyn came to Jauntry City, the Demon King was not present during her visit. He arrived right above the Thousand Fangs City. Observing and overlooking the city from a high altitude, soaring in the sky. The forest city was situated in a vast and open valley plain. The relevant information was displayed in a prompt as follows. Thousand Fangs City, Level 4 Lord Area. High exploration value. Description: this is a forest city dominated by the gnome race, with the ogre tribe as its main force. This city is a force to be reckoned with. After eyeing over the details, Zhang Nu gained a basic understanding of the Thousand Fangs City. The city was home to 100,000 ogres and 60,000 gnomes. The ogres were one of the most terrifying and horrific forest species. They possessed a brutal temperament with low intelligence, skin that was impervious to weapons, as well as remarkably high magic resistance. Suffice to say, every normal adult ogre could generally attain the strength of elites. As mentioned, the Thousand Fangs City had 100,000 ogres residing within, of which 70,000 to 80,000 were in between young adult and prime age. This was equivalent to 70,000 to 80,000 elite combat power. This fact signified that in the case of Thousand Fangs City unleashing its full strength, it would be more powerful than the Jauntry Forest, and even more formidable than the Berserk Beast City during its prior glorious days. If Zhang Nu could subjugate this city, his influence in Chaos Forest would surge without a doubt. At the same time, Zhang Nu had noticed something. Not only were there 100,000 ogres inhabiting in Thousand Fangs City, but there were also several tens of thousands of gnomes living there. These two races could be said to be two extreme opposites. Ogres were dull, brutal, and powerful. Gnomes were weak, yet cunning and conniving. Thousand Fangs City had the largest gnome caravan in the Chaos Forest, and they frequently shuttled between various tribes, villages, and even forest cities, trading various goods and earning hefty profits. The gnomes then relied on these profits to buy a large amount of food to feed the ogres, who had enormous appetites, and in return, the powerful combat prowess of the ogres could protect the fragile gnomes. This was quite a peculiar symbiotic relationship. Furthermore, these gnomes have lived with the ogres for a long time. And in order to better control them, The gnomes had specifically developed a suppressive agent to quell the ogre's bloodthirstiness and aggressiveness, hence, compared to the ordinary ogre tribes or the solitary ogres in the wilderness, the ogres in Thousand Fangs City had a milder temperament. Not bad for a forest city. If the city could be conquered, Zhang Nu could recruit a large number of ogre warriors, as well as gaining a huge gnome caravan. Presently, within Thousand Fangs City, the gnome city lord, Sigan, had been having a tough time recently. The city was facing its biggest crisis since its establishment 30 years ago. In the past, the city had a clear division of labor, with gnomes as the leaders and ogres as their enforcers and assistants. This relationship had been stable for decades. But how could such a large city not have any heroes? Ogre heroes had intelligence comparable to that of humans, thus their intelligence was no longer inferior to that of gnomes. They were several times smarter than ordinary ogres. Currently, in Thousand Fangs City, there were at least dozens of ogre heroes. The leading ogre hero was the strongest ogre in the entire tribe, with the strength of a top-level 4 lord. Under these circumstances, the balance of power in Thousand Fangs City had been disrupted. The ogre heroes had no intention of being gnome vassals. They were constantly rallying the other ogres to join their cause and launch a revolution to completely annihilate the gnomes, then they themselves would lead and rule over the native ogres of Thousand Fangs. As the city lord, Sigan was at a loss. He could not and had no means to simply eliminate these powerful ogre heroes. All he could do was to watch as their influence and forces continue to grow. As of now, the bad blood between the two parties was just waiting to boil over. Their relationship was in serious tension. The threat of uprising loomed over the city. City Lord, we mustn't hesitate any longer. We still have control over the majority of the ogres. We must extinguish this flame of insurrection now, or it will be all too late. The gnome, who had been urging the city lord, was the vice-city lord of Thousand Fangs, whose identity was also a hero. Since there were ogre heroes, why wouldn't there be gnome heroes? The ogre heroes desired to seize control of Thousand Fangs City from the gnomes. The gnome heroes were naturally reluctant to let them be. Therefore, they were urging the city lord to quickly suppress the rebellion and wipe out the ogre heroes. Both parties were heroes. Theoretically, they were of the same kind. But due to the difference of their interests and benefits, they had split into two distinct factions. This was human nature at work. Even if they inhabited different bodies, these heroes could not escape from their human needs and greed, which was why a genuine unification was impossible. This is not a trivial matter. We've already missed the best timing. If we do as you suggested, the strength and forces of Thousand Fangs will be severely diminished. The city lord Sigan did not make an immediate decision. I need to think about it. Maybe we can compromise and come up with a co-governance solution. Upon hearing these words, the gnome hero was undoubtedly displeased. If the ogres were to take over the management, would he still be able to keep his position? This was unacceptable. As he was about to dissuade the city lord, a horrific dragon roar suddenly resounded through the sky over Thousand Fangs City. You've received an attack from Dragon Fear. HP -30. Stunned for 5 seconds. The gnome hero was flummoxed. The entire city of Thousand Fangs was on alert. City Lord. Grave news. A dragon is attacking us. Sigan was dumbfounded. The internal affairs of Thousand Fangs City were already giving him a headache. How did they end up attracting a dragon? Was the city doomed to perish? Before he even had the time to issue orders, the tremendous bolt of scarlet lightning, like a stream of raging river, pierced through the city lord's fortress, and the massive, glaring light utterly blinded their vision. What terrifying might! What kind of existence was capable of this? The city lord Sigan was scared stiff, limping on the ground. His mind was blank. His first reaction was that he was as good as dead. But after a few seconds, his vision gradually returned. I'm alive? The entire castle of the city lord was blown through. Lord Segan was horrified to find that there were many charred bodies littered in a disordered heap around him, including the gnome hero who had been urging him on suppressing the rebellion just a few seconds ago. He lifted his head. The ceiling had been toppled over. The massive opening revealed a sky of dark clouds pressing down, with flashes of bloody lightning incessantly pulsating. A dragon made of elemental lightning, with a body length of nearly 200 meters, blinking and moving with an extreme speed in the sky above the castle. An elemental dragon? Dragonkind was already very rare. And elemental dragons were a theoretical species that should not appear on this continent even if they did exist. Segan did not have time to contemplate. The blood-red lightning interwoven dragon launched another attack. No one could see its speed clearly, like a huge lightning bolt flashing in an instant, and like a thunderous waterfall, it instantly swept through the ogre residential area of Thousand Fangs City. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of ogres were struck by the bloody lightning. Screaming in agony, they turned into charred remains in the scorching heat and violent electric currents. It was a nightmare incarnate. Some ogres attempted to put up resistance. However, physical attacks were useless against this powerful elemental life form, and even magical attacks had very little effect. This lightning dragon was almost invincible. The defense of the Thousand Fangs City was virtually useless, and within a minute or two of its rampaging, the torrent of lightning had already stormed dozens of locations with its astonishing speed. Eventually, all of the lightning gathered and converged. Its elemental form was cancelled, and in its place was a majestic golden dragon, 8 to 9 meters long and covered in dark golden scales. The Demon King had lifted his transformation. He revealed himself before the people of Thousand Fangs City. The 20 Inferno Warmonger Royal Guards and the 10 Inferno Mystic Royal Guards were summoned. A total of 30 level 4 Lord units were standing guard around the dragon, each emitting a powerful and intimidating aura. "Who are you?" Segan's voice trembled uncontrollably. The dragon itself was horrifyingly powerful enough, and yet each of the 30 guards surrounding it also possessed terrifying strength. When did such a frightening force appear in Chaos Forest? Then, the majestic and overbearing voice of the Dragon Demon King echoed, "I am the King of the Darkness City, and the Lord of Chaos Forest. Now, you are bestowed a chance to make a choice. Either submit to me, or be burned into ashes. You have one day to consider." After the Demon King declared his intentions, he left with his subordinates. The King of the Darkness City. Could he be the Demon King of the Darkness Valley? Gnome merchants were very informative, and naturally, they had heard of the rumor of the Dragon Demon King's impressive strength. What they did not anticipate was the extent of the Demon King's extreme power. Segan asked in a heavy voice, "How are the casualties?" "City Lord, our losses don't seem to be as great as we imagined, but..." "But what? Speak frankly." All of the gnome heroes and ogre heroes' strongholds in the city had been destroyed by the dragon, and almost all of the heroes of Thousand Fangs were slaughtered. What? Segan was shocked by the report. He could have never imagined that the most troublesome issues of the Thousand Fangs City would be completely eliminated by the Demon King's rampage. Zhang Nu had departed from Thousand Fangs City and took a rest nearby. Maintaining the form of evil dragon of annihilation depleted too much of his stamina and MP. But with his blitz-like raid, his goal was perfectly achieved. He opened up his player interface and scanned through the prompts. "You've slain a level 2 hero. Hero Soul, +1. You've slain a level 2 hero. Hero Soul, +1. You've slain a level 2 hero. Hero Soul, +1. You've slain a level 2 hero. Hero Soul, +1. You've slain a level 2 hero. Hero Soul, +1. You've slain a level 4 hero. Hero Soul, +1, Skill Stone, +1. The purpose of Zhang Nu's assault on the city was not only to threaten and intimidate, it was also to clear out the heroes lurking in the city. With his cheat ability to acquire and see information, as well as his lightning-fast speed from his evil dragon of annihilation's thunderstorm form. Zhang Nu has struck at least dozens or so strongholds of heroes in under 2 minutes, decimating around 100 heroes. The quality of the Thousand Fangs heroes was satisfying. A single level 4 hero, 15 level 3 heroes, 43 level 2 heroes, and 60 level 1 heroes, totaled at 118. Needless to say, the result was remarkable. With the acquisition of this batch of souls, as well as the gains from the bloody fortress siege, Zhang Nu could almost activate another level 4 talent soon. As for the subsequent response of Thousand Fang City, Zhang Nu was not very worried about it. If it were the proud elf race or the short-tempered and combative dwarf or orcs, mere intimidation and threats might not work and could even rouse up resistance. However, the city lord of Thousand Fangs was a gnome. Gnomes were known for their cunningness, but they were also cowards. They were natural merchants, with no self-esteem, and only concerned about the profits and losses. Zhang Nu believed that the city lord and the executive gnomes of Thousand Fangs City would weigh out the pros and cons, ultimately making the correct decision. The very next day, Zhang Nu returned to the city. The ogres and gnomes of the city had already laid down their arms. Sigan, the city lord, had led dozens of gnome executives to respectfully kneel before the Demon King. "It is an honor for Thousand Fang City to serve under your majesty. We are willing to offer up our city and our sincere loyalty to your majesty. 179,823 citizens of Thousand Fang City have surrendered to you. You've conquered Thousand Fang City. You gained gorgeous mithril chest X1. Zhang Nu had received the submission prompt. He was very satisfied. The cowardly and profit-oriented gnomes, having witnessed the terror of the Demon King, did not have the courage to resist and even led the entire city to surrender without hesitation. The whole process only took 2 days. The Demon King did not spend a single soldier or gold. Yet he managed to conquer such a large forest city, possessing strength surpassing Jauntry City and Berserk Beast City. Now, with Thousand Fang City in his hands, and tens of thousands of ogre brutes at his disposal, his influence would expand even further and envelope a large region of the Chaos Forest. The progress of his unification plan was nigh unstoppable. The gnome race. They possessed an abundance of practical knowledge and were always aware of current events. After all, they were a physically weak race. They did not have strong talents or robust physiques, and could only rely on their cunning minds and instinctive ability to seize opportunities in order to survive on this continent. The Thousand Fang City was not weak at all. However, if they were to resist till the end, they might be able to hold out for a few days, but ultimately, they could not escape their fate of inevitable decimation. The Gnome City Lord had eyes and ears all over Chaos Forest. He had long known the event developments and changes of Jauntry City and Berserk Beast City. He had even heard about the recent bloody massacre of the Bloody Fortress. The Dragon Demon King was not only much stronger than the rumors suggested, he also had a draconian legion with monstrous combat prowess, as well as Orcish armies and Elven armies under his command. It would be suicidal to defy and attack him head-on. Death and failure were certain. The only chance of survival was to submit and serve. Zhang Nu transformed back into his draconian form for ease of movement. With a towering stature of over 3 meters tall, his imposing figure and aura were still as intimidating as ever. "You are indeed very smart, but since you have chosen to pledge allegiance to me, you must show your sincerity," he asserted. Sigan immediately replied, "Since we have voluntarily become your majesty's servants, the entire Thousand Fang City belongs to you. All the wealth, resources, and even our lives can be offered to your majesty whenever you need them." "Not bad." Zhang Nu then ordered, "Then bring out all the gold and gems." Sigan immediately instructed the ogres to open the city's treasury and sent hundreds of gnomes to move all the stored treasures out. In no time, a golden mountain sparkling with gems appeared before them. The gold reserves of Thousand Fang City were actually much larger than that of Jauntry City. However, that was within expectations. The elves of Jauntry City were not adept at doing business. Although Jauntry City looked prosperous and had well-developed infrastructure, it was not an incredibly wealthy city. On the other hand, Thousand Fangs City looked chaotic, and no traders dared to come to this ogre-infested place to do business. However, gnomes were known as the most prominent forest merchants. They constantly roamed the corners of the forest, seeking business opportunities. Zhang Nu reached out and grabbed a handful of gold. With a crisp and pleasant sound of coins falling between his fingers echoed within the air. The standard mainland gold coins slipped through his fingers. Gold discovered. Would you like to convert? Gold successfully converted. Gold plus 2,200,000. The golden mountain vanished. Zhang Nu was secretly amazed. 2.2 million gold. That would be equivalent to 22 million mainland standard gold coins. This would be a significant sum of money for any forces. When Zhang Nu was extorting Jauntry City, Jauntry City could only muster up 5 million mainland gold coins, and as it could deliver the sum immediately, it had to pay in installments. The gnomes were much wealthier than the elves. In addition to large amounts of gold, there were also large quantities of various materials. There were various attribute gems, 794 fire gems, 330 water gems, 613 wind gems, and 528 earth gems. In addition, there were also many rare gems such as light, dark, life, and undeath gems, totaling nearly 3,000 gems. Just this batch of gems alone was worth 2 to 3 million gold coins. Immediately after, Zhang Nu opened the reward chest. You opened the mithril treasure chest. You gained gold X2, 000, blueprint, Gnome Magitech Research Institute X1, blueprint, Ogre Stronghold X1, Earth Gem X300, Wind Gem X300, Dark Gem X200. Thousand Fangs City was a large-scale city with many elite and high-level units. Thus, the amount of gold coins rewarded was more than that of the previous level 4 Overlord, or even level 5 Overlord areas. He had received 2 blueprints from the chest. Gnome Magitech Research Institute, level 3 blueprint. Costs gold X250, 000, Fire Gem X50, Wind Gem X50, Dark Gem X100. You may summon a Gnome Magitech Research Institute within your territory. Ogre Stronghold, level 3 blueprint. Costs gold X80, 000, Life Gem X50. You may summon an Ogre Stronghold within your territory. Unfortunately, there were no level 4 blueprints. However, these 2 level 3 blueprints were satisfactory. The Ogre Stronghold was a typical Baroque-type building. Zhang Nu planned to construct it near the Thousand Fangs City and summon a group of loyal ogres to better control and overwatch the city. As for the Gnome Magitech Research Institute, it was a very unique building. As a level 3 structure, its construction cost was comparable to that of a level 4 blueprint, indicating there was more than meets the eyes. The Demon King was very pleased. The gnomes were finally relieved. Although the many years of wealth accumulation in Thousand Fangs City were offered up to the Demon King in one fell swoop, as long as everyone's lives could be protected and preserved, this could be considered as paying protection fees. But, from now on, under the wings of this Dragon Demon King, Thousand Fangs City had no need to worry about safety issues anymore. Money could be earned again, but if lives were lost, it would be all over. Moreover, buying an extraordinarily powerful backer might not be entirely a bad thing. The Gnome City Lord hurriedly said, "Please, Your Majesty, allow us to give you a tour of the territory." Zhang Nu was quite intrigued by this city of gnomes and ogres. He was busy focusing on eradicating heroes yesterday, but he could have a good look around now. Thousand Fangs City was segmented into 2 areas. The outer city area was vast, and the living environment was very rudimentary, without even walls or decent houses. This was where the ogres resided. The inner city was built with exquisite houses and complete with various facilities. It was evident that this was the living place of the gnomes. The ogres had no complaints nor objections. If they were to leave the gnomes, with such a huge number, they would have no way to support and feed themselves. Besides, ogres were not picky regarding their living conditions. As they toured the city, the gnome city lord claimed, "We gnomes are exceptional in doing business, and we have over 30 forest merchant caravans, ready to serve under your majesty." In the aspect of trading and conducting business, gnomes were particularly skilled and were experts in such fields. But their ability to survive on the continent was not entirely dependent on their cunning and fickle minds. The gnome city lord continued, "Our race has developed a magical technology that combines alchemy, formations, and magic. We call it Magitech. This is our Magitech cannon." As he spoke, two ogres pushed out a huge cylindrical object. This thing was very similar in appearance to the cannon from the previous world. Gnome's Flameblast Magitech Cannon, Level 2 item. Consumes 1 fire gem for every shot fired. It can fire a flameblast shot towards its target with a 500-meter range, causing up to 1,000 points of fiery explosion damage, as well as an area of effect burning status. Very intriguing. Magitech was quite renowned in this world. It was said that during eras from eons ago, a time too ancient to study nowadays, there was an empire built upon a foundation of magical technology. After the ancient Magitech Empire collapsed, the once prosperous magical technology declined. Currently, except for a few human kingdoms, only the gnome race mastered this technology. It was somewhat unexpected that the Thousand Fang City could produce such a cannon. The cost for firing this weapon was exorbitant. However, each shot could deal a maximum of 1,000 fire damage. Of course, these 1,000 points were fixed damage values, not the actual damage value produced, which depended on the target's defense resistance. If it was used to attack Xiongnu, the damage would be 0, since Xiongnu was immune to magic. Especially against elemental magic, not even a level 5 overlord's elemental attack would have any effect on him. The strength and force of a single shot from this Magitech cannon. It was estimated to be comparable to a spell attack from a level 3 lord or even an overlord. Xiongnu was impressed by these gnomes of Thousand Fangs. The city possessed such weapons, yet they surrendered and submitted to him instead of using it against him. A wise choice. The gnomes must have given it a lot of thought. Looking at the Magitech cannon before him, Xiongnu had a realization that the gnome race might be more useful than he had imagined. There was a saying, "Science is the primary productive force." Not only could this magical technology be utilized for military purposes, but also for production. Even if it was just auxiliary functions, these technologies would definitely be able to create value no matter what. Not bad. Your performance has pleased me. The Demon King suddenly exclaimed, "I am not an unreasonable, predatory Demon King. Which is why, today, I shall bestow a gift to Thousand Fang City. Consume Blueprint, Gnome Magitech Research Institute X1, Gold X250, 000, Fire Gem X50, Wind Gem X50, Dark Gem X100, to summon a Gnome Magitech Research Institute?" Xiongnu hit confirm. The Gnome City Lord, Segan, and the rest of the gnome executives were perplexed. The Demon King was preparing to give the gnomes a gift? But what kind of gift could the Demon King possibly give to the gnomes? Just then, everyone felt a shadow loomed over them. Some gnomes turned to look and were baffled by the sight. What is that? It looks like a Magitech device. It seems to be a Magitech airship. It really is a Magitech airship. This is something that only existed in the ancient Magitech Empire. The Gnome Magitech Research Institute was clearly different from the ordinary buildings. In appearance, it looked like a massive airship that was 50 meters long. However, it was different from the futuristic style of giant ships in science fiction movies. This giant airship was covered in magical runes, and even had a layer of magical shield, making it look even more fantasy-like. Its design was also not very scientific. It was incredibly bulky and did not conform to fluid mechanics. Pipes were constantly spewing out steam, and countless gears were clanging as they turned. If it halted its movement, It would look more like a flying fortress with a steampunk style. The massive airship slowly landed on an open space in Thousand Fang City. Several short gnomes wearing white lab coats emerged and greeted, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Gnome Magitech Researcher, Level 3 Normal. Description: these are Gnome Magitechie, and although their combat abilities are weak, they possess solid knowledge of magic and are valuable research staff for Magitech. As the name suggested, the Gnome Magitech Research Institute. It was a large research institution that included extensive learning materials for magical technology, facilities for producing magical equipment, and experimental sites. To other races, this kind of facility might not be valuable. But to the gnome race, who was dedicated to studying magical technology, the airship in itself was an invaluable treasure. The Gnome Magitech Research Institute was not a Baroque-type building. The 50 Gnome Magitechie it came with were all precious researchers. Once they die, they could not be replaced whatsoever. Zhang Nu asked, "Are you satisfied with this gift?" "Long live the Demon King! Long live the Demon King!" The Gnome City Lord, Segan, quickly knelt down, and the accompanying gnomes also hastily followed suit, fanatically worshipping the Demon King. The allure of this Magitech airship was too great for gnomes. Gnomes were naturally obsessed with Magitech creations. Even if one were to exclude the facilities and venues inside the research institute, just having a magical airship itself is a priceless treasure for the gnomes. This kind of miraculous Magitech creation could only be found in the ruins of the ancient Magitech Empire. But how could such a place be accessible to the weak gnomes? Compared to this Magitech airship, the gold and jewels that the Demon King took away were insignificant. The loyalty of the gnomes was rapidly surging. Zhang Nu nodded in satisfaction. He planned to set up an ogre stronghold nearby and summon a group of loyal ogre warriors later. With this, the forest city was secured. The importance of the Thousand Fang City to the Demon King could not be underestimated. The gnome merchant caravans, ogre armies, and the gnome magical technology all had great development potential or value. The bloody fortress still lacked heavy infantries. Zhang Nu intended to send 10,000 of the strongest ogres to be stationed there. The defensive lineup of the bloody fortress would then become a formidable battalion consisting of a draconian legion of 5,000, an Orcish horde of 5,000, an elven regiment of 5,000, an ogre army of 10,000, and finally, several thousands of beholders. This was a terrifying force. This army would be more than capable of holding back the Empire's invasion and keeping the Empire forces from ever stepping foot onto the fortress grounds. In the meantime, after the 2-day tour, Marilyn returned to Silver Spring City. She immediately summoned the elders and called for an urgent meeting. The elven chieftain openly announced her intention to follow the young elven king, join the ranks of Darkness City, and aid the Dragon Demon King to unify Chaos Forest, as well as bring peace and order. This decision of hers was too appalling. The several elven elders strongly opposed it. The elven tribe had no objections whatsoever in following the elven king. But in regards to pledging allegiance to a demon king, they were very reluctant and had difficulties accepting it. However, Marilyn had a headstrong and stubborn personality. She believed in what she had seen with her own 2 eyes and what she had personally investigated and looked into. She simply overruled the objections and settled this discussion. The words of this meeting had spread from the Council of Elders. The elves of the Silver Spring were flabbergasted and bewildered. They could not understand their leader's decision. Why did she make such a shocking revolution? To have the elves ally themselves with the Demon King and other foreign races? The elves of the Silver Spring City were alarmed by the news. If it were not for Marilyn's accumulated prestige over the years, she would have been impeached and removed by the Council of Elders. Marilyn was mentally prepared for the dissent and backlash. At first glance, this decision was indeed difficult to accept. Nonetheless, it was the correct choice. The unification of the Chaos Forest was inevitable. The elves of Silver Spring City should not defy this fate just because of their conservatism. Marilyn was confident. She still had enough accumulated prestige from the past years, and she could still hold back the internal pressure and protests for a short time. As for the future? When the elders and the people of the tribe visited the John Tree City and personally had a look at the city and the Demon King for themselves, they would surely no longer oppose the decision. At this moment, the Hero Guild underground the Silver Spring City. Dozens of Silver Spring City heroes gathered to hold an urgent meeting. This is preposterous. Marilyn is preparing to defect to the Dragon Demon King. Do you guys think she's been mind-controlled? If the forces of the Demon King arrive, will there be any place left for us to stand? Unacceptable, we have to stop this. I would rather have Silver Spring City destroyed than letting the Demon King succeed. The heroes had sensed that the situation was grim for them. They started to plan their escape routes. One of them stood up and suggested, let's head north and join the Thunder Empire. The Lord of the Kolo region in the south is a hero. This Count Kolo has recently been trying to instigate a conflict between the Dragon Demon King and the Dwarf clan. He even offered a generous reward to the forest heroes. I think this is a good opportunity for us. As these words were uttered, the crowd of heroes found these suggestions made sense. Those who had lived in Silver Spring City knew that the elves and dwarfs to the east were mortal enemies. This enmity sprouted 200 years ago. When the Silver Spring tribe had just migrated to Chaos Forest, the elves and the dwarves did not get along. The initial spark of conflict was only a small dispute over territory. And yet, this small matter, like a snowball rolling down the hill, it escalated and grew out of proportion. Eventually, they fought. The elves were initially losing ground and were in danger of being driven out by the dwarves. However, a major mine accident occurred, causing a significant loss of life among the dwarves and severely depleting their forces and strength. They were forced to stop their assault and abandon their advantage. The elves were finally able to catch their breath and promptly established a city. There was a widespread suspicion within the dwarves that the elves were responsible for the mining accident. This then led to conflicts between the elves and the dwarves for almost 200 years, and instead of resolving the feud, the hatred for each other only grew deeper. In recent decades, the dwarven clans had become increasingly powerful. They had been seeking opportunities to completely drive out the elves. The heroes had considered this plan as a feasible one, as they could both prevent the Demon King from obtaining the Silver Spring City, as well as completing the high bounty offered by Count Kolo of the southern Kolo region. However, while Silver Spring City was undergoing unforeseen changes, Zhang Nu had returned to Darkness City. He had learned of the news that Nancilia had successfully persuaded the Silver Spring tribe chieftain. The Demon King was very pleased by her performance. This young city lord was still very much able to be of use. Without her intervention, this matter would be very difficult to resolve. Elves were not gnomes. It was highly unlikely to force a surrender out of them. Although Zhang Nu had confidence in taking down Silver Spring City through violent means, however, in the process of battle, the vast majority of the elves would perish, ultimately only a broken city on the verge of death would remain. An outcome like this would not serve anyone. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Of the 3 target cities, one was already in hand, the other was close at hand, and the last one would follow suit soon enough. Zhang San had personally led an army to assault the city of trolls. This city was the weakest among the 3 targets. With the strength of Zhang San and the Draconian Legion, it was unlikely to have any variables to occur during the conquest of the city. This was essentially a sure victory. Zhang Nu patiently awaited the news without haste. In the meantime, he decided to sacrifice a batch of souls in hand. He gained a level 4 soul and 21 level 3 souls from Bloody Fortress, as well as 1 level 4 soul and 15 level 3 souls from Thousand Fang City. Zhang Nu first sacrificed the 36 level 3 souls. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero soul. 212 talent points gained. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero soul. 209 talent points gained. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero soul. 221 talent points gained. After sacrificing 36 souls, he gained 7,560 talent points. Zhang Nu originally had only 1,052 talent points left. He now had a total of 8,612 talent points. He had two choices. He could sacrifice a level 4 soul to get at least 1,000 talent points, or he could choose to keep the level 4 soul and use level 2 souls to make up the remaining talent points. Zhang Nu decided to keep the level 4 soul. He had 2 level 4 souls in his possession. One was obtained from killing He Tianzong in the Bloody Fortress, the other was from killing the head of the ogre heroes in Thousand Fang City. To a demon king. Talent points were all the same. Level 4 soul was a rare high-level hero soul. Rather than just exchanging it for talent points, it could be utilized as a material. Zhang Nu had a stock of over 100 level 2 souls, so even if he set aside some for Chen Guogua, it would still be sufficient. You've sacrificed a level 2 hero soul. 22 talent points gained. You've sacrificed a level 2 hero soul. 20 talent points gained. You've sacrificed a level 2 hero soul. 21 talent points gained. After going through 70 level 2 souls, he gained a total of 1,470 talent points. This had brought his overall talent points to 10082. Finally, Zhang Nu could activate another level 4 talent. Zhang Nu's remaining 2 level 4 talents were both of the time and space attribute type. Such talents were exceedingly rare, and needless to say, incredibly important. After much hesitation, he activated time control. You've activated the level 4 talent Time Control. Time Control, talent skill. You have gained the ability to influence the flow of time in the surrounding environment. The higher the MP consumed, the greater your control over the flow of time will be. You can currently control up to 10 times the flow rate. The effect of this skill was simple. Zhang Nu could speed up or slow down the flow of time in his surrounding environment. With his current strength, he could accelerate or decelerate the speed of time by 10-fold. In the future, as his level increased and his strength grew, his ability to control time would become more powerful, and the range of this skill would also expand. Without a doubt, this was a dynamic skill. Nonetheless, time was relative. If the skill was used well, whether in offense or defense, it would be a godly technique, capable of turning impossible tides. What an incredible talent! The power over time is more rare and precious than that of space. Even throughout the continent, the existence of time magic talents is probably exceptionally rare and scarce. But of course, Zhang Nu was far from being complacent. Currently, he was only at an entry level in his control over time. Zhang Nu opened up the Demon King trading channel and immediately saw several successful transaction messages. Trade successful, gold minus 180,000, you gained blueprint, spirit field X1. Trade successful, gold minus 180,000, you gained blueprint, spirit field X1. Trade successful, gold minus 300,000, you gained level 3 normal building upgrade scroll X1. Zhang Nu's spirits were lifted. Before he departed, he had put down the purchase orders and set the prices for it. After nearly 3 days, the processing fees alone had cost him tens of thousands of gold, and he had finally received 2 copies of Spirit Field blueprints. Apart from the Spirit Field blueprints, there was also a level 3 upgrade scroll. These items were currently awfully rare and scarce. Even after Zhang Nu offered a price slightly higher than the markets, it still took him so long to receive trades. He decided to temporarily withdraw his purchase orders and wait a few days before raising the price again to continue his search. Why did he not raise the price immediately, you ask? Because people were greedy. Zhang Nu believed that if he had just taken down his previous orders and immediately replaced them with higher price ones, the sellers who were anxious to sell would no longer be in a hurry to do so. With the blueprints in hand, Zhang Nu unhesitantly expanded the spirit fields with it. Issues such as not enough farmers would never exist. Leaving aside the fact that there were enough elves residing in John Tree City for work relocation in Darkness City, there were still more than 100,000 elves in Silver Spring City. In the field of farming and plant cultivation, elves inherently had high talents for it. While he was at it, he took a look at the current situation of the territory as well. During this period, the development of the territory was particularly fast. Both the size of the land and the population had grown immensely. Now, just the population number of his draconian people was already close to 30,000. Among them, Logistics Corps, around 13,000 draconian laborers, around 5,000 high draconian laborers, around 2,000 draconian craftsmen, and around 200 draconian master craftsmen. Combat Corps, about 15,000 draconian soldiers, about 2,400 high draconian soldiers. Draconian super soldiers, 100 draconian battle mages, 30 draconian mystic battle mages, 25 infernal draconian warmonger royal guards, 15 infernal draconian mystic royal guards, 25 draconian generals, 10 draconian priests, 1 draconian marshal, 1 draconian high priest, 1 earth drake grand marshal, and 1 sky drake archpriest. As for the other units, excluding the undead units, the orcs, the elves, the ogres and the beholders came to a sum of around 20 to 30,000. This number was only the total of Xiongnu's directly affiliated troops. The size of his vassal troops and civilian population was even more massive. The Berserk Beast City and Thousand Fang City. The orcs and ogres were all fighters and warriors. Among the two, every single ogre was an elite unit. The total combat power of the orcs, elves, and ogres reached a scale of around 100,000, which was a force comparable to a formal army of the empire. Suffice to say, there was no shortage of soldiers. He wanted to build a stronger supply system. He desired to obtain a bigger financial income. There was no need to mass summon draconian units for the meantime. Xiongnu decided to invest more to cultivate more high-end soldiers and implement the elite route. Of course, this would require money. In fact, lots of it. Fortunately, in terms of gold reserves, Xiongnu had nearly 5 million in number. The financial growth of his several territories was also booming. He was still accelerating the process of his conquest and occupation, ultimately working towards the goal of unification of Chaos Forest. During this process, he could obtain a large amount of gold and resources, which was enough for him to establish an ace army. Because there was no shortage of gold yielded in Thousand Fang City, Xiongnu took out 1.25 million gold and upgraded 250 high draconian soldiers at once, bringing the total number of the draconian super soldiers to as many as 600. These super soldiers were top-tier level 3 elite units, which were rare even in cities like John Tree City and Berserk Beast City. Xiongnu continued to spend 400,000 gold coins to summon 200 draconian battle mages, and then spent another 400,000 gold coins to upgrade 50 of these battle mages to level 3 draconian mystic battle mages. Mystic battle mages were also top-tier elites. But due to their versatile combat style, proficiency in both melee and magic combat, as well as the ability to adapt to any terrain easily, their combat prowess was slightly higher than super soldiers in terms of individual combat capabilities. Finally, he upgraded 5 of the mystic battle mages into draconian mystic royal guards. He then immediately sent them up onto the altar of Inferno to be enhanced into infernal draconian mystic royal guards. As of now, Xiongnu's Royal Guard Squadron had 25 infernal draconian warmonger royal guards and 20 infernal draconian mystic royal guards, all of which were level 4 lord units. With this squadron of royal guards alone, they were sufficient to hold their own against an elite formal army of 10 or more times the number. Xiongnu used the level 1 and 2 building upgrade scrolls and spent several 100,000 gold coins, along with a large number of life gems, earth gems, and water gems to upgrade the 2 newly constructed spirit fields to level 3. With this, there were now 3 level 3 spirit fields in the Darkness City. It was necessary to relocate several batches of elven civilians to manage and cultivate these fields, otherwise, It would be a waste to leave 2 spirit fields uncultivated and neglected. Zhang Nu also had 2 advanced upgrade scrolls in his hand. One was a level 3 upgrade scroll that he had just received, and the other was a level 4 upgrade scroll that he yielded from the sealed land. However, he currently had no plans to use the level 4 upgrade scroll. Upgrade scrolls of this level were too precious. It was not something that could be easily obtained through monetary means and must be used wisely. As for the level 3 upgrade scrolls, although it was relatively expensive and rare, it was not difficult to acquire from the market as long as one had enough patience. He only had 1 level 3 upgrade scroll. Yet there were many level 3 buildings. Tree of Life, White Bones Mausoleum, Temple of Nature, Temple of War, Level 3 Spirit Fields, Gnome Magitech Research Institute, Orc Base Camp, Ogre Stronghold. After contemplating for a while, if he had to choose based on cost-effectiveness, upgrading the Tree of Life might be the best option. After all, the Tree of Life was exceptionally powerful and beneficial, and even as a level 3 building, it possessed multiple functions and features. Wouldn't its capabilities become even greater if it were to be upgraded to level 4? Regrettably, the Tree of Life was a unique creation. The level 3 normal building upgrade scroll in Zhang Nu's hands could not be used on the Tree of Life. Even the Gnome Magitech Research Institute was considered a special building. These types of special structures, they could only be upgraded by even rarer special upgrade scrolls. After thinking it over, Zhang Nu finally decided to use it on the spirit field. Compared to the temples or barracks, the money tree was far more important. The upgrade costs: Level 3 Upgrade Scroll X1, Gold X, Life Gem X 500, Earth Gem X 500, and Water Gem X 500. The Level 3 upgrade for the spirit field actually cost gold. Furthermore, it required 1,500 gems. The total cost of this upgrade was probably around 3 million gold. Zhang Nu had never seen such an exorbitant upgrade cost before. Nonetheless, considering the effectiveness of the spirit fields, he gritted his teeth and paid the price. Upgrade successful. Spirit field area plus 80%, growth speed plus 50%. Super spirit field plus 10 acres. The scale of the goblin farm suddenly increased by nearly twice, and the energy contained in the spirit soil received a significant boost once again. The crop's growth speed of the spirit field was increased by over 30 times compared to normal crop fields. And the 11 acres of super spirit field within the center had a crop's growth speed around 100 times faster. This could no longer be called a spirit field. The soil, especially the super soil in the center, could already be described as divine soil. For a long time in the future, the Demon King no longer needed to worry about basic supplies. With the large-scale expansion of the Darkness City farm, as well as the Elven farm under the Tree of Life, and Chenwugua's Flower Fae farm in the Myriad Floral Valley, Zhang Nu now had the ability to feed almost all the Forest City's population in Chaos Forest. If there were still things that Zhang Nu would worry about in the future, it would definitely be having too many resources that he could not sell in time. Zhang Nu had finally earned several million gold, and just like that, they were almost all spent. However, with the money-generating spirit farms in hand, he was calm and composed. Rao Jian and his team from Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce had departed for quite a number of days. Assuming nothing unexpected occurred in their journey, they should have arrived at the Azure Water Federation by now. Zhang Nu did not know if the trading company's development was smooth or not. But fortunately, after taking over the Thousand Fang City, he had incorporated 30 gnome merchant teams, which were enough to open up the internal market of the forest. However, just as Zhang Nu was consolidating resources and busy planning his fortune-making scheme, Nancilia hastily rushed in and exclaimed, "Your Majesty! The elves and the dwarves are fighting." Hearing this news, Zhang Nu was slightly taken aback. He wondered how the elves could be fighting with the dwarves since he had not heard of any dwarves near the John Tree City. Nancy quickly explained, "Not long ago, the dwarves of Ironheart City launched a surprise siege onto Silver Springs City, and now they have breached the city." Ironheart City? Zhang Nu pondered briefly. Ironheart City was located in the eastern mountain range. And it was one of the forest cities of the Chaos Forest. It was a large city built by a dozen dwarven tribes and had a population of tens of thousands of people. In recent years, it had been developing very well and was one of the mightiest forces in the entire Chaos Forest. Zhang Nu asked, "Don't panic. Explain the situation." Nancy quickly answered, "After the chieftain Marilyn agreed to join under your majesty's command, a rebellion broke out within Silver Spring City." A rebellion? Zhang Nu was surprised. The very first thought that came to his mind was even if there were stubborn factions that refused to join the Demon King, the reaction from the Silver Spring City would not be so radical and extreme. In the elven race, rebellion was exceedingly rare. And even if there was a rebellion, what did it have to do with the dwarves? Nancilia continued, "The guardian elf in charge of the city's protective barrier and magical formation shut them down without authorization, and the guard forces of Silver Spring City were transferred away without permission, allowing a group of elite dwarves to storm Silver Spring City." Zhang Nu chuckled with a hint of anger behind his voice. "This is no rebellion. It's probably the work of some heroes who don't want me to have Silver Spring City." Nancilia reflected for a while. She felt something was amiss. This was definitely not something an elf would do. She thought of the previous guardian elf of Jontree City, Du Mingfeng. Only a hero who was indifferent to his fellow tribesmen would commit such an extremely treacherous deed. "The situation is very grim," urged Nancilia. "The chieftain Marilyn is trapped in her own city." Zhang Nu replied calmly, "Worry not, I'll head there personally. While I'm at it, I'll take over Silver Spring City as well." "Thank goodness." Nancilia was relieved to hear that the Demon King was taking this matter into his own hands. Zhang Nu had just approached Li Si, and before he could ask for a teleportation from him, Li Si brought urgent news, "My master, we've just received information from the west that may be unfavorable to us." Zhang Nu was a little annoyed. "What now? What is the situation in the west?" Li Si reported, "It is said that a treasure of Thundering City has been lost, and there are rumors in the forest that your majesty may have sent your men to steal the treasure. The giants are fuming and have dispatched an army of giants to seek your majesty out and demand an explanation from your majesty." Nancilia was at a loss. Preposterous. This is a setup. How could the Demon King steal the giant's treasure? His majesty has even given away priceless treasures such as the Tree of Life. Why would his majesty be interested in the giant tribe's junk? Zhang Nu was not angered by this. Instead, he felt that something was at play here. Just then, Li Si spoke, "My master, I suspect that there are forces behind the scenes orchestrating these series of events. They are instigating conflicts on both the east and west sides, probably to distract your majesty's attention and forces so they can carry out their conspiracy." Zhang Nu had also thought of this possibility. These matters were too targeted towards him. The timing was also too coincidental. Even someone without a bright mind could see that someone was behind all these. The first suspect that came to mind was the forces of the Thunder Empire. Especially the leader of the Divine Sword Heroes Guild who had yet to show his face. These are merely smokescreens. Zhang Nu speculated, "I believe their true target is the Bloody Fortress. The commotion caused by the dwarves and giants is just to draw my attention." However, it did not matter. Even so, Zhang Nu was not one bit worried. Although the 10,000 ogres had yet to arrive and be stationed at the Bloody Fortress, the fortress itself was heavily guarded. The Grand Marshal Zhang San was currently leading troops to deal with Magi Mojo City, but this city was the weakest of the three target cities, thus the outcome should be decided soon. The Magi Mojo City was not far from the Bloody Fortress. After dealing with the Magi Mojo City, Zhang San could reinforce the fortress in a day to ensure that everything was secure and to minimize the risks of unforeseen incidents. As for the giants from the Thundering City, Zhang Nu planned to send Li Si to negotiate with them. After all, he really did not steal the giant's treasure. This was purely the hero's provocative tactic to sow discord. He would try to resolve the misunderstanding through negotiation first. If it failed, then he would act. Zhang Nu planned to go to Silver Spring City first. All things have their priorities. The matter of Silver Spring City being sieged by the dwarves was the utmost priority. Zhang Nu valued his elven troops and did not want to see too many casualties. Meanwhile, in the Kolo territory, Su Wenhao received a message through magical transmission. The plan was proceeding smoothly as planned. The news greatly boosted his confidence. He summoned the leaders of the 3 major hero guilds and declared, "Now that the Demon King is distracted, it's a good opportunity for us to take action and strike." The 3 guild leaders laughed heartily. No one had expected it to be so easy. Especially the situation on the dwarfs' side, which was not part of their plan. It seemed that luck was on their side. Su Wenhao continued, "I plan to mobilize the Kolo family's knights to capture the bloody fortress, but I cannot leave the territory. I ask for the aid of the 3 guild leaders. As long as the conquest is successful, there will be a generous reward awaiting you all. Say no more, Chairman. Leave it to us. With the 3 of us working together, and the support of the Kolo family, we can definitely take down the Demon King." The 3 guild leaders were already powerful, and with the help of the Kolo family's top warriors and knight regiment, they would have a significant advantage. For the 3 guild leaders, this was also a rare opportunity. Silver Spring City had suffered heavy losses. The dwarves have occupied the outer city area, destroying the defense barrier, magic towers, and various magical formations of Silver Spring City, causing the city's defenses to collapse completely. Marilyn has now transferred the surviving Elf City residents to the inner city area and activated the backup barrier, temporarily halting the dwarves' advancement. Elves, your final days have come. Face the wrath of the Dwarven Hammer. This is a short but exceptionally muscular and strong old dwarf, standing at just 1.5 meters tall, clad in heavy armor, with a gray-white beard covering his face. His name was Stormbeard, the dwarven overlord of the mountains, the leader of the mountain dwarf tribe, and the city lord of the Ironheart City. The old dwarf wielded a battle axe in his left hand and a hammer in his right, both weapons were dripping with blood. He wore a fierce and menacing expression on his face, and his eyes were red with bloodthirst, emanating an aura even more ferocious than that of an orc. "Come out!" Stormbeard struck with his hammer, a thunderous lightning crashed onto the barrier, instantly causing a massive crack in the inner city's barrier. The barrier could not hold on any longer. Marilyn immediately cried out, "We can negotiate terms. The Silver Spring tribe is willing to depart from here." "Ha ha ha ha. Too late. I shall offer 100,000 of your elven souls to the underground god. Then, the underground god will bestow even more warrior blood upon the dwarves. My Ironheart clan will be stronger than ever." The old dwarf's face was raving with madness. The other dwarves also had bloodshot eyes. "Kill. Maim. Rend. Massacre them all. Slaughter all the elves. Leave none alive. Glory to the underground god." The thousands of dwarves let out a frenzy and maniacal roar. The elven elder of Silver Spring City had an unpleasant and worried expression on his face. He uttered, "Oh no, City Lord, the dwarves' madness is even worse than 10 years ago." Dwarves were known for being short-tempered and were quick to resort to violence, but compared to orcs and ogres, they were a relatively peaceful race. However, this tribe of dwarves was excessively insane. There was a rumor that spoke of a plague of madness spreading within the mountains. When dwarves contracted this plague, although their intelligence remained normal, their character gradually became twisted, making them extremely bloodthirsty and ferocious. This peculiar situation had only emerged in the last 200 years. After the great mining disaster in the Ironheart City, the dwarves started to worship an entity called the Underground God, and it was from that point onwards that the dwarven madness began to emerge within their community. Dwarves who had contracted the madness were even more powerful than before. However, they had also become increasingly unreasonable. Judging from the behavior of this old city lord, It seemed that they and their subordinates had been completely dominated by the desire for slaughter. Stormbeard. Wake up already. You and your people are falling into depravity. Marilyn continued to reprimand, you worshipped a demonic deity of unknown origins. That thing is the true culprit of that tragedy. Of your disaster. You dwarves are bringing destruction upon yourselves. Stormbeard was immediately set off like a dynamite, fury crawled up to his face, you dare to slander the great underground god? I will tear you apart limb from limb. Die. In the next instance, Stormbeard's body turned into a hue of red. His figure grew up to a towering height of 3 meters tall. Then, a fearsome storm hammer bolt slammed onto the already cracked barrier. The barrier completely collapsed, but the violent bolt of thunder showed no sign of stopping and continued to blast towards the elven chieftain. Marilyn's face paled. He's too powerful. Stormbeard. Although he was beyond redemption and terminally ill, his current strength was beyond imagination. In order to buy time for the elven citizens to retreat into the safety of the inner city barrier, Marilyn had single-handedly held back the dwarven army and got severely wounded in the process. At this moment, she had no strength left to withstand such a violent strike. Despite her swift reaction speed, she could just activate her instantaneous movement ability to dodge the attack. But what about her fellow elves behind her? They would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Marilyn gritted her teeth, wrapped her body in chi, and summoned a magical protective shield to withstand the dwarf's storm bolt. With a loud boom, the magical shield was shattered. The storm hammer bolt, wreathed in lightning, struck her. Marilyn was sent backwards for 10 meters. She used her chi to cancel out the terrifying force of that strike. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground helplessly, no longer having the strength to fight. Ha ha ha. The elves are finished. Let's start with you. Under the old dwarf's transformed form, his power had reached its peak, and his voice rumbled and echoed like thunder, striking fear into the elves. As he spoke, his axe was enveloped with a blood-red glow. With his tremendous might, he cleaved towards the elven chieftain on the ground. No! Chieftain! The elven elders and city residents cried out in despair. The insane dwarf lord was too fast, and there was no time to stop him in his tracks. Suddenly, a mysterious power enveloped the two tribe leaders. The thunderous strike of Stormbeard slowed down to a crawl, and the massive battle axe swinging towards Marilyn was intercepted by a towering silhouette that abruptly appeared. What? Neither tribe leaders could comprehend what happened. A burly figure with a domineering presence blocked the axe for the elf, and the raging energy on the battle axe was instantly absorbed, leaving no harm on him. Marilyn! The elven chieftain heard a familiar voice. As she turned around to look, she revealed a surprised face, Nancilia. The young city lord quickly helped the chieftain up and teleported them into the crowd of elves, saying, "We've finally caught up in time." Marilyn quickly warned Nancilia, "Be careful, this dwarf is incredibly powerful, even you have to beware of him." He, don't worry. His Majesty has decided to come personally. Do you think I still need to fight him myself? His Majesty? The gaze of the elves fell on this majestic and imposing figure standing over 3 meters tall. Everyone had a sudden realization. This was the Demon King. The Dragon Demon King that their chieftain had pledged allegiance to. He had effortlessly withstood the attack of that powerful old dwarf, indicating his tremendous fortitude and strength. No wonder the proud chieftain was willing to bow her head to him. Although many elves had reservations about joining forces under the Demon King, there was one thing they could not deny. His strength had surpassed beyond their imagination. Perhaps his appearance here might be able to save Silver Spring City. This was the first time Marilyn had seen the Demon King himself. She did not expect the Demon King of the Darkness City would personally rush over to save the Silver Spring tribe. So this is the Demon King. His aura was even more formidable than she thought. And he was more majestic and dignified than any draconian she had ever observed. Marilyn had visited Darkness City a few days ago, and although she had not seen the Demon King, she had noticed other Draconians. However, against the Dragon Demon King before her, even the high-ranking Draconians like Skydrake Archpriest and Earthdrake Grand Marshal evidently paled in comparison. "Who are you? Why do you interfere?" Stormbeard withdrew 10 meters or so with a vigilant expression on his face. "This is not an interference." The Demon King spoke calmly. "Silver Spring City is my territory, and the elves of Silver Spring City are about to become my subjects. You dare to lay your hands on my subordinate. Are you prepared to face the consequences?" Stormbeard roared out in laughter. "You think you can keep these elves from me? You are but a mere Demon King. You're really overestimating yourself." "Is that so? Try me." Stormbeard roared again, his stature growing to 5 meters tall, his muscles bulging, and even horns growing from his head. At this moment, instead of a dwarf, he was more of a demon. This is the power that the underground god has bestowed upon the dwarves. The old dwarf seemed to have lost all reason and shouted, "What gives you the confidence to oppose my might?" Zhang Nu was a little astounded as he took a look at the dwarf's stats. Demonized Dwarven Patriarch, Stormbeard, Level 4 Overlord. Skills, Blood of the Fallen, Rank A, Thundering Force, Rank A, Lightning Hammer, Rank B, Tempest Hammer, Rank B, Iron Bones, Rank B, etc. Description: This is the leader of the corrupted dwarves who has absorbed a large amount of demonic energy and become completely corrupted. Although he possesses great power, he is also under the control of ancient demons, with only madness and fanatical faith left in his mind. "Kill, kill, kill!" Stormbeard shouted. "Kill all the elves!" All the dwarfs present were infused with corrupted blood, entering a state of madness and expanding several times their size, turning into little blood-colored giants. How could the once pure and peaceful dwarfs be contaminated like this? Zhang Nu shook his head. "What a pity." Just then, Stormbeard charged towards the Demon King. Zhang Nu immediately unleashed the Dragon's King's Sanctum, dragging all targets within a radius of 1 mile into his domain. This is the King's Sanctum. He's no ordinary dragon, he's a Dragon King. Everyone present, be it elves or dwarves, was flummoxed by the spectacle. Marilyn felt the suppression from surging from her surroundings within the domain and realized that what Nancilia claimed was true. This Demon King was not an ordinary dragon, but a powerful and genuine king of dragons. And yet, judging from the strength of the aura he was giving off, the Demon King should be a level 4. Why would a level 4 possess the ability of a monarch? According to the records of this continent for the past tens of thousands of years, every single monarch existence had at least reached the strength of a level 5. Level 5 was the minimum threshold for a monarch. Instead of being dismayed by the fact that the Demon King's level was lower than expected, Marilyn felt an unprecedented surprise and exhilaration. A level 4 monarch. What did this signify? The Demon King's strength still had enormous growth potential. In the future, he might even become a myth, or even an existence that would surpass the mythic rank. Such an individual. He was born to rule. Silver Spring City was right to follow his rule. However, Marilyn was oblivious to the matter that the Demon King was already approaching the rank of monarch when he was still level 1 or 2, and when he reached level 3, he had already obtained his King's Sanctum. Otherwise, her view of the world would crumble and collapse. "You're a Dragon King? How is that possible?" Even the Dwarven Patriarch, who was on the verge of completely losing his sanity, felt a hint of fear at this very moment. He did not even realize what kind of existence he was currently facing. Zhang Nu's King's Sanctum, at this point, was entirely different from what he had when he was still level 3. His King's Sanctum was now more than twice as powerful as before, with a wider range of coverage and stronger suppression and restraint effects on enemies. Even a mighty level 4 overlord. Their strength within this domain would be immensely diminished. And their HP and MP were constantly drained. Zhang Nu was calm and collected. "Nothing is impossible. Now, entertain me." "Monarch? So what? We have the bestowal of the underground god. Charge. Kill him now. Glory to the underground god. The dwarven patriarch charged forward in a frenzy once more. Zhang Nu unhesitantly responded with a dozen thunderbolts. The old dwarf held up his weapon to defend himself, relying on his incredible strength and fortitude to withstand the barrage of more than 10 abyssal lightning bolts. Needless to say, the dwarf truly possessed great strength. Yet, unfortunately, he was facing the most dreaded demon king of the Chaos Forest. During the barrage of lightning bolts, Zhang Nu had already formed a bolt of hell thunderflame. He then released a wave of dragon fear that swept over the dwarven patriarch at close range. Damn! The dwarf was struck by a wave of trance. He managed to come to his senses swiftly, but suddenly, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him. A bolt of thunderflame was fired towards him. Instantly shattered his hammer and axe. The dwarf patriarch was pierced through his body by a bolt of thumb-thick thunderflame, and was forced to cancel his transformation, screaming in agony as he fell to the ground. How could this be? How could I be defeated? I have the might bestowed by the underground god. The dwarven patriarch's chest was burned through with a fist-sized wound. His bones and internal organs had been carbonized, with flames still burning within him. Such injuries were beyond saving for a dwarf. Zhang Nu simply tossed a ball of dragon flames at him. Instantly, he was burned to charcoal. You've slain demonized dwarven patriarch. Gold plus 750,000. This was a level 4 overlord unit. If possible, Zhang Nu would not have killed him but instead recruited him as a subordinate. Unfortunately, he had assimilated too much of the demonic power and was too deeply corrupted. It would be difficult to restore him to his original state, so it was better to just end his misery. After all, a level 4 overlord could generate a considerable reward. The other dwarves were all showing expressions of shock and fear. They had never thought that their invincible patriarch would be so vulnerable and insignificant before this demon king, and they were still suppressed by the king's sanctum, thus they could not even display half of their usual strength. Zhang Nu summoned the royal guards. 25 infernal warmonger royal guards and 20 infernal mystic royal guards were instantly teleported to his sides. Execute them all. Leave none alive. Zhang Nu issued a cold-blooded command. These demonized and corrupted dwarves were of little value, so instead of forcibly incorporating them, it was better to just initiate a thorough purging and take over Ironheart City while he was at it. Stormbeard, the chief patriarch of the mountains, the city lord of Ironheart, had been the undisputed strongest overlord in the region for decades. He had posed a threat to the Silver Spring City for many years. And he had come close to breaching the city with his powerful warriors several times. But, now, he died. Just like that. Taken down by the Demon King within just a few rounds of battle. The elves of the Silver Spring tribe were bewildered. Even a blind could see the fact that the Demon King had yet to unleash his full strength. And yet, he still managed to effortlessly destroy the dwarven patriarch in his mightiest form with just a flick of his finger. What magnitude of power was this? What terrifying might! Truly unbelievable. Before the elves could recover from their shock and the dwarfs from their fear, the royal guards of the Demon King had already begun to carry out their given orders. The spear of a warmonger guard burned brightly with the hellish fury of the flame demon, increasing its power exponentially. With an astonishing lightning speed, the guard charged forth, and with a single blow, his raging dragon chi pierced through 3 targets. On the other hand, a mystic guard hurled out several lightning hammer, before transforming into a blazing wyvern, enveloped in immense heat, and diving into the crowd of dwarves. You've slain a corrupted dwarven warrior. Gold plus 85. You've slain a corrupted dwarven warrior. Gold plus 85. You've slain a corrupted high dwarven warrior. Gold plus 900. You've slain a corrupted dwarven tribal chief. Gold plus 50,000. The Demon King and his guards, numbering only a few dozen, forced thousands of elite dwarven warriors to retreat and scatter in defeat, unable to muster up any resistance. Even more frightening was the fact that they were trapped within the king's domain. Their attributes were greatly weakened, and many of their skills were sealed off. The dwarves could not even attempt to escape. In this situation, other than having the monarch deactivate the domain themselves, there were only two ways to dispel the king's domain. The first was to defeat the monarch who casted the domain, and the second was to overwrite the domain with an even stronger one. Slaying a monarch within its own domain? Easier said than done. The latter was even more difficult. For hundreds of years, there had been no second monarch-level existence in the entire Chaos Forest. This dreadful existence was beyond the dwarves' understanding. In less than 15 minutes, when Zhang Nu cancelled his domain, the ground was littered with dwarven corpses. More than 3,000 corrupted dwarves were slaughtered. Among them, even the most common dwarven warriors were all level 1 elite, and the proportion of level 2 and 3 elites was not low either. Even the lord units and level 4 elites were not few in number. The total yield was 550,000 gold, plus the 750,000 gold from Stormbeard. This battle earned Zhang Nu a total of 1.3 million gold. He was very pleased. This trip was worth it. Marilyn's injuries have been partially recovered under the treatment of the elves. Facing the dwarven corpses all over the place, the elves finally understood their chieftain. The Demon King was horrifyingly powerful. He definitely had the strength to advance and unify the Chaos Forest. If they resisted and opposed his will, the elves would not end up better than these dwarves. And now, the Demon King has saved Silver Spring City. The young Elven King was also his subordinate. What reason did they have to go against their chieftain? Seeing the ground piled up with dwarven corpses, the young Elven King could not help but frown. It was not because she was a saint and had a sudden conscience of feeling sorry for them. It was because she knew how united the dwarven clan was. Now with their chief patriarch and numerous clan members murdered, would the dwarves leave this grudge unsolved? She was afraid that from now on, it would be difficult for the dwarven forces and the Darkness City to reconcile. After all, although the dwarves were stubborn and possessed a tough temperament, they were not an evil race at their core. It was unexpected that for the sake of the elven tribe, the Demon King had made himself a mortal enemy of the dwarves. Having known the young city lord for so long, it was not difficult to read her simple mind. Zhang Nu comforted her, "There's no need to worry. These dwarves absorbed the power of demon, they had been long corrupted. There is no cure for them. Even if the remaining uncorrupted dwarves find out that we've eliminated these fallen dwarves, they would not blame us. After all, we're helping them get rid of a menace." Hearing this, the young city lord nodded in agreement. She had acute perception and senses. Hence, she too noticed the demon energy in the dwarfs' bodies. How strange. How could these dwarves have such power, she wondered. It's the underground god. The chieftain Marilyn came over, bringing along the elven elders and the high executives. She explained, 200 years ago, a serious mining accident occurred in the dwarven mines, which caused serious injuries and deaths among the dwarves who had lived in the mines for generations. The dwarves have always suspected that this disaster was caused by the elves. So that happened. No wonder the relationship between the elves and the dwarves was so bad. Nancilia pushed the topic, but what about the underground god? Marilyn replied, "This is a mysterious presence that the dwarves discovered deep in the collapsed mine decades after the great mining disaster. Since then, the dwarves have been plagued by madness. We suspect that this so-called underground god is the culprit behind the mining disaster and the corruption of these dwarves. But the dwarves simply don't trust the elves at all and won't listen to any well-intentioned advice. Now not only have they completely succumbed to it, they are even worshipping this false god." The young city lord was incredibly furious. Without a doubt, this false god was the culprit of every tragedy that happened here. At this moment, Marilyn and the elven executives got down on one knee. "Oh great Demon King, we sincerely thank you for saving us. All the elves of the Silver Spring tribe are willing to follow the Elven King and serve under you. 195,321 elves of the Silver Spring tribe have surrendered to you. Except? You've conquered Silver Spring City. You gained exquisite Mythmonite chest X1. The very moment the elves officially submitted, something unexpected happened. Every single Silver Spring elf was enveloped by divine powers. What is going on? I feel the blessings of the gods. This seems to be the power of two deities, the goddess of nature and the goddess of war. We swore allegiance to the Demon King but received the blessings of two goddesses. Does this mean the Demon King is an existence recognized and approved by the goddesses? This was no different than a divine revelation. In that instant, the entire elven tribe fell on their knees in worship. Even the elven elders were deeply appalled. The elves prayed to the goddess of nature every day, and wherever there were elves, there were temples of the goddess. And yet, they rarely received a response from their goddess. And now, just after announcing their allegiance to the Demon King, they were immediately bestowed with blessings from two goddesses. This was a clear indication that the goddess of nature recognized the Demon King and approved of the actions of the Silver Spring tribe. Even the goddess of war, whom the elves never worshipped, was now bestowing blessings upon them. This could only be described as a divine miracle. Xiongnu saw that the loyalty of the elves had skyrocketed just as they had joined. It appeared that not only could temple structures enhance all units indiscriminately, but they could also effectively win over people's hearts. Not bad. Not bad. This saved him a lot of effort. Xiongnu was very satisfied with the result. Silver Spring was such a huge elven tribe, with nearly 200,000 elves. The population was more than Jauntry City. The Silver Spring City was actually quite easily conquered without much trouble or effort. This not only expanded the scope of influence, it could also create amazing value for him in the future. Xiongnu then opened up the reward chest. You opened the Mythmonite treasure chest. You've gained Gold X3, 000, Blueprint, Ancient Elven Sanctuary X1, Level 3 Special Building Upgrade Scroll X1, Life Gem X1000, Water Gem X800, Earth Gem X800. Silver Spring City was a Level 4 Overlord area. The rewards obtained were higher than those of Thousand Fangs City. Not only did Xiongnu receive up to 3 million gold coins, but also a Level 4 building blueprint and a Level 3 special building upgrade scroll. Level 4 buildings were generally of extremely high value. The Ancient Elven Sanctuary should be an auxiliary building that greatly enhances the power of the elves. To Xiongnu, it would be immensely useful. Among all the subjects of the Demon King, the elves had the largest population. If their overall strength could be generally improved, then the entire Demon King's forces would also greatly strengthen. This should be a very good blueprint. In addition to the Level 4 blueprint, the most valuable item in the loot this time was the Level 3 Special Building Upgrade Scroll. Level 3 normal upgrade scrolls were already of extreme value. It would cost at least several 100,000 gold coins to buy them in the Demon King market, and due to their extreme rarity, even if one has the coins, they still might not be able to acquire them. Now, this type of special upgrade scroll was 10 times rarer than the former and was a valuable commodity that was exceedingly difficult to come by. 2 hours later, Nancilia and Marilyn came to him to report the situation. Due to the death of the Dwarven Patriarch, the other attacking Dwarven troops had scattered. However, they would definitely report back to Ironheart City of what happened here. Marilyn was worried. Those insane dwarves will never take this lying down. Their revenge will be even crazier, and they might be mad enough to mobilize the entire tribe. The defense barriers and formations of Silver Spring City have already been destroyed. Under these circumstances, it would be impossible for us to hold them back. Nancilia immediately suggested, Your Majesty, I think all the elves of the Silver Spring tribe should be moved to Jauntry City to avoid further conflict with the dwarves. Xiongnu, however, replied, The relocation is not urgent, and you don't have to worry about the threat of the dwarves anymore. Nancilia asked in confusion, why? I came here specifically to solve the problem with the dwarves. It won't take too much effort anyway, Zhang uttered. Upon hearing the Demon King's words, the two elves were deeply shocked. They could not believe that the Demon King was so nonchalant about such a big matter. What did he mean by "it won't take too much effort"? The tribes of the mountains aren't easy to deal with. Marilyn urgently spoke up. This large tribe is composed of dozens of dwarf tribes, with tens of thousands of dwarf warriors. Furthermore, Ironheart City's defenses are immensely robust. It would be very difficult to break through from the outside. Marilyn did not doubt the Demon King's might. But she knew that dealing with dwarves with just brute strength alone was far from enough. Even with the help of the elves, the best outcome would only be a Pyrrhic victory where both sides suffer heavy losses. However, these words did not reach him. The Demon King was resolute. Whether it was Ironheart City or the Dwarven Mountain tribe, they had to be conquered. This was a massive, level 4 overlord settlement area with the scale of at least a population of 300,000 to 400,000. If he could take this place down, he could not only eliminate a hidden danger, but also gain astonishing rewards. Don't worry. We don't have to fight the tens of thousands of dwarven warriors head-on. Zhang explained, as long as we eliminate the source of the demon power, the demonic power in the bodies of these frenzied dwarves will go out of control. Upon hearing this, Nancilia immediately understood. Your Majesty wants to challenge the underground god. The Endless Mountains. This was a large mountainous area in the eastern part of the Chaos Forest. It was also one of the forbidden areas in which the majority of the races dare not approach. In addition to the treacherous terrain and the vigorous activities of magical beasts in this area, the primary reason was the dwarves who had lived here since ancient times. Although the appearance of the dwarves might seem stubby, their combat prowess was even more incredible than that of an orc. Ironbeard. He was one of the 16 chieftains of the Mountain Clan. The current patriarch, Stormbeard, who was also the lord of Ironheart City, was his great-grandfather. Supposedly, becoming one of the chieftains at a young age, as well as his identity as the great-grandson of Ironheart City's lord, should have earned Ironbeard a high status in the city. However, the truth was quite the opposite. Not only had Ironbeard not returned to the city for 2 years, he was a wanted individual in Ironheart City. Every day he was hunted by his former clansmen and had to lead his tribal brethren to hide like rats. At this moment, Ironbeard and a dozen of his loyal followers were being entrapped in a valley by hundreds of dwarves. Ironbeard's armor had been shattered, the battle axe in his hand had also been chipped and worn out, not to mention he had more than 20 injuries on him. He was already at the end of his rope. The leader of the pursuing dwarves questioned him in a loud voice. Ironbeard. You were a son of the mountains. The descendant of the great patriarch, Stormbeard. Why did you betray your clan? Your people? Why did you become a disgraced deserter? Ironbeard furiously retorted, the true betrayer is Stormbeard. He forced our people to drink the blood of a false god, leading the tribe down a path of no return. The dwarven leader angrily shouted, the strength and prosperity of Ironheart City come from the blessings of the underground god. Daring to blaspheme against the great underground god is a capital crime. The other corrupted dwarves joined in, shouting. That's right. Where is our traitor brethren's hideout? Tell us now, and perhaps your sins can be alleviated. Dream on. Ironbeard, defiant to the end, said, my tribal brethren are safe and sound. You will never find out where they are. Damn it. Kill him. Death to all traitors. The two groups of dwarves immediately clashed. Ironbeard was one of the 16 dwarven chieftains for a reason, he was incredibly powerful. But he was also very weakened at this moment. After a dozen rounds, Ironbeard managed to cut down tens of enemies in a row. But he was then cleaved down by the axe of the dwarven pursuer's leader. He sneered at the dying Ironbeard, this is the consequence of refusing the blessing of the underworld god. If you had the power of the underworld god like me, I wouldn't have stood a chance against you as a chieftain. Chieftain. Ironbeard's subordinates became desperate. Humph. Do it then. If I ever blink before the face of death, then I'm a coward. Ironbeard gritted his teeth and roared out stubbornly, even if I die, I won't become a puppet of a false god. Then I'll execute you on behalf of Ironheart City. The dwarven leader raised his axe, ready to give the unrepentant dwarf chieftain a final blow. But at that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck the dwarf's head, instantly blowing it into smithereens. What is the meaning of this? Ironbeard had indeed not blinked. He witnessed the scene with an incredulous expression. It was not just the dwarven leader, but all of the pursuing dwarves had their heads exploded by the lightning bolts. And yet none of the Ironbeard's subordinates died. Ironbeard was in disbelief and was somewhat bewildered. These dwarven pursuers were not weak, so what kind of terrifying power slaughtered them all within a blink of an eye? What was even more appalling was that this power could identify and strike its targets accurately, allowing Ironbeard and his subordinates to survive unscathed. Such precise judgment and control, very few people in the Chaos Forest could achieve it. May I ask which benevolent one came to my rescue? Ironbeard was grateful and could not help but feel a sense of awe. The strength of this mighty savior might even rival Stormbeard. Just then, 3 figures appeared before him. The Demon King emerged with his 2 elven subordinates, one of whom was a tall, golden-haired elven lady, who then exclaimed, "Survivors? Let me take care of them for His Majesty." As she spoke, she raised her bow. Ironbeard recognized her and was astonished. This elf was Marilyn, the chieftain of Silver Spring Tribe. She was a powerful figure capable of contending with Stormbeard. Why would she appear in this place? And her bow was already aimed at him? Not to mention his current state of being severely wounded. Even in his prime, Ironbeard would not be able to last 10 rounds against this powerful elven chieftain. Stop. The young elven king stepped forth to stop her. These dwarves are different. I didn't sense any demonic power from them. Having that said, she came closer to Ironbeard and casted a healing spell. Ironbeard could feel all the wounds on his body rapidly healing, and the injuries he had sustained over a dozen of days had greatly recovered in the blink of an eye. The young elf's healing magic. It was unbelievable how potent it could be. Her strength was probably not inferior to that of the Silver Spring Tribe chieftain. However, 2 such powerful elves. They appeared by the Draconian side as followers and had addressed this Draconian as Your Majesty. How terrifying of an individual was this Draconian? Harnessing lightning bolts to massacre the dwarven pursuers in seconds. It was probably the handiwork of this Draconian. I didn't think there were actually normal dwarves. The Demon King calmly asked, "How many untainted dwarfs like you are left in the Endless Mountains?" Upon hearing this question, Ironbeard perked up with vigilance. Ironbeard, you don't need to worry or conceal anything, because as long as it's something I desire to know or investigate, there's no one who can hide it from me. Being called out by his name, it was shocking to Ironbeard. This Draconian was really unfathomable. He hesitated slightly and answered, "Out of the 16 mountain tribes, only 2 or 3 tribes have consistently refused to drink the blood of the false god. These dwarves have been constantly persecuted in recent years and can now only live their lives hiding in the mountains. I'm not sure how many are left." The dwarves remained wary. But for the Demon King, this piece of information was enough. "So do you want to save your people?" Ironbeard was stunned for a moment. "Of course, as long as I can save the dwarves, my people, I'm willing to pay any price." "Good, I'll give you a chance. As long as you're willing to serve and follow me, I'll help you eliminate the underground god. Once the underground god is killed, all the dwarves who were demonized will be eradicated." Hearing this, Ironbeard couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "You want to challenge the underground god? That's impossible to achieve. We've had people try before, but no matter how many people went, they all end up failing. Nancilia spoke up at this point. Humph, you don't have an understanding of His Majesty. His Majesty can even square up with evil gods, let alone a demon disguised as a deity? That's right. We're not afraid to let you know. Your great patriarch, Stormbeard, is already dead. His Majesty decimated him with just one finger. Marilyn continued, the elves of our Silver Spring tribe have already followed the Demon King. Now, in the entirety of the Chaos Forest, only His Majesty has the capability to save the dwarves. What? Stormbeard died? This crazy old dwarf. He was the city lord of Ironheart City for nearly 100 years. He actually died like this? Died at the hands of a demon king. Ironbeard decisively declared, very well, as long as we can eliminate the underground god, as long as we can take back Ironheart City, we are willing to pay the price of submission and loyalty for generations. At this point, was there any other choice? The dwarves of the Mountain Clan were facing a crisis. This dragon demon king, with unfathomable strength, and these two elven powerhouses, might be the only hope to save the Mountain Clan. Otherwise, under the crazy pursuit of the corrupted dwarves, their remaining untainted sparks would be extinguished. Zhang Nu was very satisfied with this result. He initially thought that the whole Ironheart City would have to be purged, but now it seemed that some could still be left alive. This was great news. The dwarves were not only impressive warriors. They were also prominent for their incredible forging and smithing skills. Owning a fine weapon forged by dwarves was the dream of countless warriors. If the Demon King could recruit a group of dwarves, even if it was only 3,000 or 5,000 in number, the value creation would definitely exceed expectations. Most importantly, this would not delay any of his plans. Even without Ironbeard and these dwarves, Zhang Nu was still going to deal with the underground god. Having Ironbeard joining in the operation would be beneficial. Zhang Nu soon arrived in front of Ironheart City. Ironheart City could not be seen from the outside. This city was located in the center of the Endless Mountains, and the entire city was built atop of a large mine leading into the underground. It could be said that this was a city within the mountain. It was also an underground city. When Zhang Nu was standing before the towering mountains in front of him, he was immediately shown the hidden information prompt. Ironheart City, Level 5 Overlord Area. Description: this is a forest city established by the 16 major dwarven tribes in the mountains. It is hidden under the Endless Mountains, and only dwarves can find a way to enter. However, this dwarf city with a history of thousands of years is now shrouded in an unprecedented crisis. A terrifying monster from ancient times has taken control of it, and almost the entire dwarf race is under its control. Seeing this, the Demon King was a little surprised. Because the strongest warrior, the Patriarch and the Lord of Ironheart City, Stormbeard, only had the strength of a level 4 overlord. But according to the information prompt, Ironheart City was a level 5 overlord area. This indicated that the strongest being in this city had already reached the strength of a level 5 overlord. Moreover, unlike the Eye of the Evil God in the Sealed Land, which was weakened to the extreme, this level 5 overlord had been recuperating for nearly 200 years since awakening from its seal, which might be a little more difficult to deal with than the Eye of the Evil God. Although the difficulty was slightly higher, it was still well within his challenge range. Nancilia was a little nervous. The corrupted dwarves are all over the city. How are we going to get in? There were too many dwarves. It was impossible to slaughter one's way in. Zhang Nu was prepared to use stealth infiltration methods to get in. Ironbeard suddenly spoke up. Ironheart City has been established for more than 2,000 years. There are various barriers and defenses, and it is almost impossible to break in. However, in the past 2,000 years, over 100 secret passages have been secretly built, among which one can bypass the city area and directly lead to the lowest level of the mine. The false god is hiding there. Zhang Nu was very pleased with Ironbeard's contribution to this information. Although he also noticed the secret passages through the information prompt of Ironheart City, he did not have the patience to look over them one by one. The group immediately took action. This secret passage was very confidential. Only the high-ranking dwarfs knew about it. The guards along the way were few. The Demon King did not even need to take action. The elves and dwarves could easily take them down. A few hours later, with almost no effort spent, the Demon King and his subordinates quietly arrived at the lowest level of the Ironheart mine. Ads by Pub Future. In the present moment, the news of the city lord's death spread like wildfire. The dwarves of Ironheart City were collectively furious. A massive army of dwarves were quickly assembled. Marilyn was alarmed. Damn. The dwarves are on the move. The dwarves were unexpectedly swift on their mobilization. Tens of thousands of dwarves. If they launched a retaliatory attack in full force, it was nigh impossible for the Silver Spring City to survive the full brunt of the assault. The 200,000 elven residents would be slaughtered by the angry dwarves. Nancilia reassured her, "Worry not, Marilyn. His Majesty will intervene and all the difficulties will be resolved." Marilyn's concern was not without reasons. The elven chieftain had just been admitted under the Demon King's command. She could not fully trust and depend on the Demon King like the young elven king. What if the underground god was too powerful or too tough to deal with, and the Demon King was unable to vanquish it? And what if the Demon King successfully vanquished the underground god, but the demonized dwarves did not die off as expected? If any part of this plan went wrong, the elves of the Silver Spring tribe would be endangered. Zhongnu did not attempt to explain nor convince them. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. He had the confidence to do so, because of his ability to obtain information. This cheat-like ability had never failed him. "We're here," Ironbeard called out. A magnificent temple appeared before them. Temple of the Blood God. Description: this is a temple built by the corrupted dwarves, in which a powerful ancient blood demon lurks. An ancient blood demon? So it really was a demon? Marilyn could sense a disturbing power in the surroundings and a strong and nauseating stench of blood permeating in the air. She took a few glances and observed, there are many guards, both inside and outside the temple. Ironbeard pointed out, these are not ordinary dwarves. They were handpicked by the false god as its divine servants. The demonic power within them is much stronger than that of their ordinary brethren. Zhongnu quickly scanned the information prompt. Blood Fiend, Level 4 Elite. Description: once the finest warriors of Ironheart City, their mad craving for the corrupted blood turned them into mindless puppets. They are now completely under control of the blood demon and can be resurrected by it. They are exceedingly difficult to be thoroughly killed, but they can be sealed by ice magic. The ancient blood demon had a routine to control the dwarves. It would first give the dwarves a taste of its benefits, such as healing diseases, recovering injuries, or increasing strength with blood consumption. As long as the dwarves accepted the blood, they would unknowingly become addicted to it. From then on, the dwarves would become obsessed with the blood like a junkie, unable to extricate themselves from it. Over time, their minds would be corroded, and their thinking and mental states would be distorted. They would develop a fanatical fervor for the blood demon, and even worship it as a god. In the end, they would become puppets, through and through. Just like the Walking Dead in front of them. Zhongnu began to assign tasks. You guys will deal with these divine servants, and delay the reinforcements. I will go in and eliminate this false god as quickly as possible. Understood. Then let's move. The group swiftly rushed towards the temple. Who are you? How dare you trespass on sacred grounds? Or are you here to die? A dozen divine servants standing guard outside were alarmed by the intruders. They all let out a low growl, their skin was torn, and they transformed into a demon-like monster with a stature of 5 meters tall, a beefy physique and gnarly horns on their head. Marilyn blasted one of the divine servants into smithereens with a single shot from her bow. Peculiarly, these meaty smithereens melted into pus and blood, turned into a trickle, and finally reformed into a divine servant again, and it started rushing towards them once more. This is strange, why can't we kill them? No, this is the work of the blood demon. It's reviving them at the moment of their death. Zhang Nu said indifferently, with the false god alive, they are nearly invincible, but they can be sealed with ice elemental attacks. Then let me handle them. Spirit of the ice, I summon thee. Nancilia activated her elemental covenant, summoning an ice elemental overlord. Immediately, a chilling stream shrouded the divine servants, freezing them in place one by one. Within a blink of an eye, the dozen divine servants were frozen into icy statues. The young elven king exclaimed in surprise, "Your Majesty, their weakness is indeed ice magic. Any attack with enough ice attribute energy can seal them frozen." These creatures. They were definitely one of a kind. How did the Demon King manage to see through their weakness at a glance? Truly unbelievable. Let's not waste any more time. This place will soon be surrounded. Head inside and occupy the temple first. Zhang Nu led his 3 subordinates straight into the temple. There were still over 100 divine servants stationed inside, all of them top-tier level 4 elite warriors. However, they were easily suppressed by the magic of the Elven King and her ice elemental overlord. Just then, the alarm was sounded. Hundreds and even thousands of dwarfs madly rushed in from all directions. "I'll leave this to you. Hold back these dwarves and buy me some time." Zhang Nu immediately summoned his royal guards. The 20 mystic royal guards immediately activated their mystic dragon barrier, and a protective dome with the strength comparable to a city's defense barrier was erected. The dome instantly enveloped the entire temple, blocking the hundreds of thousands of dwarfs outside. Nancilia and Marilyn were both level 4 overlords, along with dozens of level 4 Lord Royal Guards. They should be able to hold on for a long while. Zhang Nu entered a cave deep within the temple. "You are suffering from psychic erosion. HP -14. You are suffering from psychic erosion. HP -11. You are suffering from psychic erosion. HP -17. After entering the cave, Zhang Nu found that the space inside was much larger than he had imagined. And when he reached the end of the cave, his field of vision suddenly opened up several hundred times, revealing a huge and gooey lake of blood. This lake was the source of the psychic erosion. Ancient extraterrestrial blood demon, level 5 overlord. HP 20,000, MP 15,000. Skills: Soul Transfer Ritual, A rank, Blood Demon Incarnation, A rank, Blood Temptation, A rank, Blood Boiling Rage, B rank, Dissolving Ocean, B rank, etc. Description: This is a mysterious blood demon not of this land. It arrived in the Endless Mountains with a meteorite in ancient times. It woke up during the Ironheart mining disaster 200 years ago after absorbing enough souls. It has now absorbed hundreds of thousands of souls and possesses almost unbeatable power. Ancient extraterrestrial blood demon? So it really was a demon after all. Zhang Nu was curious about the origin of this ancient demon. According to its description, it came from beyond these lands, and yet it was not categorized as a foreign evil god, indicating that the so-called outer space still belonged to this world. Truth be told, Zhang Nu possessed very limited knowledge regarding this world. This world seemed to have numerous independent spaces and dimensions, separated from each other. Other than the vast continent beyond, there was the chaotic underground world, the mysterious abyssal dimension, and the homeland of this extraterrestrial blood demon, the outer space. As for whether there are other spaces, Zhang Nu had no way of knowing for now. In any case, this world was even more exciting than he imagined. His view of the world was extremely limited as he was currently confined in this small chaos forest. He must speed up his pace and step out into the vast world as soon as possible. "You are mighty, but still not powerful enough. Do you desire more power?" A tempting voice echoed from the blood lake. "Consume my blood, it will unlock your full potential. You shall gain a power 100 times stronger than what you possess right now. You are under the effect of blood temptation. Your wolf stat will decrease by 10% for 10 seconds. Come. Feast on my blood. This is your deserving reward for finding your way here." Zhang Nu chuckled and took a step into the blood lake. The stinking pus and blood were churning around him, with countless faces of people floating onto the surface. Each and every single face here was a soul devoured by the blood demon. Even in death, they could not find peace nor release. These victims of the demon would forever be imprisoned in the sea of blood. The blood tried to engulf Xiangnu. But as it approached him, a powerful force enveloped the space within several hundred meters, suppressing the blood within its effective radius. The tempting voice, constantly emanating from the blood lake, was weakened by more than 90%. Monarch's domain? That's impossible. How could you have a monarch's domain? The voice from the blood lake revealed a hint of anxiety and unease. Xiangnu suppressed the blood lake with his domain and immediately formed a bolt of thunder flame to strike at the center of the lake. In the center of the blood lake, there laid a huge meteorite-like crystal. The whole lake was merely an incarnation. This extraterrestrial meteorite was the core of the blood demon. Attacking the lake would not threaten the blood demon at all. Only by damaging the core would the ancient demon be harmed. -899. The meteorite core of the blood demon cracked under the strike of the thunderflame bolt. Argrg! How dare you injure me? I will imprison your soul and repay you with unimaginable torture until the end of time. One after another, blood corpses were summoned out of the blood lake. These blood corpses shambled towards Xiangnu and exploded. You have suffered an attack from the blood demon incarnation, -88 HP. You have suffered an attack from the blood demon incarnation, -95 HP. You have suffered an attack from the blood demon incarnation, -91 HP. The ancient blood demon really was something. Xiangnu had rarely ever suffered such high damage since he descended unto this world. It seemed like these blood demon incarnations could be summoned endlessly. If there were enough of them, even Xiangnu, as powerful as he was, would be slightly threatened. However, the damage dealt by these blood demon incarnations was necrotic damage. And since that was the case, Xiangnu activated the Eye of Death. A crimson vertical eye awakened and opened on his forehead. You have been attacked by the blood demon incarnation, HP +50, MP +50, all stats +1 for 10 seconds. You have been attacked by the blood demon incarnation, HP +50, MP +50, all stats +1 for 10 seconds. You have been attacked by the blood demon incarnation, HP +50, MP +50, all stats +1 for 10 seconds. Xiangnu was surprised to find that after activating the Eye of Death, not only was he immune to all necrotic damage, he also gained a necrotic energy absorbing effect. After sending out a barrage of blood corpses for a while, the ancient blood demon noticed that something was amiss, and felt the corrosion aura of an evil god. The might of an evil god. Who the hell are you? Xiangnu ignored his question and continued to hurl out thunderflame bolts, causing constant damage to the ancient blood demon, whose HP was rapidly decreasing. The outcome of this battle was already determined. The ancient blood demon could not hold back his anger anymore. It exclaimed, I don't care who you are, but we have no grievances or grudges. It is not necessary for us to fight to the death. If you're willing to retreat, I can pretend that nothing has happened between us. Xiangnu laughed, you just declared you wanted to torture my soul day and night, and now as soon as you fall into disadvantage, you immediately want to settle things peacefully. Do you really think there's such convenience in this world? Upon hearing these words, the blood demon was once again enraged. Do you think you alone can threaten me? Xiangnu resumed to strike at the core. After several attacks, the blood demon only had a quarter of its total HP left. At this rate, the blood demon would soon be vanquished. However, suddenly, the blood lake began to boil. Countless souls evaporated in their own screams. The souls were converted into life force and seeped into the blood demon's core, restoring the cracks on the meteorite at an astonishing speed. HP +1000. HP +1000. HP +1000. Each soul could restore 1000 HP to the blood demon's core, and within just a second, the creature was restored to full health. The ancient blood demon said, "For 200 years, I have collected hundreds of thousands of souls. I am immortal. Your strength is useless against me. There's nothing you can do." It turned out that the most powerful aspect of this ancient blood demon was its recovery ability. Such terrifying recovery ability and its almost unlimited blood bag reserve made him invincible. Zhang Nu coldly sneered at it, "Is that so?" As he spoke, an invisible force enveloped the blood demon. Time control. The flow of time was slowed down by a factor of 10. Under normal circumstances, the blood demon could recover from near death to full strength in under a second, but now it would take 10 full seconds to achieve the same effect. In other words, Zhang Nu used his time manipulation ability to weaken the blood demon's recovery ability to 1/10 its original strength. The power of time? This is impossible. How could a mere mortal like you wield such a tremendous power? The ancient blood demon exclaimed. Zhang Nu launched a barrage of attacks towards the core, and the ancient blood demon's HP dropped to less than 1/3 of its total pool. He did not want the ancient blood demon to pull off any more tricks. Thus, he gathered the power unto his eye of death and unleashed Death Stare. "No! Stop!" The ancient blood demon cried out in agony. Under the terrible might of an evil god, his HP pool hit the bottom. The core bursted into pieces. "You've slain the ancient extraterrestrial blood demon. Gold plus 2,100,000. Temple of the Blood God." Nancilia, Marilyn and Ironbeard were holding back the frantic onslaught of the corrupted dwarfs pouring in from every direction. There were just way too many of them. For these fallen dwarves, the Temple of the Blood God was a sacred site of utmost importance. These corrupted and crazed dwarves had become too dependent on the foul blood that without the supply from the Temple of the Blood God, they could not even sustain their own survival. Which was exactly why whoever dared to touch the Temple of the Blood God was a dire threat to the roots of these dwarves' lives. Under these circumstances, it would be bizarre if the dwarves did not go crazy. Marilyn had been battling dwarves for many years, but even she had never seen such mad dwarves and was deeply shaken. These corrupted dwarves were ruthlessly charging and throwing themselves towards them without a hint of fear or doubt. The mystic dragon barrier would not be able to hold against these suicidal dwarves for more than a few minutes. However, just as the group was ready to endure the full brunt of the assault, an unexpected scene occurred before them. Arg! Arg! Ah! The corrupted dwarves were all screaming in agony simultaneously. One by one, they fell to the ground in pain, their body convulsing. Their corrupted blood was boiling away uncontrollably, and the energy it was releasing ultimately blew them into pieces. In a blink of an eye, the several thousands of dwarves surrounding the temple perished. Only foul pools of flesh and blood remained. What just happened? This must be the doing of His Majesty. His Majesty has succeeded. He defeated the underground god. Marilyn and Ironbeard were awestruck. They had only defended the temple for less than 5 minutes, and already the battle below was won? This was simply outrageous. Although they did not face the false god themselves, but they could all sense the terrifying power emanating from below the temple of the blood god, which was enough to bring them a suffocating sense of oppression. This false god had been entrenched in Ironheart City for nearly 200 years, manipulating and controlling hundreds of thousands of dwarves. This was not a feat in which ordinary monsters and demons could ever achieve. Hence, one could imagine how powerful this false god was. The few of them were actually mentally prepared to hold out for an hour, or even longer, to buy enough time and space for the Demon King. Half a minute passed, the majestic figure of the Demon King emerged from the underground of the temple and landed before them, seemingly unscathed. "Your Majesty! Have you completely defeated it?" Zhang Nu nodded. It was an extraterrestrial blood demon that hailed from ancient times. Its life form and abilities were unique and peculiar. Fortunately, it was not invincible. After experiencing this battle, Zhang Nu had a thought. even though the Blood Demon and the Eye of the Evil God were both level 5 overlords. The former adversary presented much less of a threat compared to the latter. Nonetheless, the Blood Demon was much more difficult to deal with. The reason being its recovery ability was way too abnormal. As long as it was not instantly eradicated, it could immediately recover to full health in a blink of an eye. Even other monarchs would face incredible difficulty taking it down completely. Zhang Nu used time control to slow down the flow of time, thus significantly impaired the recovery speed of the Blood Demon, and finally finished it off with Thunderflame bolts and Death Stare. This battle remained a cakewalk for Zhang Nu due to the ability's suppression. The Eye of Death, once activated, could exempt and absorb all necrotic damage, while the time control could greatly lower the rate of its recovery speed. Under these circumstances, the defeat of the Blood Demon was certain. After vanquishing the Blood Demon, Zhang Nu obtained 2.1 million gold. But compared to the rewards he would receive next, this amount of gold was insignificant. Since the Blood Demon was the one that infused the dwarfs of Ironheart City with its demon blood. When Zhang Nu killed the demon, the deaths of the dwarves, caused by the uncontrollable demon blood, were all attributed to Zhang Nu. The scale was appalling. He took a glance. He was stupefied. You've slain a demonized dwarf. Gold plus 10. You've slain a demonized dwarf. Gold plus 10. You've slain a demonized dwarven warrior. Gold plus 85. You've slain a demonized dwarven warrior. Gold plus 85. You've slain a demonized high dwarven warrior. Gold plus 900. You've slain a demonized dwarven chieftain. Gold plus 50,000. Countless records flashed before his eyes. It was impossible to keep up even for him. After tallying up the total number of kills, it was around 273,500. The elite dwarven units made up a significant proportion of the kills. This massive harvest yielded a staggering 16.5 million gold. This sudden income of such magnitude completely stunned Zhang Nu. Not even he possessed this much gold before. Although it was a pity that over 270,000 dwarves had instantly perished like that, however, in exchange, the massive amount of gold gained was very pleasing to Zhang Nu. In other words, this was a huge win. At the same time, another prompt appeared. You've conquered Ironheart City. You've gained Shining Mythmonite Chest X1. Zhang Nu was once again exhilarated. Ironheart City was home to a level 5 overlord, several level 4 overlords, dozens of level 3 overlords, as well as countless elite units. So in comparison to the treasure chest in the sealed land of the Jontree Forest, which was also a level 5 overlord area, the reward chest of this city was much better. A shining Mythmonite treasure chest. It was the highest quality Mythmonite chest. Without any hesitation, Zhang Nu immediately opened up the treasure chest. You opened the Mythmonite treasure chest. You've gained gold X5,000,000, blueprint, Soul Altar X1, blueprint, Dwarven Castle X1, Holy Grail of Blood X1, Life Gem X1000, Dark Gem X1000. Another 5 million gold. This trip to Ironheart had earned a total of 23.6 million gold. Zhang Nu had somewhat expected the gold yield would be high, but not this ludicrous amount. In addition to this, 2 blueprints were obtained from the chest. Soul Altar, Level 5 Blueprint. Costs gold X5,000,000, Life Gem X2000, Dark Gem X2000. You may summon an Altar of Souls in your territory. Dwarven Castle, Level 4 Blueprint. Costs gold X450,000, Life Gem X300, Fire Gem X150, Earth Gem X150, Light Gem X100. You may summon a Dwarven Castle in your territory. Both blueprints were of exceptionally high quality, particularly the Soul Altar blueprint. It was a level 5 blueprint. As of now, Zhang Nu did not have any level 5 buildings within his own territory. Although he had never seen nor heard of such a structure, he believed that its function would not disappoint him. The Soul Altar was a type of altar building. Except for the Demon King altar, the Darkness City only had the Altar of Inferno. According to Zhang Nu's understanding of altar buildings, this type of building had the ability to upgrade and strengthen oneself or its affiliated units. The Flame Altar was a level 4 altar that was already capable of strengthening elite units to become Lord units. The rarity and tier level of the Soul Altar were both above that of the Altar of Inferno. Zhang Nu believed that the Soul Altar's functionality would definitely be superior to that of the Altar of Inferno. The other blueprint, the Dwarven Castle, was a level 4 Baroque-type building. As a level 4 Baroque-type building, the blueprint was very rare and valuable by itself. After this great disaster, the population of Ironheart City had declined substantially. It was time to replenish the population. In addition to the 2 blueprints, Zhang Nu also obtained equipment this time, which was quite surprising to him. Heroes' reward boxes were more likely to contain equipment, while Demon King's reward boxes rarely contain equipment, skill stones, or other consumables. Zhang Nu took a look at the properties of the equipment. Holy Grail of Blood, Orange, Quality Special Equipment. Spend 1000 MP to summon a cup of blood wine. Whoever consumes the blood wine, their life and death will be in the hands of the owner of the grail. The effect will only be effective against targets of up to level 5. What incredible equipment! The Holy Grail of Blood was akin to an unlimited use advanced contract. With it, Zhang Nu could summon blood wine to control the targets that require monitoring. If the target showed any betrayal or unfavorable behavior, they could be killed in minutes. It was effective for targets up to level 5. Although it was an equipment, its effect was quite practical. Zhang Nu was very satisfied with this gain. Zhang Nu then began a series of aftermath work. First, he found that not all of the dwarves who drank the false god's blood had died. Some of them were only severely injured and barely surviving due to only the minuscule amount of demon blood existing in their veins. Although the demon blood combustion process could cause significant damage to their bodies, it was not enough to kill these sturdy people, only leaving them severely injured. After a rough tallying and estimation, there were nearly 20,000 of these dwarves. With the demon blood in their bodies extinguished, their crazed thirst for blood, as well as their fanatical worshipping of the blood demon, vanished alongside it. The surviving dwarves all returned to normal. In other words, these dwarves could be saved. Moreover, according to Ironbeard, there are still about 30 to 40,000 dwarves who fled the city due to their refusal to intake the false god's blood. Altogether, Zhang Nu could recruit about 50,000 dwarves. This number was surprisingly more than what Zhang Nu had expected, not to mention that he also obtained a level 4 dwarven barracks building, which could provide a large population for Ironheart City. As for the materials needed for the dwarven castle, it was very affordable for Zhang Nu at the moment. Zhang Nu directly built the dwarven castle within Ironheart City, in order to completely occupy this place and rebuild the dwarven city. You've built the dwarven castle. You've unlocked the ability to summon dwarven units. You've gained a new summonable population, Dwarven Blacksmith plus 25,000, Dwarven Warrior plus 25,000, High Dwarven Blacksmith plus 5,000, High Dwarven Warrior plus 5,000, Dwarven Forge Master plus 1,000, Dwarven Super Warrior plus 1,000, Dwarven War Elder plus 100, Dwarven Chieftain plus 5, Dwarven Overlord plus 1. As expected from a level 4 Baroque building, this would increase the dwarven population by over 60,000. Not only were there dwarven combat units, but also a large number of dwarven production units. Zhang Nu scanned the price list. Dwarven Blacksmith, level 1 normal, costs 80 gold. High Dwarven Blacksmith, level 2 normal, costs 800 gold. Dwarven Forge Master, level 3 normal, costs 8,000 gold. Dwarven Warrior, level 1 elite, costs 85 gold. High Dwarven Warrior, level 2 elite, costs 850 gold. Dwarven Super Warrior, level 3 elite, costs 8,500 gold. Dwarven War Elder, level 4 elite, costs 30,000 gold. Dwarven Chieftain, Level 4 Lord, costs 200,000 gold coins, plus 100 fire gems. Dwarven City Lord, Level 4 Overlord, costs 1,500,000 gold, plus 1 Level 4 Hero's Soul plus 500 life gems. The prices for the Dwarven units were not cheap at all. However, their capabilities were simply outstanding. Even the combat-oriented dwarves had excellent craftsmanship. Not to mention the dwarves specialized in production. Each one of them was a top-notch craftsman. If one were to compare the Draconian Master Craftsmen to the Dwarven Forge Masters, Draconian Master Craftsmen were more versatile. They had mastery over enhancement, repairment, enchantment, forging, and construction, with construction being the strongest field. Dwarven Forge Masters might not excel in any other fields, but their skills and talents in forging were the best of the best. With Ironheart City and Dwarven Castle, the manufacturing capacity, especially in the forging field, would soar tremendously. It would be more sufficient to forge equipment of utmost quality among the other demon kings. Zhang Nu continued to browse through his player logs. He was particularly surprised to find that among the dwarves who collectively combusted in Ironheart City, there were 1 to 200 heroes among them. All of whom were level 2 or 3. None of them were level 4. These heroes were killed by the demon blood within their bodies before they even get a chance to face the demon king. Regarding this unexpected yield, Zhang Nu was both amused and exasperated. When these heroes descended upon Ironheart City, they could not have been oblivious of the abnormality in their bodies. For heroes, as long as they completed one level up, they could eliminate most of the abnormal statuses, as well as disabilities, and thus resolve the demon blood within their veins. However, they did not even attempt to correct their corrupted state in time. Instead, they continued to use foul blood to enhance their strength. In the end, they met their demise. No wonder they were all a bunch of weaklings. The very next day, Ironbeard set out with his subordinates. He was going to recall and bring back the fled dwarves. Although the dwarves would return one after another in the next few days, the population of Ironheart City was still too decimated to undertake reconstruction work. To solve the population problem, the Demon King replenished nearly 20,000 people for Ironheart City through the dwarf castle, including 10,000 dwarven blacksmiths, 5,000 high dwarven blacksmith, 100 dwarven forge master, 4,000 dwarven warriors, and an additional dwarven city lord. Truth be told, Zhang Nu was very hesitant about whether or not to summon the city lord. The cost of summoning a dwarven city lord was too high. It required 1.5 million gold, a level 4 soul and 500 life gems. The strength of a level 4 overlord was undoubtedly useful. However, Zhang Nu already had many subordinates with this level of power. It seemed a bit wasteful to pay such a high cost just to add a simple high-end combat power. But in the end, the Demon King still decided to summon him. What allowed Zhang Nu to make up his mind was not the incredible combat prowess of a level 4 overlord. The Dwarven City Lord was an extraordinarily powerful combat unit, but more importantly, he was a top-notch master blacksmith, whose skills far exceeded those of the recruited master blacksmiths. Suffice to say, amongst the entire dwarf population and across the entire continent, the Dwarven City Lord would still be a peerless blacksmith. And so, the Dwarven City Lord was summoned. He was a middle-aged dwarf of about the same age as Stormbeard. Although he was quite old, his physical condition was at its peak, and he had a much more stable and composed character and a wise mind than the average dwarf. To facilitate commanding and ordering him, Zhang Nu needed to come up with a name for him. And Zhang Nu did not like fancy names. He took a look at the Dwarven City Lord in front of him and was immediately attracted by the most prominent feature of the dwarf: the weapon held by the Dwarven City Lord. It was a huge iron hammer. The hammerhead was as huge as a truck wheel. The dwarf was only 1 meter and 45 centimeters tall, yet he was carrying such a massive iron hammer on him. It looked very bizarre and eye-catching. "From now on, your name will be Zhang Dachui." "Dachui, what a great name. It suits me. Thank you for bestowing the name to me, my master." The dwarven city lord laughed heartily. He was very satisfied with this name. Zhang Nu then checked the stats of Dachui. Dwarven City Lord, Zhang Dachui, Level 4 Overlord. Skills, Divine Avatar, A rank, Hammer of Destruction, A rank, Tempest Hammer, B rank, Iron Bones, B rank, etc. Description: this is a one in a million existence among the dwarven race. Not only is he a powerful warrior, an outstanding forge master, but also a magnificent and wise dwarven leader. Not bad. The exorbitant price seemed reasonable now. Zhang Dachui's strength was at the level of a level 4 overlord, about the middle tier amongst other overlord peers, enough to become a competent subordinate. He could also take the position as the new owner of Ironheart City, commanding the entire dwarven race on behalf of Zhang Nu. Next, Zhang Nu ordered the dwarves to open the treasury of Ironheart City. The Ironheart City Treasure Vault. There were 3 in total. Each and every one of them was massive. The first vault was the resources treasury, mainly storing the dwarfs' gold, jewelry, crafts, luxury goods, and various daily necessities. The amount of gold stored within was staggering. There were an outrageous amount of gold bricks, all of them were the size of a slab. They were all stacked up into a huge golden wall. Zhang Nu reached out and instantly received a prompt. Gold discovered. Would you like to convert? Without hesitation, Zhang Nu immediately proceeded with the conversion, and the golden wall before him disappeared into thin air in an instant, followed by a new prompt. Gold successfully converted. Gold plus 6 million-ish? That was a whole 6 million gold. If converted into mainland currency, this wall of gold bricks would be worth over 60 million. Zhang Nu looked around the treasure vault and realized that the gold was just a small part of the dwarf's wealth. Each chest was filled with pearls, diamonds, and various luxurious treasures. These items were of no use to the Demon King, but if sold to the human society, their total value might be even higher than that of the golden brick wall. Zhang Nu never expected that a small mountain dwarven city would be hiding such vast wealth. Although this treasury was the public property of Ironheart City and did not represent the entire wealth of the dwarves, it was already terrifyingly rich. Of course, being awestruck by the dwarf's wealth was one thing. In fact, if one contemplated it, there was nothing strange about it. Ironheart City could be traced back to at least 1,000 or 2,000 years ago. With such a long history and such a profound foundation, it was nigh impossible for the dwarfs not to accumulate such massive wealth. One must understand that the dwarf's treasure vault was almost as attractive to adventurers as a dragon's treasure hoard. If one were to take that into consideration, the treasury's wealth was actually lesser than expected. The main reason for that was because the dwarfs are too reclusive. They were hardly proactive in dealing with the outside world, and they were not very good at doing business. The lion's share of the profits probably went to the cunning gnome merchants. In addition, in the past 200 years, especially the past 100 years, under the leadership of the corrupted patriarch Stormbeard, the dwarves had excessively pursued for raw power and madly indulged in demon blood. Thus, the accumulation rate of wealth had been greatly diminished. It was a shame. Otherwise, Zhang Nu could have gotten more. Although he felt slightly regrettable, he was not disappointed. The loot from this treasury was enough to cover the summoning cost of nearly 20,000 dwarves. The gold portion of the treasure had been taken by Zhang Nu. He could only look for a way to sell the remaining treasures. Zhang Nu did not overindulge in these sparkling diamonds and pearls, he still needed to continue visiting and scouring the other 2 treasure vaults. The second vault was the material treasury. It housed millions of refined iron blocks, copper blocks, monster materials, and over 10,000 gems of different attributes. Just these attribute gems alone. According to the current market price for Demon Kings, they were worth about 18 million gold coins. If he was to take into account the value of other materials, the total value of this vault would be on par with the first vault, except that there was not a direct way to realize it into gold. The third vault. This was the dwarves' equipment vault. The dwarves were extremely skilled in forging and they loved it even more. What did they do when the vast amount of equipment forged could not be sold? Of course, they stored them all in the treasure trove, which contained at least hundreds of thousands of pieces of equipment, with even the worst ones being of green quality. It was just too shocking. Too spectacular. Although Zhang Nu had no need for equipment, it did not detract the equipment of its value. With this massive amount of weapons and armor, how much gold could be earned if he was to sell them all? Not to mention that some of these could be used by his Draconian Legion. With the excellently made dwarven equipment, the Legion's combat power could be directly raised by 10 to 20%. This trip to Ironheart City. It had been truly rewarding. If Zhang Nu had not seen it with his own two eyes, he would not have believed that Ironheart City had such substantial treasure vaults. It could definitely be considered the wealthiest vault in the entire Chaos Forest. If the dwarves were not led astray, they would have had high hopes of becoming the most influential forces in the forest. Ironheart City undoubtedly still had some small treasure troves or vaults here and there. Zhang Nu did not plan to examine them one by one, as he already had the bulk of the treasure in hand. The rest could be slowly excavated by Dachui and his team during the reconstruction process. After he returned to Darkness City, Zhang Nu decided to construct the Soul Altar. Consumed Blueprint, Soul Altar X1, Gold X5, 000, Life Gem X2000, Dark Gem X2000, to summon a Soul Altar? Although the cost of constructing a level 5 building was high, he could afford it with his current resources. Soon after, the construction of the Soul Altar was completed. From its appearance, it looked like a Mayan-styled trapezoid pyramid, with a purple-black color and various runes etched all over it, emitting a mysterious aura. Zhang Nu examined the functions of the altar. It had two primary functions, soul synthesis and soul baptism. The first function, soul synthesis. The soul altar could synthesize level 1 hero's soul into level 2 souls, level 2s into level 3s, then level 3s into level 4s, and so on and so forth. The synthesis process would not cause any loss, and the amount of souls consumed in the synthesis was related to the quality of the souls used. For example, if level 2 souls were used to synthesize level 3 souls. If the quality of the souls were bad, 1 level 3 souls would require 10 level 2s. But if the quality was decent, 7 or 8 level 2 souls would suffice. Seeing this function, Zhang Nu's eyes lit up. Forget the second function, this synthesis function alone was magnificent. As a Demon King's level gradually increased, souls would become rarer and scarcer as resources and materials. Many advanced units and rituals required the consumption of souls. Until now, Zhang Nu had been reluctant to use level 4 souls because the number of level 4 warriors was too few. With this soul altar, Zhang Nu could be rid of many concerns. In the future, he could summon more high-level units like the Skydrake Archpriest, Earthdrake Grand Marshal, or the Dwarven City Lord, which would significantly enhance the strength of his territory. In addition to this, there was the soul baptism function. The function was primarily reserved for the Demon King's subordinates. Each baptism would consume souls. And the higher the grade of the consumed souls, the better the final effect produced. The main effects included stimulating potential, enhancing talent, optimizing physique, strengthening aptitude, and breaking through the bottleneck of a level. Theoretically speaking, even a draconian laborer with the worst talents possible could be upgraded into a monarch-level existence, given enough investment of resources and souls. Creating a monarch-level unit. This was one of the core abilities of Soul Altar. Intuition told Zhang Nu that this feature would be very incredibly useful in the future. However, due to the limited souls and resources, it was difficult to invest on a large scale at the moment. The Soul Altar had great uses indeed. But it was not necessary to immediately make use of it in a hurry. Zhang Nu was only required to unlock one more talent to reach level 5. For now, the limited souls he had in hand should be prioritized for his leveling. Subsequently, Zhang Nu took out 10 million gold and upgraded 500 high draconian soldiers into super soldiers all at once, bringing the total number of super soldiers to over 1,100. He continued by spending 1 million gold to summon 1,000 draconian battle mages, and then spent another 800,000 gold to upgrade 100 of them into mystic battle mages. This was one mass upgrade. The Draconian Legion's high-end combat strength soared significantly. The super soldiers had powerful flight and maneuvering abilities. With over 1,000 super soldiers and nearly 200 mystic battle mages, this force was sufficient to deal with the Empire's formal army several dozen times its size. Xiongnu also expanded upon his Royal Guard squadron. He first spent a total of 2.1 million gold to upgrade and strengthen 15 Infernal Warmonger Royal Guards. Then he spent an additional 1.5 million gold to upgrade and enhance another 10 Infernal Mystic Royal Guards. The Demon King's Royal Guard squadron now had 40 Infernal Warmonger Royal Guards and 30 Infernal Mystic Royal Guards, for a sum of 70 level 4 Lord units. After completing his myriad tasks in Darkness City, Xiongnu teleported to Jauntry City. After conquering Silver Spring City, he obtained a level 3 special building upgrade scroll as a reward, which he intended to use on the Tree of Life. Meanwhile, Marilyn and the Silver Spring Elders were visiting Jauntry City and choosing their residence. Although Silver Spring City had a beautiful and pleasant environment, as well as plenty of therapeutic hot springs to nourish the body, it still paled in comparison to the Jauntry City. Under the nourishment of the Tree of Life and the Life Springs, the elven giant trees in the Jauntry Forest had mostly revitalized from the verge of death. For the elves, elven giant trees were the most primitive, yet the most comfortable habitat to live in. Furthermore, Jauntry City had a bustling city and elven holy relics like the Tree of Life, making it an immensely desirable place to settle down. Jauntry City was sufficiently vast. It would not be an issue even if the current population doubled. The Jauntry Forest could also accommodate at least 1 or 2 million elves. It was completely stress-free for the entire Silver Spring tribe to move to Jauntry City, and this matter had already been approved by the Demon King. After all, concentrating the population was much more conducive to promoting and boosting production. As for the Silver Spring City, it would be an absolute waste to forego it. There were not many forest cities in the eastern part of the Chaos Forest. The Demon King planned to transform the Silver Spring City into a more open commercial city, available to dwarves, elves, and other races. He intended to turn the city into the commercial and trade center of the eastern region of Chaos Forest. The Silver Spring City had a satisfactory environment. Plus it was also located close by the dwarves' Ironheart City in the Endless Mountains. The resources near the Silver Spring City, as well as the equipment and supplies produced by the dwarves in the Endless Mountains, could all be bulk processed in the Silver Spring City. Although most elves had migrated out of the city. In the short term, Silver Spring City would definitely become much emptier and quieter. In the long term, it is possible that Silver Spring City would prosper even more than it did under the governance of the elves. Everyone, feel free to move in and live here. The Jauntry Forest alone can accommodate 1 or 2 million of our people. In the future, Jauntry City will have plenty of room for expansion. We plan to gather elves from all over the Chaos Forest, even those beyond it. The young Elven King was providing the Silver Spring representatives an introduction to the city, as well as a briefing of their future plans. She herself had a look full of longing and anticipation. Under the protection and support of His Majesty the Demon King, we will surely create the most prosperous, peaceful, and comfortable elven utopia. Marilyn and the Silver Spring Elves nodded in agreement. The Jauntry tribe and the Silver Spring tribe were the two largest tribes among the elven race in Chaos Forest. And now, the two major elven tribes have merged. The other elven settlements in Chaos Forest would soon catch the news. When they learned about the Tree of Life in Jauntry City, and that the city was open to every elf, they would all flock to join the Jauntry City. In the future, when the Elven King finally emerged, there would inevitably be a greater commotion. Not only just the elves of Chaos Forest, elven tribes from other regions would also surely come and join under the banner of the Elven King. By then, it might even be possible to establish an elven kingdom centered around the Jauntry City. As all the elves present were filled with excitement and anticipation, suddenly an immensely powerful energy erupted from near the city. What's happening? Such an intense energy burst. Oh no! It's the Tree of Life. Something must have happened. The elves were all shocked and frightened when they sensed the source of the energy outburst, breaking out in cold sweat. Because the center of the energy eruption turned out to be the Tree of Life. It was no surprise that elves were mortified. The most essential and valuable asset of Jauntry City was undoubtedly the Tree of Life. If the Tree of Life was destroyed or damaged by the wicked, it would unquestionably be a huge loss and a massive blow to the elves. But this should not happen. The Tree of Life was not only heavily guarded by the Jauntry army but also the Ancient Tree army. It was the most strictly guarded area in the entire Jauntry City. Wait. Something's not right. This energy burst doesn't seem to be caused by destruction. Nancilia began to carefully get a read of the energy and suddenly exclaimed in surprise and doubt, "Wow, what a powerful life energy! I can sense the life force of the Tree of Life is getting even stronger. I feel it too. What's going on? Everyone, look, the Tree of Life is different now." The elves of the entire Jauntry City were shocked by the astonishing scene before their eyes. The Tree of Life was growing rapidly with a speed visible to the naked eye, and had expanded by nearly 80%, making its already enormous size even more impressive. The Tree of Life towered over 800 meters tall, upholding a lush and verdant crown with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. Golden magical patterns were flowing through the roots to the trunk and to every single leaf, emitting a vibrant and vigorous life force that affected a radius of dozens of miles around it. Jauntry Forest. The giant trees in the forest, one by one, transformed from being wilting yellow into vibrant green ones. The giant trees had been slowly recovering from their wilting state over the past few days. According to the elves' plan and estimation, it would take at least a year or two for them to fully recover. However, due to the surprising change in the Tree of Life, its emanating life force had instantly revitalized the forest, restoring its vitality. Nancilia, along with the other elves, were deeply astonished. Marilyn asked in disbelief, "What is happening to the Tree of Life?" The young elven king murmured, "It seems like the Tree of Life is evolving." Evolving? "This is the Tree of Miracle," exclaimed Marilyn, her eyes widened in amazement. According to the ancient scriptures and records, the Tree of Life could evolve into the Tree of Miracle under some strict circumstances, which was a more powerful existence than the former. And if it evolved again, it would become the Tree of Eternal. It was said that during the heyday of the ancient Elven Empire, the entire empire was built around a Tree of Eternal as its core. It was the most glorious era throughout Elven history. Why did the Tree of Life suddenly evolve? "I've no idea either," replied Nancilia. Nancilia was utterly baffled as to what caused the evolution of the Tree of Life, as it just seemed to be a miracle bestowed by the goddess of nature. "Oh. I know." Nancilia suddenly thought of something. The Demon King. It must be His Majesty. Only he is capable of such a feat. The group of elves swiftly rushed to the Tree of Miracle. Just as the young elven king expected. When they approached, a domineering and towering figure could be seen standing beneath the Tree of Miracle, examining the massive tree before him with a fairly satisfied expression. "Your Majesty!" The young elven king immediately stepped forth. She exclaimed excitedly, "Did you perform all these miracles?" Facing the group of elves with faces full of admiration, Zhang Nu composedly answered, "You're not entirely wrong. The level of the Tree of Life was a bit too low, so I upgraded its level by 1. The effects were a pleasant surprise. Upgrading the Tree of Life cost a huge price. It took Zhang Nu 1 level 3 special building upgrade scroll, 1.5 million gold, 2,000 life gems, and 2,000 earth gems in total. If he had not obtained a large number of gems in Ironheart City, he would not have been able to perform this upgrade. Nonetheless, after the upgrade, the Tree of Miracle's functions and effects were significantly strengthened. Tree of Miracle, Level 4 Special Building. Within a radius of 30 kilometers, plus 100% recovery rate for all units, minus 30% aging rate for all units, plus 200% training efficiency for elves, minus 60% aging rate for elves plus 50% attribute bonus for all elves, and accelerated the growth rate of animals and plants. The beneficial effects were simply incredible. The impact of the Tree of Miracle on the elven race was immaculate. Their overall stats increased by as much as 50%. This had greatly enhanced the strength and power of Jauntry City. Furthermore, the training efficiency of the elven race was increased by 200%, and their lifespan was greatly extended, which meant the longer they lived here, the stronger they would become. Not only that, the effective radius of the Tree of Miracle was huge. The area of the spirit fields it created was also twice as large as before. The size of the elven farm was not only greatly expanded, but the growth rate was also improved by 50%. Although it still could not compare to the level 3 or higher spirit fields in Darkness City, its scale was simply astonishing. The significance of this upgrade was simply astounding. The Silver Spring tribe elves were stunned in awe. They even began to suspect that the Demon King was the incarnation of the goddess of nature. Otherwise, how did he manage to carry out such amazing and unbelievable things? In addition to the functional improvements, the Tree of Miracle unlocked 3 to 4 times as many elf units. In addition to the level 1 to 4 elite units and lord units, the Tree of Miracle also unlocked a new level 4 overlord unit, the Miracle Archpriest. The Miracle Archpriest was an upgrade from the ancient Tree High Priest. The required materials were 1 million gold, 1 level 4 hero's soul, 300 life gems, and 200 light gems. The Miracle Archpriest was not only a level 4 overlord unit, she could also utilize and had full command over the power of the Tree of Miracle. Hence, within the effective range of the Tree of Miracle, she could exert a strength not inferior to that of a level 5 overlord unit, while also possessing the ability to promote and enhance production. And therefore, even though she cost an exorbitant price, she was worth every penny. While the Tree of Miracle was rising in Jauntry City, with hundreds of thousands of elves cheering in excitement and euphoria. A city, 900 miles away. It was undergoing a ferocious and bloody battle. Zhang San, the Earthdrake Grand Marshal, led a force of nearly 8,000 elite Draconian troops, along with 10,000-strong Orc army, in order to successfully capture the Magi Mojo City. This was one of the 3 cities that the Demon King planned to conquer. Silver Spring City and Thousand Fangs City were already in his hands. The Demon King, however, had no intention to deal with Magi Mojo City personally. Magi Mojo City was the weakest of the 3 cities, with only 14 or 1,500,000 forest trolls. The overall strength of these forest trolls was also quite mediocre, thus it was more than enough to leave the city to his subordinates to deal with. As the Demon King's influence expanded and the scale of his legion grew, he would surely have more and more cities and settlements under his control. He could not possibly be required to personally conquer each and every city in his way, right? The status of the Demon King was that of a monarch, an emperor, and a ruler. He was not a common soldier nor a general, charging in the front lines. All he needed to do was to sit tight in his castle and patiently await the outcome of the battles, as well as its spoils. In the future, most of the territories or cities that needed to be conquered could be fully delegated to the suitable subordinates. Except for a few tough nuts that might require personal attention, the Demon King would not need to take the matters into his own hands anymore. Zhang San began to try to coerce and persuade the Magi Mojo City to surrender and submit. After witnessing the powerful military strength of the Draconian Legion, as well as the terrifying might of the top-tier level 4 overlord, Grand Marshal Zhang San, the Troll City Lord already began to have thoughts of surrendering. Unexpectedly, the heroes residing in Magi Mojo City threw a wrench into the surrendering plan. They went and assassinated the Troll City Lord of Magi Mojo City. The surrender agreement that was imminently about to be made was destroyed and forfeited. The forest trolls then colluded with the heroes in an attempt to continue the resistance against the Demon King's legion. Zhang San was extremely furious. He decided to make an example of the Magi Mojo City. He wanted all the citizens and administrators of the other cities to witness what the consequences would be for them if they ever colluded with heroes and attempted to oppose the Dragon Demon King. Dusk fell. The battle had basically just ended. Atop the ruins of the city lord's fortress, the Grand Marshal Zhang San stood proudly with his battle spear in hand. The high-ranking Draconians, the marshals Wang Er and Zhao Wu, as well as the high priest Sun Lu, stood behind the Grand Marshal and gazed down upon the devastated city. Despite the battle took no small amount of effort. With the strong commanding capabilities and skills of the Grand Marshal Zhang San, as well as the aid of the blood ritual and various supporting buffs performed by the high priest, they did not actually pay too much of a price to attain this victory. Draconian Marshal Zhao Wu was delivering a report. Grand Marshal, Magi Mojo City has been fully captured. We have slaughtered about 100,000 forest trolls in the process, and the remaining several tens of thousands of their surviving kind are willing to submit. Another marshal, Wang Er, suggested, these forest trolls are cunning, fickle, and treacherous. They may not necessarily be sincere in their surrender. It would be better to eradicate them all and eliminate the trouble forever. Let the other cities witness the consequences that will befall them whenever one stands up against our master. Just then, the high priest Sun Lu proposed a different approach. We have already massacred 100,000 of their people. This is more than enough to set up an example. These forest trolls are proficient in alchemy and poison crafting. Our master may have some use for their talents. Zhang San pondered for a moment. Sun Lu's words made sense, and he had a point. Just executing them all in one go would be the easiest and most efficient method. However, it was not the most advantageous nor beneficial approach. As a loyal servant, he should not choose the easiest method to deal with the trolls. Instead, he should consider and prioritize the best interest of his master. Therefore, Zhang San issued a command: search and destroy every single troll who has ever had any contact with the Heroes Guild. Leave none of them alive. As for the others, send them back to Darkness City and imprison them within the dungeons. Our master shall decide their fate. Yes, sir, the Draconian marshals Zhao Wu and Wang Er immediately answered, after they received their orders. Grand Marshal, we have the latest military intelligence. An ordinary Draconian general rushed over to deliver an urgent report. The human army will be arriving at the bloody fortress soon. Humans? Oomph. Zhang San sneered. Finally, they're here? It's about damn time. We're just about done with this city. Now we'll go and deal with these pests for our master. The Magi Mojo City was not far from the bloody fortress. The distance was about 300 to 400 miles, which could be traveled within a day. The Demon King then entrusted the task of defending the bloody fortress to his Grand Marshal, Zhang San, which demonstrated his confidence and trust in him. Zhang San was incredibly thrilled at this. For him, this task must be executed flawlessly no matter what. If this bunch of riffraff managed to force their master's hands, under his watch no less, then it would be an indication of their incompetence and a great shame. Zhang San first gathered intelligence regarding the enemy forces. The humans had mobilized about 15,000 troops this time. Yet only 5,000 of them appeared to be well-trained elites. The remaining 10,000 soldiers were mostly clad in mishmashed armor and armed with various weapons, resembling more of a mercenary platoon than a formal army. However, there should be many heroes blended within their ranks, and their strength ought to be quite formidable and should not be underestimated. Sun Lu claimed, with the current state of us priests, as long as we're given half a day to rest and replenish, we'll be able to teleport the Legion over to the fortress. The humans had yet to arrive. There should be more than enough time. If they took the Draconian priest's teleportation field, Zhang San's troops could easily arrive at the bloody fortress long before the human forces could. Instead, Zhang San shook his head. That won't be necessary. As a high priest, Sun Lu possessed high intelligence. He immediately guessed what the Earthdrake Grand Marshal had in mind. Grand Marshal, are you planning to flank their forces from behind? Zhang San answered, indeed, judging from the scale of these idiots, they have clearly underestimated the defensive strength and capability of the bloody fortress. Whether or not their reinforcement arrives, they cannot possibly have the means to breach the fortress. In that case, why do we still need to reinforce the fortress's defenses? The high priest and the two marshals nodded in agreement. The bloody fortress had long since ceased to be under the control of the Divine Sword Heroes Guild. In the past few days, the Demon King had sent over a large number of draconian craftsmen and master craftsmen using the priest's teleportation fields. They had been working day and night to rebuild and reinforce the fortress, strengthening the defensive barriers and setting up myriads of defensive formations. In addition to that, a fortress army was specially established. The army included 5,000 draconian soldiers, 5,000 elven elites, 5,000 orcish elites, 5,000 beholders, 10,000 ogres, a thunderfall tower, and a farsight tower. At that moment, the ogres had arrived one after another. With the current defensive capabilities of the bloody fortress, unless the Empire launched a siege with a large-scale formal army, it would be impossible for them to even sway the fortress. Nonetheless, the current situation was that humans only mobilized an army of less than 20,000 men, of which 10,000 of these mercenaries were a mix of skilled and strong, as well as expendable fodders. The remaining 5,000 seemed like an exceptionally elite force, likely consisting of Count Kolo's private soldiers. But with only this level of prowess, it was impossible for these humans to break through the fortress. Hence, there was no need for Zhang San to reinforce the fortress's defenses. Why reinforce the fortress when they could go on the offensive? When the humans were repelled in their attempt to breach the bloody fortress, they would be forced to retreat. Zhang San intended to lay an ambush along their retreat path. Since they had come all the way here, then stay here forever. Those who dared to challenge the great master must have the intention to risk their lives and heads behind. Zhang San opted not to take the draconian priest's teleportation field, but rather led his troops to rapidly advance towards the fortress, and then laid an ambush for the human troops in the nearby mountains. Meanwhile, the leaders of the three major hero guilds brought along their trusted and capable subordinates on this siege, totaling 700 elite heroes on the scene. All of these three leaders were level 4 heroes. The heroes that they brought to this battle were all top-notch level 2 or 3 elite heroes, each with powerful and varied abilities. In addition to the three leaders and their several hundred hero subordinates participating in the operation, there was also a massive army of up to 15,000 men. Among their ranks, 5,000 of them were clad in armors, donned in cloaks, riding atop magical scaled war horses, and each equipped with a long spear. The imposing aura they exuded was incredibly awe-inspiring. This was no ordinary army. This was the elite Knight Order of the Kolo family. The warriors of the Kolo Knight Order were all elite units. There were 4,000 level 1 elites, 1,000 level 2 elites, and a total of 50 knight squads. Each squad leader was at least a level 3 elite, and the 5 knight captains were at least level 4 elites. The knight commander possessed the strength of a level 4 lord. There was no doubt about it. This was one of the most elite forces in the Kolo region. Despite their small numbers, their equipment was extremely exquisite, and all of them were well trained in combat, having experienced many battles. It could be said that as long as it is not used in large-scale warfare, the Kolo family's Knight Order had always been invincible. In addition to the 5,000 Kolo family knights who were comparable to the formal army of the empire, there were also 10,000 accompanying warriors who were hired mercenaries. Although the mercenaries group was a mixed bag, they had rich experience in jungle warfare and were seasoned warriors who had tasted bloodshed. The combination of the Heroes Guild, Kolo's Knight Order, and mercenaries group was undoubtedly very powerful, and they could complement each other's shortcomings perfectly. "We're approaching the bloody fortress," said Li Tianyan, the leader and commander of the Skyfire Heroes Guild. "Everyone be careful, the Demon King may have set up an ambush." The leader of the Quicksand Heroes Guild, Huang Sha, laughed heartily. "What a load of nonsense. I heard that the Demon King is currently besieging the Magi Mojo city, and the dwarfs to the east and the giants to the west are making matters complicated for him. I don't believe he still has the energy to take care of the bloody fortress. That's right. The Demon King has only had the fortress for a little over a week. The leader of the Seven Stars Heroes Guild, Qi Xing, said calmly, I don't believe the fortress can regain its strength in such a short time. I think we may have overreacted and overprepared this time. Li Tianyan said, it's necessary to be well prepared. After we capture the fortress, the Demon King is likely to show up. This will be our chance. Speaking of which, the three captains understood each other without saying a word. The main reason they helped Su Wenhao, the Count Kolo, to capture the fortress was not only because Su Wenhao promised them a high reward, but also because they saw an opportunity to cooperate with the Kolo family knights to slay the Demon King. For them, slaying level 2 or 3 Demon Kings was not exciting enough. Only taking down a level 4 Demon King like the Dragon Demon King would be sufficiently thrilling. Moreover, among the current level 4 Demon Kings, the Dragon Demon King was the most dominant and powerful. No matter the cost, no matter how heavy the price they would have to pay, if they managed to slay him, they could immediately rewrite their fate and destiny. At that time, it would be a piece of cake to advance to level 5. As long as they became level 5 heroes. Even facing Count Kolo, Su Wenhao, they would be on equal footing as level 5 heroes. After all, how many people in the world had the opportunity to advance to level 5 at this point? Prepare yourselves, everyone, exclaimed Cyro Kolo, the commander of the Kolo Knights. This battle is of utmost importance to Count Kolo. For the glory of the family, we must achieve victory at all costs. Cyro Kolo drew his knight longsword, and a burst of energy emanated from his body, instantly enveloping everyone present. You have received the Knight's Aura Blessing, plus 100 HP, plus 10 Strength, plus 10 Constitution. Amazing. It's actually a commander skill. The Kolo family's knights are truly extraordinary. The heroes were amazed by Cyro's display of commander skill, and their morale and confidence skyrocketed. They thought the Kolo knights were already formidable enough, but they did not expect such a powerful commander. The mercenary army had also readied themselves for battle. The several heads of the major mercenary groups were all top-tier level 4 elites, renowned figures in the Kolo region. With such a strong lineup, it was clear that Count Kolo was determined to reclaim control of the fortress. The bloody fortress had sighted the intruders. A huge protective barrier immediately enveloped the entirety of the fortress. Li Tianyan exclaimed in surprise, they actually managed to fix the barrier. The three leaders of the hero guilds had all seen with their own eyes the spectacle in which the Demon King breached the fortress's defenses. At that time, the Demon King transformed into a golden diamond earth drake and completely shattered the barrier with overwhelming force, and then it proceeded to break through the fortress walls. It was reasonable to assume that the fortress barrier would be severely damaged. But how did the Demon King already repair the fortress barrier in less than 10 days? Not only the fortress barrier, but even the damaged wall now looked restored. This was not supposed to be a small task. It seemed that the Demon King valued the bloody fortress with great importance. This might not necessarily be bad news. It was precisely due to how much the Demon King valued the fortress. As long as they captured it, there would be a good chance that the Demon King would personally appear in an attempt to retake the fortress, thus providing an opportunity for them to entrap and take down the Dragon Demon King. Charge! The mercenary groups on both wings were the first to advance forward. Their primary task was to provide cover for the rest. The Kolo Knight Order was the main force of this assault. Presently, the knights were gathering their chi and formed a storming formation, following closely behind the mercenaries at a steady pace, seeming to be building up their momentum, readying to strike. The several hundreds of heroes were not idling either. They were free to attack under the command of the three guild leaders. The combat prowess of the heroes was quite formidable, generally reaching the level of a lord of the same level, but their abilities and talents were far too varied and myriad. Hence, they simply could not be easily coordinated in battle. Instead of forcing the heroes to fight in a rigid formation, they could better make use of their abilities and unleash their full potential through free combat. 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, the fortress did not react. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, the fortress did not react. 400 meters, 200 meters, and there was still no retaliatory response from the bloody fortress. Ha ha ha. Not even one bit of decent resistance can be seen. It seems like the Demon King isn't prepared at all. Well, who can blame him? After all, we arrived too quickly. He must be dumbfounded right now. The heroes were very excited. The army was already right at the doorstep of the fortress. Yet, not a single arrow or fireball was launched their way. It was clear that they were being handed an easy victory. The leader of the Kolo Knight Order held up his long sword, gathering his chi and focusing it into a 10-meter sword wave that he swung towards the defensive barrier that surrounded the fortress. During the process of the sword energy's descent, every knight in the Kolo Knight Order contributed a bit of their chi, allowing the sword wave to instantly surge into 20 meters in length. The commander of the Kolo Knight Order shouted, "Break!" With a loud shattering sound, the barrier above the bloody fortress was severed like a cracked mirror, creating a huge gap. The 3 hero guild leaders were stunned. "Amazing," they exclaimed in unison. "So this is the strength of a commander-type powerhouse?" They were confident that they could defeat Kolo Knight Commander in a one-on-one fight. But under the circumstances where he had an army under his command, it would be impossible for them to win. The level 4 Lord Kolo Knight Commander, his strength was now infinitely close to the rank of an overlord. With such a powerhouse, with such a knight platoon, along with the experienced mercenaries, they could easily take over this bloody fortress. However, just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief and thought the battle was doubtlessly a sure victory, the bloody fortress suddenly erupted in a burst of light, and thousands of beams of light were shot out in a frenzy, faster and more precise than arrows and magic, like heavy machine guns sweeping across the battlefield and falling upon the heroes and mercenaries. Ah! What the hell is that? Help me! My leg! My leg is gone! A wave of beholder beams swept through, causing hundreds or even thousands of casualties in an instant. At the same time, elven arrows and magic followed suit. The peaceful battlefield of a moment ago was now shrouded in a rain of blood and violence. The Kolo Knight Commander was shocked and terrified. His vast experience told him that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The enemy was not unprepared or defenseless. The sole reason they waited for the Kolo army to get so close to the fortress before launching a counterattack was purely to lure them deeper in order to annihilate more of their enemies. This indicates that from the very beginning, the bloody fortress did not take them seriously. The dense barrage of arrows, magic, and terrifying beam attacks all demonstrated the fortress's formidable defense. Just then, a deafening thunderclap echoed through the battlefield. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bucket, roared as it descended upon the Knight Commander. Quickly condensing his chi, the Knight Commander countered with a powerful strike, but the clash of their attacks resulted in a violent explosion that shredded more than 10 knights in the vicinity. What a terrifying attack! Despite successfully blocking the attack, the Knight Commander's body was burned and smoking, obviously indicating significant injuries. If not for his commanding skill enhancement, this Knight Commander would be fatally wounded or even dead. Evidently, it was the Thunderfall Tower that he was facing. A level 3 offensive building placed deliberately by the Demon Lord within the fortress. The tower's demonstrated power was even capable of taking down level 4 Lord units. "Retreat," shouted the Knight Commander. "Everyone, fall back. Retreat." Knowing the dire situation and the urgent need to retreat, the Knight Commander and his platoon immediately turned around, their once imposing force now reduced to a hasty and chaotic retreat. As for the mercenaries, they were quicker to react. These seasoned veterans had already begun to flee the moment the first wave of beholder attack landed. "Kill them all. For our Lord. For the Demon King. Slaughter all these filthy humans." The gates of the bloody fortress opened, and a horde of massive armored ogres, fierce orc wolf riders, and agile and ferocious draconian soldiers poured out of the fortress. Meanwhile, elven archers, mages, and beholders continued to rain down arrows, spells, and beams on the fleeing enemy. When the Kolo army finally broke free from the hellish battlefield, their once 15,000-strong force had dwindled to a mere 6,000 to 7,000 survivors. How could this happen? How can the Demon King's army be so powerful? And why does he have so many troops stationed in the Blood Fortress? He should be preoccupied with the Magi Mojo City, the Ironheart City of the Dwarves, and the Giants' Thunder City. Why can he still amass such a formidable army here? The knights of the Kolo family and the heroes of the three major hero guilds were all left in shock and despair, their morale crushed by the devastating defeat. Li Tingyan's face turned grim. We underestimated the size of the Demon King's army. The troops he sent to attack the fortress were not his full strength, and far from it. Damn it. We fell for it. This is a devastating loss. It's not safe here. We just barely shook off our pursuers. We cannot get stuck again. Let's hurry back to Count Kolo's territory. You're right. Let's go. The heroes, knights, and mercenaries dared not linger. The orc wolf riders were fast, and the draconian forces included flying super soldiers. Even among the elves, there were dragonhawk mages and archers. Every second of delay could mean an increased risk of danger. Now was not the time to rest. After a brief adjustment, the group immediately headed north. As long as they returned to Count Kolo's territory, they would be safe within the Empire garrison's protection. Soon, they passed through a mountainous area. This was a necessary route to and from the Chaos Forest. If they took a detour, their journey would be extended several times. Fortunately, the terrain was not steep, so it would not impede the army's marching speed. Upon seeing the mountains ahead, the Kolo Knight commander suddenly had a bad feeling. He sensed that this place was particularly ominous. But it was too late. The enemy forces appeared from all sides. Zhang San appeared in front of the remaining soldiers, accompanied by 2 dragon marshals and a high priest, with a sinister grin on his face. Oh no! It's the Demon King. We've been ambushed. But how can the Demon King be here? Zhang San heard several leaders of the heroes exclaim in horror, one after another. He could not help feeling exasperated at the repeated misidentification. Why did these guys always mistake him for the Demon King? To these soldiers, he was seemingly an unstoppable, overwhelming presence that only a Demon King could possess. Zhang San revealed a mocking smile. These ants had such a limited imagination. Only those who had never seen the vastness of the ocean would believe that the world was small, and only those who had never seen the starry sky would think the earth was vast. You pitiful creatures, Zhang San mocked. Your miserable lives end here. Zhang San leaped into the air, his body ballooning hundreds of times its original size in an instant, transforming into a dozens of meters long unicorn diamond earth drake. Die. Zhang San slammed into the commander of the Kolo Knights, directly. The human commander, who was strong, experienced, and had fought in many battles, had no strength left to resist at this moment and was instantly reduced into minced meat. Not to mention that his chi was almost depleted. Even in his prime, the Knight commander would have been no match for Zhang San. Although both were commanders, the difference in power was simply too great. Kill them all. Both draconian marshals, Wang Er and Zhao Wu, as well as High Priest Sun Lu, all joined in the slaughter. With hundreds of draconian super soldiers with flying abilities amongst thousands of draconian troops, escape was all but impossible for the remaining Kolo forces. In Jantri City. Under the Tree of Miracle. Zhang Nu opened his player log and scanned through it, only to find that in just one day, he had received a large amount of reward information. You've slain a troll. Gold +9. You've slain a troll. Gold +9. You've slain a troll warrior. Gold +20. You've slain an elite troll warrior. Gold +90. You've conquered Magi Mojo City. You gained Shining Mithril Chest X1. Just by looking at the log, Zhang Nu knew that the Draconian Legion had gone on a killing spree in the Magi Mojo city. After the massacre of about 100,000 trolls, Zhang Nu earned a total of 1.92 million gold. The city was almost completely wiped out in the process. Compared to Ironheart City, the Magi Mojo city's strength was far weaker, with a lower proportion of elite units, with only one elite unit for every 10 or 20 normal units. However, this was normal. As armies with an elite unit per capita were rare, and even rarer were races with such a high proportion of elite units. The trolls were on par with orcs and elves in terms of their combat abilities, and in places like Berserk Beast City and Jauntry City, most of the residents were still regular units. The situation in Ironheart City was quite special. On the one hand, the dwarves were indeed strong, and on the other hand, the effect of demon blood created tens of thousands of demonized dwarven warriors, and all of these corrupted dwarven warriors were all elites. Among the 100,000 trolls killed, there were 372 troll heroes. 204 level 1 fodders, 147 level 2 elite heroes, and 21 level 3 powerhouses. Still, the Legion had gone a bit too far in their killing spree and needed to be more careful in the future. Zhang Nu continued to scroll down. He came across the latest battle logs. You've slain a human mercenary. Gold plus 20. You've slain a Colo Knight. Gold plus 100. You've slain a Colo Knight. Gold plus 100. You've slain a human mercenary. Gold plus 20. You've slain an elite human mercenary. Gold plus 90. You've slain a level 3 hero. Hero Soul, plus 1. Skill Stone, plus 1. You've slain a level 2 hero. Hero Soul, plus 1. You've slain a level 3 hero. Hero Soul, plus 1. You've slain a level 4 hero. Hero Soul, plus 1. Skill Stone, plus 1. The entries indicated that the battles took place in the Bloody Fortress. To his surprise, among the defeated warriors were 3 level 4 heroes, and the others were of equally impressive quality. With just these 2 battles, Zhang Nu had amassed an incredible 700 to 800 souls, with over 100 of them being level 3 or higher. This was truly remarkable. His soul collection was now more than enough to activate a level 4 talent, leaving Zhang Nu feeling ecstatic. This time, let alone just a single level 4 talent, the souls might be more than enough to activate 2 level 4 talents. It appeared that the breakthrough to level 5 would be faster than expected. This was truly remarkable. Zhang Nu turned to the mature and elegant green-robed elven beauty by his side and said, "I entrust the Tree of Miracles' care to you." The Miracle Archpriest. Gui replied with reverence, "Understood, my lord. Rest assured, I will dedicate my life to safeguarding the Tree of Miracle." The Miracle Archpriest was an upgrade from the ancient Tree High Priest. Although the cost of upgrading the priest was high, the benefits of having a Miracle Archpriest were well worth it. Furthermore, the level 3 Tree of Life was already very eye-catching, and once this lost elven sacred artifact was revealed to the world, it would undoubtedly attract many powerful forces who would be eager to obtain it. Not to mention a level 4 Tree of Miracle, which contained immense life energy, would undoubtedly attract even more nefarious individuals. Therefore, increasing the power of defense was definitely a necessary measure. After the Tree of Life was upgraded, the number of positions for the ancient Tree High Priests increased from 1 to 10. Zhang Nu then promoted the original ancient Tree High Priest into a Miracle Archpriest. The Miracle Archpriest possessed the strength of a 4th-tier overlord and could also wield the power of the Tree of Miracle. Whether it was in Jauntry City or the Jauntry Forest, as long as it was within the area under the influence of the Tree of Miracle, Gui, the Miracle Archpriest, would be capable of single-handedly face off level 5 overlord enemies. With her guarding the Miracle Tree, the Demon King could rest assured that it was well protected. Upon returning to his territory, Zhang Nu immediately began sacrificing souls. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero soul. 211 talent points gained. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero soul. 214 talent points gained. You've sacrificed a level 3 hero soul. 202 talent points gained. The Demon King had over 100 third-order souls, but Xiongnu only sacrificed 48 of them. Even so, he broke the 10,000 point mark for talent points. You've activated the level 4 talent Space Manipulation. All level 4 talents activated. Level up condition satisfied. Xiongnu successfully activated the last level 4 talent. Space Manipulation, along with Time Control, were both very rare spatio-temporal attribute talents. The effect of Time Control was to control the flow of time within a certain range, while Space Manipulation allowed one to control space within a certain range. After obtaining the Space Manipulation ability, Xiongnu could perform short-distance space teleportation similar to instant movement. He could also use spatial power for offense and defense through spatial distortion and folding. Undoubtedly, this kind of ability had extremely high practical value. When Xiongnu obtained the last level 4 talent, he once again felt that the energy accumulated in every cell of his body had reached the critical point and was released like a nuclear explosion. Level up successful. MP plus 3000, HP plus 1500, Strength plus 200, Agility plus 400, Constitution plus 200, Will plus 400, Dragon Flame, Dragon Fear, Hell Thunderflame, Abyssal Devouring, Adamantite Dragon Body, Dragon King's Sanctum, Evil Dragon's Descent, Dragon God Bloodline, Space Manipulation, and Time Control have been greatly enhanced. Finally, Xiongnu had completed his advancement. He had officially become a level 5 Demon King. This breakthrough was a significant milestone for him. Even before reaching the level 3, Xiongnu already possessed power that rivaled that of a monarch. Then, at the level 4, he gained rare spatio-temporal attribute talents and the bloodline of the Dragon God. Now, he had broken through to level 5. Level 5 was a crucial turning point. As the saying went on this continent, there are no monarchs before level 5. This meant that level 5 was the minimum threshold for the monarch rank. Not all level 5s could be monarchs, but all monarchs must possess at least level 5 strength. Now that Xiongnu had crossed the threshold, he could now be rightfully called a Dragon King. However, in reality, this Dragon King had already surpassed the bottleneck of monarch level strength. With his spatio-temporal abilities, Dragon God Bloodline, and the power of the Evil God, he had already reached at least mythic level power. After breaking through to level 5, Xiongnu's strength and potential would become even more terrifying. He checked his status information to see the changes in his stats. Name, Xiongnu. Level, 5. Race, Abyssal Dragon, Demon King Race. Base stats, excluding skill bonuses, 3100 HP, 6200 MP, 390 Strength, 580 Agility, 290 Constitution, 580 Will. Level 1 Talents, Abyssal Draconian, Dragon Flame, Dragon Fear, Lightning Control, Beginner Anti-Magic. Level 2 Talents, Adamantine Dragon Body, Abyssal Devouring, Hell Thunderflame, Medium Anti-Magic. Level 3 Talents, Dragon King's Sanctum, Evil Dragon's Descent, High Anti-Magic. Level 4 Talents, Spatial Manipulation, Time Control, Dragon God Bloodline. Level 5 Talents, Abyssal Divine Realm, Inactive, Space-Time Dragon, Inactive, Immortal Dragon God, Inactive. Other skills, Black Hole of Death, B rank, Blood Ignition, B rank, Bloody Claw, B rank, Fire God's Blessing, B rank, etc. Remaining talent points, 0. Each time he leveled up, his strength would increase by a large margin. Currently, in his draconian form, Xiongnu's MP reached a whopping 6,200 points, which was the original value without taking into account the bonuses from the skills and equipment. In truth, with the amplification of the Dragon God's bloodline talent, Xiongnu's total MP pool had already exceeded 10,000 points. These stat numbers were from his draconian form. If he were to transform into his dragon form, his HP would easily surpass the threshold of 10,000 points. Along with his formidable defense, it was almost impossible for him to die. What gave Zhang Nu a headache was the activation requirement of his 3 new level 5 talents. Undoubtedly, level 5 talents were extremely powerful. However, as with every level advancement he had made so far, the difficulty for the next advancement was increased by tenfold. Activating each of the 3 level 5 talents required 100,000 talent points, and it would be a significant hurdle to overcome. This was simply ludicrous. Even if he were to hunt down every single hero in Chaos Forest, Zhang Nu doubted that he could successfully level up from it. It could not be helped. After all, the population of the Chaos Forest was limited, and the number of heroes among them would not be too high. On the other hand, the empires with a population of billions of people would have countless heroes, including the possibility of extremely high-level ones. Wasn't this just forcing him to head to various empires and start killing high-level heroes on a large scale? Or perhaps create a huge commotion, such as capturing several princesses of the empire, to lure those heroes to come to him? Zhang Nu shook his head. He decided to leave these matters aside for now. Even with his level 5 strength, he was already considered a powerful figure on the continent. With his current strength, it was sufficient for him to protect himself. As for becoming stronger, he could only take it step by step and gradually work it out. Zhang Nu sorted out his thoughts and went on checking the Demon King's altar to see if there had been any changes or additions to the Draconian units. When Zhang Nu saw the latest updates, he was shocked. 2 new units caught his eye immediately and held his full attention. For a moment, he could not believe his own eyes. Earth Drake Sovereign, level 5 Monarch unit. Leveled up from Earth Drake Grand Marshal. It boasted a terrifying fighting power, command skills, and the might of a monarch. Costs 10 million gold, plus 2,000 dark gems, plus 2,000 earth gems, plus 3 level 5 hero soul. Your current territory may only possess a single Earth Drake Sovereign at a time. Sky Drake Sovereign, level 5 Monarch unit. Leveled up from Sky Drake Archpriest. It possessed formidable magical powers and the might of a monarch. Costs 20 million gold, plus 2,000 light gems, plus 2,000 fire gems, plus 5 level 5 hero soul. Your current territory may only possess a single Sky Drake Sovereign at a time. Upon seeing these 2 new units, Zhang Nu almost thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. But after carefully confirming it several times, he realized that it was indeed real. Monarchs. He could actually summon monarchs. Zhang Nu had been in this world for quite some time, and he was well aware of what a monarch-level existence meant to a population. Monarchs not only had overwhelmingly powerful strength, but were also a highly symbolic banner. Nancilia, for example, was protected and cared for like a precious gem by the entire John Tree tribe from a young age due to her potential as an elven king, allowing her to ascend to the positions of lord and chief even before reaching adulthood. For any population, regardless of what kind of anarchy or mayhem they had experienced, the appearance of a monarch would immediately garner countless followers. Monarchs had an inherent strong cohesive power and authority. However, monarchs were extremely rare. This was also why Zhang Nu was so awestruck to see summonable monarch units appear. Unlocking 2 monarch-level units was undoubtedly a great achievement. However, the cost was quite high, with an exaggeratingly large amount of gold and gems required. Not to mention both the Earth Dragon Sovereign and Sky Dragon Sovereign required level 5 souls to summon, and it was not just a single level 5 soul either. With that many level 5 heroes needed, it was arduous for Zhang Nu to go and look for them. Fortunately, Zhang Nu had the soul altar. In the future, he could obtain level 5 souls by synthesizing lower-level souls into higher-level ones. This solved the issue at hand. Needless to say, the soul altar had proven to be incredibly useful. Zhang Nu then resumed checking for changes in his Draconian units. He discovered that the basic unit types such as the Draconian Master Craftsman, Warmonger Royal Guards and Mystic Royal Guards no longer had any new advancement unit unlocked. In other words, these unit types had reached their utmost limit. Other than the summoning of the Earth and Sky Dragon sovereigns, the level 5 Demon King's altar also presented two additional new options. Abyssal Dragon, level 5 Overlord. Costs 4 million gold plus 1 level 5 hero soul. Demon King's Baptism, costs 1 million gold. Allows the baptism of any unit, bestowing the target unit the strengthening results of 10 to 50 years of training. However, each unit could only undergo the baptism once within a period of 10 days. Apart from the Earth and Sky Dragon sovereigns, the Demon King's altar also unlocked a new unit, not as an advancement of any existing unit type, but as a completely unique unit, the Abyssal Dragon. Although Zhang San and Li Si belonged to the dragon kind, they originated from the Earth Drake species and the Sky Drake species respectively. The new unit type, Abyssal Dragon, however, was a true and genuine dragon. While Zhang Nu himself also belonged to the dragon race, he was a demon king amongst the dragons, which granted him unparalleled potential and ceiling for growth. An ordinary Abyssal Dragon, of course, could not compare to Zhang Nu's exceptional strength. However, as the most revered beings within the dragon kind, true dragons held a supreme status. Among the true dragons, the Abyssal Dragons were one of the most mysterious and terrifying subspecies. Even the most ordinary and mediocre Abyssal Dragon, once reaching adulthood, would naturally inhibit the might of a level 5 Overlord, and most would even stand out as exceptional among the other level 5 Overlords. Their mere presence exerted a natural suppression over other races, underscoring the elevated status of true dragons. From this moment onwards, Zhang Nu's forces were no longer limited to lesser dragon kinds, nor were they restricted to Earth Drakes and Sky Drakes only. For the first time, true dragons were now available for summoning. This was, in fact, a significant and momentous breakthrough. As for the Demon King's baptism, it was not a unit type. Rather, it was a special ability that the Demon King obtained through the altar after reaching level 5. In truth, there were always multiple paths for the Demon King's subordinates to become stronger, aside from conventional evolution and advancement. The units summoned by the Demon King were no different from the regular natives or ordinary beings, except for their unwavering loyalty akin to imprinted thoughts. The native warriors could enhance their strength through learning, experience, and training. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Er, Zhao Wu, Gu Yi, and the others under Zhang Nu's command could also enhance their abilities through training. However, their progress was slow and the results were barely noticeable, especially when compared to a Demon King's rapid advancements. After unlocking the Demon King's baptism function, Zhang Nu could directly expedite the training of any target unit. A single baptism was equivalent to several decades of arduous training. However, the specific advancement in training varied depending on the race and innate talents of the unit. For long-lived species like dragons, giants, and elves, a single baptism could grant them several decades' worth of training. On the other hand, for relatively short-lived species like humans, the bestowed training growth might only amount to a dozen years' worth. In addition, even with the same number of years of training growth, the results would differ based on the individual's innate talents. Units with exceptional talents and tremendous potential would experience significant advancements from a single baptism. In contrast, those with poorer talents and limited potential might not see as noticeable of an effect. Zhang Nu believed that the ability of the Demon King's baptism could be synergized with the soul altar. One could enhance one's innate talent and potential. The other could expedite one's training and bestow strength. Zhang Nu was extremely satisfied with the level advancement, whether it was the growth in his own strength or the unlocking of new units and abilities. With his power as a level 5 Demon King and the ever-expanding territory under his control, even an Empire-level force would find it far from easy to eliminate him as long as he did not actively seek his own demise. In reality, once Zhang Nu had achieved level 5, the outcome of the Chaos Forest's unification was no longer in doubt. The surrounding factions had permanently lost any opportunity to eliminate the Dragon Demon King. Now, unless an empire mobilized its entire forces to besiege him, nothing else would pose a threat to Zhang Nu. However, the prospect of mobilizing an entire empire was no easy task. It not only carried the risk of significant decline in national power but would also face the threats of nearby formidable enemy factions. At present, despite the conflicts between Xiongnu and the Northern Empire, it was evident that the empire's attention and regard for him as the Demon King were clearly insufficient. Thus far, their interactions had been limited to that of a persistent border count. Xiongnu discovered that after reaching the level 5, not only did his abilities, talents, and units undergo changes, but there was also a change that had never occurred before. In his player interface, the number of Demon King channels increased from 1 to 10. This meant that Xiongnu could now speak or trade simultaneously in 10 Demon King channels. This not only expanded his network tenfold but also meant that the Demon King market had also grown tenfold. He could now easily acquire the blueprints, resources, and items he desired while significantly increasing his financial income. It was worth noting that in the original Demon King channel, although Xiongnu was the largest food supplier and held the largest market share, the market dynamics had already reached a stable state. With the 3 spirit fields in the Darkness City and the development of the Super Elven farms in Jauntry City, it was certain that Xiongnu would face a situation of excess production capacity in the future. The expansion of the Demon King channels to 10 provided a significant short-term solution for alleviating the issue of excess production capacity. However, it was clear that this was only a temporary measure. For Xiongnu, the food resources that could be consumed by the millions of Demon King territories were still limited. He still needed to explore the vast continental market worth billions or even trillions of consumers. Xiongnu wasted no time and swiftly posted a message, simultaneously reaching all 10 Demon King channels. Xiongnu, looking to buy Spirit Field Blueprint, along with level 2 and 3 building upgrade scrolls with premium price. If you have top-tier blueprints, materials, or other valuable items for sale, contact me through private chat. Following his message, he posted a procurement list. Blueprint, Spirit Field, purchase price of 240,000 gold per copy. Level 2 normal building upgrade scroll, limited to 10 copies, with a purchase price of 100,000 gold each. Level 3 normal building upgrade scroll, purchase price of 350,000 gold per copy. The Demon King Channel 1, also known as the original channel, immediately erupted in excitement. He's here. He's here. The Potato Demon King has arrived. The Potato Demon King is back with a hefty sum. Does he still need followers? I want to work for the boss. Offering 240,000 gold coins for a spirit field. I can instantly earn tens of thousands of gold. The Potato Demon King is truly generous. Please accept my worship. At the same time, in the other 9 Demon King channels. Shit. Who is this guy? His name sounds like someone from Xia country. Bakayaro, I don't care who you are, don't you know the rules? Quick, cancel the trade order. You're ruining the market, and you should know what I'm capable of. Wow, this unknown Appa seems like a hidden big boss? In the other 9 channels, it appeared that there were quite a few international players, some of whom even threatened Xiongnu. Among these Demon Kings, Xiongnu did not have much reputation, otherwise, they wouldn't have been foolish enough to openly threaten him. Ignoring the rackets, Xiongnu glanced at his reward chest. Recently, due to the continuous expansion of his territory, he had received several additional rewards. Among these unclaimed rewards, the highest level was from the Magi Mojo City. You opened the Mithril treasure chest. You've gained Gold X, Blueprint, Troll Alchemy Base X1, Earth Gem X100, Life Gem X100. Compared to other large forest cities, the strength of the Magi Mojo City could only be considered relatively weak. However, this reward was not bad. It was just that it paled in comparison to the rewards of Thousand Fangs City and Silver Spring City, not to mention Ironheart City. As a result, Xiongnu had 2 good blueprints in his hands. Ancient Elven Sanctuary, Level 4 Blueprint. Costs, Gold X550, 000, Light Gem X300, Life Gem X300, Quality Wood X20, 000, Quality Stone X20, 000. You may construct an ancient elven sanctuary within your territory. Troll Alchemy Base, Level 3 Blueprint. Costs: Gold X 150,000, Fire Gem X 50, Earth Gem X 100, Wood X 10,000, Iron X 10,000. You may construct a Troll Alchemy Base within your territory. The former was obtained from the reward chest of Silver Spring City. The ancient elven sanctuary was a functional building that could train elves quickly. Once they entered the sanctuary to train, they could learn the knowledge of the elven race and master various techniques such as planting, refining medicine, alchemy, forging, and magic or martial arts of ancient elves. Having such a valuable structure would have a subtle but accumulative effect on the overall strength of the elven race. Given enough time, they would master various ancient elf knowledge, which would greatly benefit the development of his territory. As for the Troll Alchemy Base, it was also a functional building, but not limited to the troll race. Its function was to greatly increase the success rate of alchemy and thus greatly increase the efficiency of alchemy production. The cost of building these two buildings was moderate, and at least for Zhang Nu, the resources required were insignificant. The value they could bring was not little either, so there was no need for too much consideration. Zhang Nu selected a location in the Darkness City to start the construction of the two buildings. After its completion, Zhang Nu opened up his player interface and swept a glance. Trade successful, gold minus 100,000, you gained level 2 normal building upgrade scroll X1. Trade successful, gold minus 100,000, you gained level 2 normal building upgrade scroll X1. Trade successful, gold minus 100,000, you gained level 2 normal building upgrade scroll X1. Trade successful, gold minus 240,000, you gained blueprint, spirit field X1. Zhang Nu was surprised. The transactions had been completed so quickly. It was so convenient to acquire things now that the market had expanded. In the southern region of the Thunder Empire, the teleportation field in Bachor City had been activated. A figure emerged in the middle of the teleporter. Count Sainberg Kolo. Identity confirmed. Welcome, esteemed Count, to Bachor City. The Sentry General, upon confirming the identity of the individual, immediately performed a standard knightly salute, displaying a humble attitude. As he concluded his greetings, the general made a gesture to the several mages behind him. The barrier mages deactivated the defense barrier. Su Wenhao retained a stoic expression as he stepped out of the magical formation. Kolo Territory's plan had utterly failed. Now, he had no choice but to brace himself and face Grand Duke Bachor, the ruler of the southern capital. A mixture of anger and helplessness surged within Su Wenhao's being. The power of the Dragon Demon King far surpassed his imagination, as it had decimated the entire Coral family's Knight Order, inflicting devastating losses. He was left with no option but to seek aid from the Grand Duke. An overwhelming sense of nervousness gripped him. Grand Duke Bachor, ruler of the southern capital. One of the 4 guardian Grand Dukes of the Empire. In the eyes of such a figure, he, a mere count, was but a trifling ant, easily squashed at will. The Divine Sword Heroes Guild had suffered a catastrophic defeat. Surely, the Grand Duke would be highly displeased. Su Wenhao found it difficult to fathom the consequences he would face, but at this moment, he had no choice but to steel himself and face the Grand Duke. Glancing at the guards stationed at the teleportation site, Su Wenhao instinctively activated a rank B appraisal spell. This advanced appraising skill could glimpse into the target's level of strength, albeit lacking intricate details. Su Wenhao's expression changed, his eyes widened. Sentry General of Bachor Teleportation Station, Level 5 Overlord. Barrier Mage of Bachor Teleportation Station, Level 5 Lord. Su Wenhao was taken aback by the revelation. These were just a few guards stationed at the teleportation platform. Yet they possessed such terrifying power. It was beyond comprehension. In this world, the utilization of spatial teleportation magic has become relatively mature. However, the construction cost of teleportation stations was exorbitant, and not all regions had the technological and material resources to build such facilities. Throughout the entire southern expanse of the empire, there were only 5 teleportation stations. Apart from this one in Bachor City, the remaining 4 were situated in strategic fortresses. Within the walls of Bachor City, the use of spatial magic was entirely prohibited. The teleportation station was the sole means of bypassing the formidable defenses and directly entering the city from the outside. Precisely because of this reason, the teleportation station served as a crucial gateway. Naturally, it required heavy military presence. Leaving aside the paramount posts such as the Sentry General and the Barrier Mage, even the ordinary sentry guards were at least level 4 elites, all in place to prevent any infiltration attempts through the teleportation station. Su Wenhao then walked out and left the teleportation station. The view of the Bachor City unfolded before him. Bachor City was the largest capital city in the southern region of the empire. The city bustled with life, its population reaching a staggering 8 million. Even compared to the cosmopolitan cities of his previous life, Bachor City stood on equal footing, radiating a vibrant atmosphere that was second to none. With a sweeping glance, Su Wenhao took in the mesmerizing view of towering skyscrapers, shimmering magical towers, aerial gardens, and enchanting magical fountains, each brimming with splendor and a touch of fantastical beauty. Other than its marveling sights, Bachor City was also heavily fortified. Every street and plaza was vigilantly patrolled and guarded by soldiers clad in distinctive armor, proudly bearing the emblem of House Bachor. Su Wenhao was awestruck by the magnificence and sheer magnitude of the city. It truly befitted its reputation as one of the empire's most prominent supercities, serving as the central hub of the southern region. By comparison, he, a mere count, was like a rural bumpkin who had just stepped out of the countryside into the grander world. Before Su Wenhao could fully take in the awe-inspiring surroundings, a magical carriage suddenly appeared before him. An elderly man with silver hair, a benevolent countenance, and wearing the Bachor family crest alighted from the carriage. "Greetings, Count Kolo. I am the steward of Grand Duke Bachor. Please, step into the carriage and come with me to meet the Grand Duke. Steward of Bachor Castle, Level 5 Overlord." The corner of Su Wenhao's eyes twitched at the information. To think that a castle steward concealed such formidable power, he was actually a top-tier archmage. The power and influence the Bachor family held were truly terrifying. "Yes, thank you." Su Wenhao settled into the carriage. The magical carriage did not rely on actual horses to operate. The silver-haired Bachor steward uttered a spell. In an instant, the entire carriage was enveloped in a soap bubble-like bubble. Floating with remarkable stability and remarkable speed, the carriage glided through the air towards their destination. Throughout the journey, Su Wenhao experienced no jolts or sensations of weightlessness. He could not even perceive the motion of the moving carriage. The old steward's masterful control over magic was truly unfathomable. After approximately 10 minutes, the carriage arrived and Su Wenhao was brought into the imposing Bachor family castle. The architectural marvel of a castle surpassed the scale of ordinary towns. Knight of the Blood Lion Knight Order, Level 3 Elite. High Knight of the Blood Lion Knight Order, Level 4 Elite. Knight Captain of the Blood Lion Knight Order, Level 4 Lord. As Su Wenhao was making his way in, he was greeted by a sight of many Bachor family knights adorned in blood-red heavy armor, resembling formidable iron giants. The commander of the Kolo Knight Order could only be regarded as a lowly knight captain if he was placed in Bachor's family knight order. Su Wenhao had heard rumors about the Bachor family, boasting no less than 6 major knight orders, each consisting of thousands of knights. These knights were handpicked from a vast pool of candidates, ensuring that only the most exceptional individuals were chosen. These top-tier knights not only possessed at least the strength of Level 3 Elite but also adorned themselves with exceptionally fine equipment, further enhancing their combat prowess. What an incredibly and terrifyingly powerful force! As Su Wenhao ventured further inside, his trepidation grew with every step. Archmage of the Bachor Mage Legion, Level 5 Lord. Duke Bachor's Royal Guard Captain, Level 5 Lord. Guardian Knight of the Empire, Level 5 Overlord. Su Wenhao's heart sank as he realized the immense power and influence held by the Bachor family. The oppressive atmosphere within the castle made him acutely aware of his own insignificance in comparison. However, it was when his gaze fell upon a particular type of knight that his anxiety reached its peak. These knights wore no heavy armor but donned resplendent golden suits adorned with intricate magical patterns. With a single golden sword in hand, they were exuding an aura that seemed to suffocate all who beheld them. Just how formidable were these golden-armored knights? Su Wenhao knew it all too well. There were the Guardian Knights of the Empire. They were entrusted with His Majesty, the Emperor's absolute trust. However, their numbers were incredibly scarce. Apart from the imperial place of the Empire, only a few could be found accompanying the Guardian Grand Dukes. Not only were the Guardian Knights the Grand Duke's formidable blades, but they also served as the Emperor's eyes for monitoring the 4 major duchies. "You've finally arrived," the Guardian Knight remarked with a sly smile. His tone was devoid of the expected respect one would show towards a noble of Su Wenhao's status. Instead, there was a hint of contempt and disdain in his attitude. "Should I address you as Lord Count Kolo or Guild Leader Su Wenhao? You're a hero too." Su Wenhao's eyes widened in surprise. The Guardian Knight chuckled, his amusement evident. "Please step inside." Pushing open the massive doors, he revealed a grand hall, the size of an athletics field, before Su Wenhao's eyes. Within the hall, a bustling scene unfolded. Bachor's officials and nobles from various affiliated territories were engaged in discussions, presenting their reports. On a raised platform, upon a magnificent throne, sat a regal and imposing elderly figure exuding an aura of authority as majestic as a lion. Out of habit, Su Wenhao activated his appraisal skill. "Grand Duke Bachor?" Su Wenhao was utterly shocked to realize that he could not perceive anything, his appraisal skill failing for the first time. As if sensing his insolence, Grand Duke Bachor slowly opened his half-closed eyes, and his piercing gaze locked onto the reckless count. In the next moment, Su Wenhao's consciousness became hazy. When he regained his senses, the entire Bachor castle had vanished. He found himself in a nightmarish battlefield, strewn with lifeless bodies and blood-soaked earth. What's happening? Is this some kind of illusion? No. It's no illusion. You're under the effect of Azura's domain. All stats have decreased. Skills below B rank are sealed. You will suffer continuous damage from the domain's onslaught every second. An arrow pierced straight through his chest. Su Wenhao realized that he could not evade at all. A second arrow, a third, a fourth. Within moments, he was bombarded with a barrage of arrows, his HP rapidly diminishing. Immense pain and terror overwhelmed Su Wenhao as if being swallowed by a tsunami of agony. Although Su Wenhao had yet to personally experience a domain, he ought to have heard about it. He realized that this was no mere illusion, but a monarch's domain. Grand Duke Bachor, one of the 4 Grand Dukes safeguarding the Thunder Empire. Ruler of the southern border, and the supreme authority of the Bachor Duchy. Wycliffe Bachor. A genuine monarch-level existence. "Please spare me, Your Grace," Su Wenhao desperately pleaded. Finally, Grand Duke Bachor relented. Su Wenhao was abruptly returned to normal space, his body drenched in a deluge of blood. He collapsed onto the floor of the Grand Hall, gasping for air in heaving breaths. In a composed tone, Grand Duke Bachor uttered, "Consider this a minor punishment. Should you dare to provoke me again, you will rue the day you set foot in this world." "Thank you for your mercy, Your Grace." Grand Duke Bachor continued, "Regarding the matter of the Chaos Forest, your performance has left me thoroughly disappointed. I demand an explanation." Su Wenhao hastily replied, "My plan was on the verge of success, but at the final moment, it was thwarted by a powerful demon king." "A demon king?" Grand Duke Bahal seemed unimpressed. "That is not a valid excuse. The Empire is determined to annex the Chaos Forest. Thus, I shall grant you another chance. You are hereby authorized to deploy the 3rd Legion of the Southern Border." Within a span of 15 days, you must eliminate the Demon King and reclaim the bloody fortress. Remember, you have a maximum of 15 days. Should you fail me again, you should be well aware of the consequences. Upon hearing this, Su Wenhao was overjoyed. The 3rd Legion of the southern border, the Empire's formal army officially stationed near the Kolo territory. Although mobilizing the Empire's formal forces would undoubtedly attract attention from the Azure Water Federation and the Sunset Empire, thereby exerting pressure upon the Empire, it was evident that the Empire no longer wished to await opportune moments. At present, the Thunder Empire's strength was at its zenith, while internal conflicts persisted within the Azure Water Federation and the Sunset Empire. This moment was the prime opportunity for expansion. With the might of the Empire at his disposal, success was undoubtedly within an arm's reach this time. Grand Bachor then addressed Knight Gords. The formidable knight who had granted Su Wenhao entry responded promptly. You, too, are a destined hero. I believe you would be interested in this Demon King, therefore I request that you accompany them on this siege. The Guardian Knight promptly saluted and said, Serving the Empire is my duty. Please rest assured, Your Grace. With my personal intervention, no Demon King will be of concern. Su Wenhao couldn't hide his annoyance. After enduring countless hardships, he was finally on the verge of gaining control over the Empire's forces. And yet, it seemed fate had conspired to include this meddlesome individual. Serving the Empire? What a nice way to put it. As if a hero would truly be loyal to the Empire. Clearly, this person was here to snatch the limelight and claim the glory for themselves. At this moment, within the Darkness City, the great Demon King was thoroughly satisfied. Merely an hour after listing his trade orders, he had already received 8 Level 2 building upgrade scrolls, 2 Level 3 building upgrade scrolls, and 2 Spirit Field blueprints. In addition to completing these trade orders, Zhang Nu had also been contacted by numerous Demon Kings who came to sell their blueprints, equipment, and skill stones, hoping to strike a deal. Zhang Nu had little interest in equipment and skills. In his possession, he held hundreds of skill stones, rendering anything below B rank unworthy of even a glance. Only top-tier skills could pique his curiosity. As for equipment, the Dwarven treasury in Ironheart City had an endless supply. Zhang Nu would no longer have any trouble finding a market for them. However, unless it possessed the same caliber as the Elven King's scepter or the Holy Grail of Blood, even the finest equipment held little significance to him. Instead, Zhang Nu focused on acquiring attribute crystals that could enhance his stats, precious universal materials such as energy gemstones, as well as blueprints that could be useful. Unfortunately, the majority of the blueprints that the Demon Kings had to offer were rather lackluster in terms of both rating and quality. Zhang Nu found himself only able to acquire level 1 blueprints, such as Detection Tower, Barrier Tower, various elemental assault towers, as well as utility blueprints like Dark Prison. Given the current strength of the Dark City, these items were of little use. However, as the territory continued to expand and more cities and fortresses were established, these buildings could aid in enhancing defense capabilities across different regions. Just as Zhang Nu finished a batch of trades, the hero girl, Su Yan, suddenly arrived at Darkness City. Boss, I bring the latest intelligence. We have news regarding the members of the Dragon Shadow Hero Guild, as well as the representatives from the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Nu jestingly remarked, It's been so many days since they left. If there's still no news, I'd start suspecting they ran off with the funds. Su Yan crossed her arms, looking displeased, and retorted, Boss, how can you say that? The people I recommended are trustworthy. There's no way they would run off. Zhang Nu chuckled. He was merely teasing. 3 individuals, namely Rao Jian, were the leaders of the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce. They were being escorted by a squadron of Draconians. If any of these 3 heroes were to dare show any intention of absconding with the funds or even entertain such thoughts, it would undoubtedly result in their swift beheading by the Draconian super soldiers accompanying them. Zhang Nu inquired, What is their current status? Su Yan promptly responded, Rao Jian and his associates have arrived in a region known as the Pale Moon Nation within the Azure Water Federation. With the initial capital provided by Boss, they swiftly secured a modest island to establish their headquarters for the growing merchant association. Because Boss dispatched draconian craftsmen and master craftsmen there, the construction of the association's headquarters is progressing very quickly. They have already started establishing connections with the local market. The market within the Azure Water Federation is of considerable size, brimming with a vibrant atmosphere of commerce. As long as we can safely transport our goods there, selling them should be a breeze. Moreover, the Azure Water Federation is rich in resources. If we need any materials, we can inform the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce and use their established connections to procure the resources we want. Zhang Nu nodded in satisfaction, not bad. Despite being in the early stages, being able to establish such a firm foothold swiftly is a good start. Seizing the moment, Zhang Nu posed another question. How much do you know about the Azure Water Federation? After all, Zhang Nu was a great demon king, and demon kings were known for their aggressive and conquering nature. If his influence became prominent, it would undoubtedly draw the attention and apprehension of major powers. Once the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce expanded its business, it would inevitably attract attention from various factions. If it were discovered that the Merchant Association had been aiding a demon king in procuring resources, it could potentially put the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce in a disadvantageous position. Regarding the Azure Water Federation, Zhang Nu had only a limited and superficial understanding. But Su Yan, as the leader of the Dragon Shadow Heroes and the top intelligence agent under the Great Demon King, had undoubtedly conducted much more thorough research. Thus, upon hearing the question, she answered confidently. The Azure Water Federation is a formidable power located in the southern part of the Chaos Forest, comparable in strength to the Northern Thunder Empire. It has a long history, dating back 6,000 years. Its founder, known as the Azure Water Empress, was a legendary female ruler. This was the first time Zhang Nu had heard of the Azure Water Empress. An empress? If she held such a title, why didn't she establish an empire? Su Yan immediately clarified, the title of empress is a posthumous honor bestowed upon her by later generations. During her lifetime, she never officially declared herself an empress. I believe the Azure Water Empress was well aware of the unique environmental circumstances of her region, making it impractical to establish an empire. Hearing this, Zhang Nu nodded in agreement. Empires typically needed to fulfill two fundamental conditions for their establishment. Firstly, they required a homogeneous or predominantly dominant single race. It was impossible to establish a centralized nation in a region where multiple diverse races were evenly matched and mutually hinder one another. Secondly, empires required a unified territory. The geographical terrain of the entire territory should not be overly complex or vast, as it would hinder effective governance. The Azure Water Federation did not meet these two conditions. Su Yan provided a detailed explanation on this matter. In fact, whether it's the Thunder Empire in the north, the Sunset Empire in the west, or other empires on this continent, including the former Elven Empire, Orcish Empire, and so on. These empire powers were either established by humans, elves, or orcs, and in any case, they were created or dominated by a single race. Based on the intelligence I've gathered, the Azure Water Federation does not have a single race with overwhelming superiority. Not only is it a diverse region with multiple races, but they are also spread across land, mountains, and seas. There are land-dwelling races, mountain races, desert races, and even oceanic races, with a significant proportion being the aquatic races. Furthermore, Su Yan continued, the Azure Water Federation's territory is twice the size of the Thunder Empire. Approximately 20% of the territory consists of land, while the remaining 80% is dominated by vast oceans, encompassing countless large and small islands, as well as miniature continents. The highest points reach elevations of tens of thousands of meters, while the depths plunge into dark abyssal waters of hundreds of thousands of meters. In such a geographical setting, the likelihood of establishing an empire is close to zero. The Azure Water Empress, in order to prevent inter-kingdom conflicts, took it upon herself to establish the Azure Water Federation, which eventually incorporated dozens of kingdoms. These kingdoms maintained their individual independence while adhering to a loose system of unity. Listening to Su Yan, Zhang Nu found it somewhat perplexing. If the Azure Water Federation was established over 6,000 years ago by a legendary empress with her formidable power, then one would assume that the Federation would collapse immediately upon her passing. Somehow sensing the Demon King's skepticism, Su Yan revealed the information she had gathered. The reason the Federation has been able to maintain stability for 6,000 years is due to a legacy left behind by the Empress. What a legacy! To have such power even after her death, suppressing the Federation from collapsing for thousands of years. Su Yan explained, it is known as one of the most powerful contracts on the continent. Legend has it that the Empress risked her life to obtain this ancient contract from a long-forgotten relic. During her reign, she secured the signatures of the core families from dozens of countries and factions, binding them to this covenant. Today, this ancient agreement, known as the Azure Water Covenant, serves as the very foundation of the Federation. The general content of the covenant is as follows. The signatories of the Azure Water Covenant must maintain independence from each other and refrain from engaging in hostilities. They must forever uphold an alliance with one another. Whenever a signatory is threatened by external forces beyond the Federation, all Covenant members must join forces to defend against the common enemy. This covenant possesses an immense power. It remains effective for countless years, never expiring. There had been an instance in the past where one of the forces violated the Azure Water Covenant, only to have their entire families cursed and subsequently perish. Hence, no one dares to breach the terms of the covenant anymore. So that's how it was. Zhang Nu was surprised to learn about this information, which he had been unaware of before. It seemed that Su Yan had truly done her homework and research. Zhang Nu then asked, and where is this ancient covenant located? Su Yan shrugged helplessly, boss, you're giving me too much credit. How would I know such a thing? The Azure Water Covenant is the lifeblood of the Azure Water Federation. Indeed, the entire Federation was built upon this covenant. Having operated for 6,000 years, the Azure Water Federation surely had faced countless internal conflicts and disagreements. If this covenant were to be broken, the restraints that held together the major kingdoms, factions, and families would be shattered. In that very instant, the entire Federation would be turned upside down. This powerful entity, comparable to an empire, would undoubtedly crumble without a trace. The Azure Water Federation was well aware of the importance of this covenant and would undoubtedly keep it hidden in the most secure and secretive manner. The current Dragon Shadow Hero Guild was only a mediocre intelligence organization. If Su Yan could reveal the location of the Azure Water Covenant, it would be incredibly absurd. Not knowing was acceptable. Although the existence of this covenant provided a fatal weakness for the Azure Water Federation. The Great Demon King's primary focus was ruling and managing the Chaos Forest. His main adversary was the Northern Thunder Empire, and he had no intention of antagonizing the Azure Water Federation for now. Moreover, sowing chaos within the Federation would yield no benefits for him. On the contrary, he hoped to establish trade connections between the various countries of the continent, with the Azure Water Federation as the central hub. Zhang Nu considered for a moment and said, regardless, to be on the safe side, the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce should avoid directly procuring goods through the Darkness City or any other cities. We have a vast gnome merchant caravan under the Thousand Fong City's command. I will have these gnomes establish a gnome forest merchant guild to serve as the intermediary between our guild and the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Understood, Su Yan acknowledged. At that moment, hundreds of elves, including Nancilia and Marilyn, arrived in the Darkness City from the John Tree City. Oh, Great Demon King! We have arrived. Where is the sanctuary? Nancilia approached with anticipation written all over her face. Word had spread among the elves of the John Tree City about Zhang Nu's plan to construct a holy sanctuary for them. When they learned that they could learn ancient magic, martial arts, and other long-lost knowledge in areas such as alchemy, herbalism, cultivation, and formations, the elves could not help themselves but feel excited. The elven race had experienced a significant loss of ancestral knowledge, making this opportunity all the more appealing to them. Thus, Nancilia, Marilyn, and the elven elders all journeyed to the Shadow City to witness this marvelous sanctuary. Before long, their wishes were granted. A grand and elegant ancient hall stood before them. As the elves laid eyes on this structure, they could sense an overwhelming sense of familiarity emanating from it, as if the building had been used by elves for tens of thousands of years. "May we enter? Let's go in." The elves joyfully made their way towards the sanctuary. The great demon king suddenly interrupted, saying, "Nancilia, wait a moment." "Ah, your majesty, what is it?" Nancilia asked. "Come with me." Xiangnu wanted to test his new level 5 ability, the Demon King's Baptism. This skill had the power to instantly enhance the strength of a unit. The higher the inherent talent and potential of the unit being baptized, the better the effect. After contemplating his options, Xiangnu realized that Nancilia, the little elven king, possessed the highest potential and talent among them. Therefore, he decided to make her the guinea pig and the lucky recipient of this baptism, allowing her to be the first to experience its effects. Nancilia was taken aback, her expression filled with confusion. Although she was eager to visit the elven sanctuary, she understood that the great demon king had summoned her for an important matter. Without questioning further, she promptly followed him into the demon king's hall. Nancilia wore a perplexed expression on her face. She found herself brought onto the altar. The demon king spoke, "Don't be nervous. This isn't anything bad. I intend to utilize my powers to baptize you." The young elf immediately interjected, "I'm not nervous. I believe your majesty wouldn't do anything to harm me. But what does this baptizing mean?" Xiangnu pondered and answered, "Well, how should I explain? Just think of it as a kind of blessing. I will use my abilities to help you enhance your strength and unlock your potential." "Your majesty possesses such an extraordinary ability?" The young elf widened her eyes in astonishment. Xiangnu reassured her, "Now, let's not waste any more words. Concentrate your thoughts, relax your entire being, and this will soon be over." As they spoke, the great demon king reached out his hand and placed it lightly upon the head of the young elf. Nancilia's height reached no higher than the demon king's waist. Xiangnu gently petted her head, as if caressing a small animal. At that moment, Xiangnu received a prompt. "Would you like to spend 1 million gold to perform the Demon King's baptism on the target?" "Yes." The Demon King's baptism is now in progress. Nancilia suddenly experienced a wondrous sensation. The Demon King unleashed a surge of formidable energy that instantly permeated her entire being. Every strand of flesh, every bone, every cell resonated with an indescribable harmony. Never before in her life had Nancilia encountered such marvel. In a brief instant, a seemingly impenetrable barrier that was hindering her breakthrough was completely shattered. An unprecedented power. Something she had never even dared to imagine. In that moment, it awakened rapidly within her. Upon the Demon King's altar, a burst of radiant light erupted. The brilliance was so dazzling, carrying the majesty of a king, that even the draconian guards and priests present could not help but pale in the face of it. Fortunately, this immense power and its might were contained within the Demon King's castle. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly have triggered a tremendous resonance in the environment. It might even cause peculiar celestial phenomena, thus alarming the entire forest. The baptism is complete. Xiangnu took 2 steps back, giving himself some distance. Nancilia, still with closed eyes, remained engulfed in a radiant aura. Waves of formidable energy, akin to relentless tides of the ocean, continuously emanated from her very core. Did she break through? Nancilia was already a peak level 4 overlord. Now, having undergone the Demon King's baptism, it was not surprising that she had bypassed decades of arduous training. With her innate talent, breaking through the bottleneck seemed within the realm of possibility. Without delay, Zhang Nu examined her updated stats. Previously, Nancilia's title was John Tree City Lord, Nancilia. But now, the prefix had undergone a change. Elven King Nancilia, Level 5 Monarch Unit. 2400 HP, 4800 MP, 55 Strength. Agility, 115 Constitution, 824 Will, Loyalty 99%. Skills, Elven King's Bloodline, Talent, Divine Tree Domain, Talent, Omni Magic, Talent, Elven King's Aura, Talent, Elven King's Elemental Covenant, Talent, Elven King's Nature Pact, Talent, Elven King's Astral Shield, A rank, Elven King's Sealing Art, A, Elven King's Blessing Art, A rank, Instant Teleportation, B rank, etc. Description: this is an Elven King, possessing unparalleled power and inheriting ancient lineage. However, the full potential of her bloodline remains untapped, awaiting complete awakening. It was done. Zhang Nu could not contain his smile. Even before performing the baptism on Nancilia, he had suspected that this ritual might help her break through the bottleneck and take the most crucial step forward. But he never anticipated it would go so smoothly, as if it were meant to be. Nancilia has ascended to the rank of Level 5 Monarch. With her current strength and status, she would no longer be an inconspicuous figure anywhere on the continent. If there were any elven tribes in the vicinity, they would undoubtedly devote their loyalty to her without hesitation. She had the honor of becoming the first Monarch rank unit under the Demon King's command. Nancilia slowly opened her eyes, looking at her hands in disbelief. It still felt somewhat unreal to her. I've broken through? Zhang Nu affirmed, indeed, from now on, you are truly deserving of the title Elven King. How is this possible? Nancilia was utterly astonished. Although she had sensed before that she might be just one step away from the rank of Monarch. Crossing that one step seemed an insurmountable challenge. It could have taken her 10 or even 20 years of arduous training. And now, just because the Demon King bestowed his baptism upon her. Not only did her strength increase significantly, but also a dormant power within her bloodline was awakened. Goddess above. This is beyond belief. It's a true miracle. The young Elven King could not contain her excitement and prostrated herself before the Demon King. Your Majesty, I am forever grateful for your bestowals and blessings. Zhang Nu chuckled and said, now that you are a monarch, you should refrain from performing such grand gestures casually. It doesn't suit your esteemed status. The young Elven King responded, even if I have become an Elven King, I am still the Elven King under your Majesty's command. I will never forget your kindness. Not bad. She remained loyal even after becoming a monarch. The investment in her was not in vain. As the Elven King rejoiced in her breakthrough, Marilyn and the Elven Elders also marveled at the miracle before them. They had entered the ancient Elven sanctuary. They had anticipated a wealth of books and tangible artifacts, vessels carrying the knowledge of the Elven race. However, contrary to their expectations, the Elven sanctuary was empty, devoid of anything. Perplexed, one of the Elven Elders wondered, what could this mean? Our Majesty mentioned that the ancient Elven sanctuary is specifically prepared for elves. Even if other races were to enter, they wouldn't be able to learn the knowledge of the ancient elves, Marilyn speculated. It is possible that this wisdom is not confined to written texts or tangible objects but exists in some intangible form. Upon finishing her conclusion, she closed her eyes and attuned themselves to the surroundings. She could sense that within the sacred sanctuary, an immense surge of spiritual energy permeated the air. Marilyn's face beamed with delight. Let us all enter a state of meditation and see what unfolds. The elves took their positions, assuming a meditative posture. And as they began their meditation, something extraordinary occurred. A flood of knowledge streamed into their minds. Marilyn's astonishment grew as an abundance of magical knowledge, ancient spells, and long-lost arcane wisdom effortlessly materialized in their consciousness. Just as expected, the knowledge within the ancient Elven sanctuary transcended the need for sight. It could be directly accessed through the power of the mind. This state of meditative learning surpassed the speed of conventional study by several magnitudes, truly a miraculous phenomenon. Ancient elven knowledge preserved wisdom that was almost lost to time. Marilyn and the elven elders rejoiced with unbridled excitement. The value of this elven sanctuary to their race was immeasurable, surpassing even the Tree of Miracle in the John Tree City. This could only be described as an invaluable treasure. Like a sponge absorbing water effortlessly, Marilyn swiftly assimilated an ancient spell directly from the sanctuary. With dedicated practice, she would soon master this newfound magical ability. By the goddess! Truly, this was a divine miracle. In the past, acquiring proficiency in a spell of the same level would take at least a year, even for someone as recognized as Marilyn, the prodigious talent of the Silver Springs tribe. How did the Demon King create such a wondrous sanctuary? With its aid, there were no limits to gaining formidable power and boundless knowledge. However, at that moment, Marilyn felt a throbbing ache in her head. She realized it was due to mental fatigue. While the sanctuary accelerated knowledge transfer by several orders of magnitude, it also exerted a strain on the mind. It was best not to be too greedy, focusing on absorbing one piece of knowledge at a time. Gradually, the elven elders awoke. Judging by their expressions of astonishment, it seemed that every elf present had made significant gains. One elderly elder, moved to tears, exclaimed, "I never imagined that at my age, I would have the privilege to perceive the ancient elven heritage. The Demon King is truly magnificent. If not for the power of the Demon King, our elven lineage would have long been severed." In that moment, in the hearts of these elves, the image of the Demon King became immensely benevolent. Their loyalty to the Demon King soared to new heights. Marilyn voiced her opinion, saying, "The ancient elven sanctuary is an invaluable treasure for our elven kin. We should make full use of it. I propose that we seek the Demon King's permission to have all our young and aspiring elves permanently reside in the Darkness City for the sake of their education." That is a valid point. It's hard for me not to support this idea. This is the hope for the glorious rise of our elven race. The elves continued their discussion as they departed from the elven sanctuary. It was at that precise moment that the Demon King, accompanied by the young elven king, approached them. Marilyn caught sight of Nancilia in an instant and exclaimed, "Nancilia, you." Nancilia made no attempt to conceal herself. After all, these individuals were her most trusted kin. Without hesitation, she unleashed a wisp of the Elven King's aura. As you can see, Nancilia's face radiated pride. After receiving the Demon King's baptism, I have made a significant breakthrough. I've not only reached level 5, but also gained the Monarch's domain. If the Elven Sanctuary was already a tremendous surprise, then what lay before them now could only be described as sheer euphoria. Everyone knew that with the young city lord's talent and aptitude, her breakthrough to become an Elven King was only a matter of time. But who could have imagined that this day would arrive so soon? "We thank you, Your Majesty, the Demon King. This favor shall be eternally engraved in the hearts of the elves. We are grateful for everything Your Majesty has done for the elves." The elves gratefully kneeled before the Demon King. After all, the blessings bestowed upon the elves by the Demon King were plentiful. From the Tree of Miracle to the ancient elven sanctuary, and now, aiding them in cultivating an elven king ahead of time. With these three, how could the elves not flourish? As you have chosen to follow me, I will naturally not mistreat my subordinates. Zhang Nu calmly stated. In addition, although Nancilia has successfully broken through, this matter needs to be kept temporarily confidential. Do not go around spreading the news. A level 5 monarch had emerged, and she was an elven king to boot. Most importantly, this elven king has actually allied herself with a demon king. This will surely cause a great sensation. For the time being, Zhang Nu did not want to attract too much attention. Similarly, Nancilia's breakthrough happened too quickly, and John Tree City was not prepared to accommodate elves from various regions seeking refuge. Now, a grace period was needed to allow the elven race and the territory to adjust to this change. In the eyes of the elves, the Demon King is almost on par with a divine being. Thus, they regarded his words with the utmost reverence and compliance. Regarding the elves' desire to migrate a group of their kin to Darkness City, Zhang Nu wholeheartedly supported the idea. He had been planning for it recently, as there was an abundance of spirit fields now, and the goblins could not keep up with the cultivation. Moreover, the Darkness City was too desolate for the time being. Zhang Nu had always intended to gradually populate this capital city by migrating populations from various cities and tribes. At this moment, Zhang Nu sensed a spiritual connection coming from Li Si. Li Si possessed the ability to summon the Demon King and also had the ability to establish a spiritual connection through a prayer ceremony. Several days ago, the Skydrake Archpriest had been dispatched by the Demon King on a crucial mission. Recently, rumors spread throughout Thunderclap City, accusing the Dragon Demon King of pilfering their treasured artifact. In response, the city assembled an army of giants, intent on launching an assault on Darkness Valley. At that time, Zhang Nu was preoccupied with the dwarves in the east. And so, the Dragon Demon King sent Li Si to mediate and negotiate in his stead. However, despite their numerous attempts, each negotiation ultimately met with failure. The giants insisted on confronting the Demon King. Upon receiving Li Si's report, Zhang Nu could not help but regard these giants as mentally challenged. Only a fool would believe that the Demon King had nothing better to do than to pilfer their treasure. But the timing could not have been more opportune. Now was the perfect time to handle this matter. To the west of the Chaos Forest laid a plateau shrouded in perpetual lightning and thunderstorms, earning it the name Thunder Highlands, with the magnificent Thunderclap City residing at its heart. Legend has it that Thunderclap City was the mightiest stronghold within the chaotic forest, renowned as the City of Giants. If Zhang Nu truly aspired to unify the Chaos Forest, he could not circumvent Thunderclap City, the city hailed as the epitome of strength. Currently, Zhang Nu had 6 major forest cities under his command: Tree City, Berserk Beast City, Thousand Fong City, Silver Spring City, Ironheart City, and Magi Mojo City. Their influence extended over nearly half of the chaotic forest. If he could capture Thunderclap City, nothing would stand in his way of unification within the entire Chaos Forest. Other forest cities and races would have no choice but to yield to the overwhelming might of the Demon King, without needing even a fight. Moreover, as Zhang Nu had come to understand, the giants were even more reclusive and isolated than the dwarves. They rarely engaged with other forest races. Their sudden emergence, driven by the loss of their treasure, was undeniably peculiar. Zhang Nu was genuinely intrigued. What kind of treasure could evoke such a reaction from the giants? In direct response to the summoning of Li Si, the Skydrake Archpriest, Zhang Nu vanished from the depths of the Darkness City and re-emerged instantaneously in a vast expanse of forested plains. "My master." Li Si knelt down on one knee. "This humble servant has failed to stop the giants." Zhang Nu reassured him, "There is no need for self-blame. You have managed to delay them for this long, allowing me to attend to other pressing matters, is already a commendable accomplishment." He turned his gaze and declared, "Now, let me see what these giants are up to and what tricks they have up their sleeves." The variety among the giants was vast. According to ancient tales, adult individuals of the Titan giants towered at heights of several hundred to thousands of meters, while some lesser giants stood merely 10 to 18 meters tall. At this moment, on the plain before them, stood 2 to 3,000 colossal figures. Their heights reached 40 to 50 meters, resembling the size of a skyscraper from Zhang Nu's previous life. For ordinary humans, their presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. These giants possessed distinctive features. Their skin had a silver-white metallic texture, and they emanated an energy aura with faint flickering lightning. This particular species of giants was known as the Silver Giants. They belonged to the higher echelons of the giant race. Silver giants could survive for extended periods without eating, replenishing their bodies with energy absorbed from lightning. It was no wonder they chose to establish their city in the relatively desolate Thunder Highlands. Zhang Nu took a quick glance. Silver Giant Warrior, Level 4 Elite. Skills: Silver War Body, Talent, Thunderbolt Hurling, C rank, Lightning Absorption, C rank, Lightning Driven, C rank, Mountain Moving Strength, C rank. Silver Giant Elder, Level 4 Lord. Skills: Silver War Body, Talent, Lightning Spear, B rank, Thunderbolt Hurling, C rank, Lightning Driven, C rank, etc. Silver Giant Chieftain, Jean Kuei, Level 4 Overlord. Skills: Silver War Body, Talent, Thunderous Armor, A rank, Thunderous Lighting Spear, A rank, Thunderbolt Hurling, C rank, etc. Impressive indeed. The population of Thunderclap City was actually not substantial. At most, the entire city housed around 40 to 50,000 inhabitants. Yet, it was hailed as the mightiest city in the Chaos Forest, largely owing to the indomitable prowess of the Silver Giant clan. As one ascended the ranks of superior races, their reproductive capacities diminished, resulting in smaller populations. However, their lower limit of strength was remarkably high. The combat units of the Silver Giants exhibited remarkable balance in their power. Even an ordinary Silver Giant warrior possessed the astonishing prowess of a level 4 elite. For other races, such a scenario would be unimaginable. Yet, Xiongnu did not find it surprising. After all, the true dragons were stronger than the Silver Giants and had even fewer numbers. A mature dragon, at the very least, would be a level 5 lord, whereas a mature abyssal dragon would be a level 5 overlord at the minimum. It would seem then. The Silver Giants could not truly be classified as a superior race. Nonetheless, Xiongnu could not help but admire their imposing size and appearance. It would certainly add grandeur to the main gate of the Darkness City if he brought back a few to serve as guards. Their immense strength and ability to sustain themselves on lightning energy, without requiring copious amounts of food, made them perfect for heavy labor as well. "So, you're the Darkness City's demon lord," the voice of Jean Kuei, the Silver Giant clan chieftain, boomed across the plains. "Hand over the treasure of Thunderclap City." Xiongnu found the demand perplexing. "What treasures have you lost?" The chieftain seethed with anger. "Quit playing dumb. Surrender the heart of the ancient god from our Thunderclap City immediately, or we will flatten the Darkness Valley." Xiongnu retorted, "What heart of the ancient god? I have never heard of it. Do you have any evidence to prove that we took it?" Jean Kuei exclaimed, "Other than you, dragon, no other race in the Chaos Forest can withstand the power of the heart of the ancient god." "What kind of reasoning is that?" Xiongnu laughed. "It seems to me that you're just looking for a fight." "Stop with the nonsense," Jean Kuei snapped. "We don't care about the details. The heart of the ancient god must be handed over, by choice or by force." Jean Kuei unreasonably declared, "If you can't give us the heart of the ancient god, then Thunderclap City will be compensated with the relics sealed within the Jontree Forest. Otherwise, the giant clan will not relent." Xiongnu grasped the situation. The heart of the ancient god was likely a fragment of an evil god. Initially, Xiongnu believed that the giants had no evidence to prove that he, the Dragon Demon King, had stolen the heart of the ancient god. It seemed that they were being manipulated by someone with ulterior motives. Because he had noticed something peculiar. Among these giants were a few heroes. Knowing the nature of these heroes, they would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation, inciting Thunderclap City to confront the mighty Dragon Demon King, all for their own gain. However, the situation seemed to be far from simple. The fragment of the evil god held special significance for them. Hence their eagerness and desperation to retrieve it. Even if they could not find the original piece, they would settle for a substitute. As an ancient race dwelling in the Chaos Forest for millennia, the giants were likely aware of the sealed land within the Jontree Forest, which held another fragment of the evil god. Xiongnu responded, "You can't even enter the sealed area, and even if you manage to enter, it's a path of certain death. Even if by some miracle you survive, you won't obtain the fragment of the evil god. In short, I advise you to give up on this futile endeavor." "Nonsense," an enraged giant elder, who was also a hero, retorted. "Chieftain, why waste words with him? Since he refuses to comply, let us seize it by force and slay this demon king while we're at it. That's right. Seize it from him. We'll take it by force. Crush the Darkness Valley. A handful of giant heroes took advantage of the situation and began rallying the others. The atmosphere grew tense as thousands of towering giants filled the air with a murderous aura. It was an intimidating sight, enough to make the faint-hearted tremble. Xiangnu nodded. Very well, since Thunderclap City must be conquered for my unification, I shall seize this opportunity to deal with all of you. How dare you speak so arrogantly? The giant chieftain bellowed, his fury unleashed. Witness the might of the giants. In an instant, he conjured a spear of lightning, hurling it with force. The spear transformed into a colossal bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, tearing through the earth and striking the Demon King from several hundred meters away. -0. Xiangnu remained unscathed. Mocking them, he remarked, "Is this the power of the giants? Truly disappointing." Jin Kuei's expression froze in disbelief. Even a level 5 overlord would never dare to directly withstand such an attack. Before they could make any further moves, Xiangnu activated his spatial abilities. In an instant, he vanished from his original position and reappeared at the center of the crowd of giants. The giants were caught off guard, unable to react in time. Suddenly, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. By the time they realized what was happening, they found that the surrounding environment had transformed completely. The forests, the sky, the earth all gone. Under their feet and all around them was nothing but emptiness. It felt as if they had plunged into an endless abyss of darkness or were adrift in the vast, silent expanse of the cosmos. Not only were their powers instantly suppressed and weakened, but even the simplest movements became arduous in this disorienting void. The giants' massive size worked against them. They could not find any solid footing. The 2,000 to 3,000 giants floated like massive balloons adrift in the air. A domain skill. You're a monarch. The giants were overwhelmed with shock. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined facing off against a monarch rank being. The giant hero hastily shouted, "Do not be afraid, everyone. Even if he's a monarch, he can't possibly take on all of us alone. If we attack together, we can surely overpower and kill him." Agreed. Attack together. One after another, a barrage of lightning spears was unleashed relentlessly. -0. -0. -0. Admittedly, their coordinated assault was formidable. It could even inflict severe damage on a level 5 overlord. Even for a monarch-level entity like Xiangnu, who was not particularly built towards defense, these attacks posed a considerable threat. However, unless these hundreds or thousands of attacks converged and simultaneously struck him, their efforts failed to cause even the slightest harm. How is this possible? Our collective assaults have no effect. The giants were once again astounded. In this round of coordinated attack, not a single bit of damage appeared on the target. Even if he was a monarch, this was simply inconceivable. Is this all you've got? I've run out of patience with your little game. Xiangnu unleashed a sudden surge of power, harnessing the forces of space and time. He discovered that his spatio-temporal power could be directly integrated with his entire monarch's domain, allowing him to manipulate the spatial and temporal aspects of the domain. Under these circumstances, his power was at least 10 times stronger than usual. Spatial confinement. Xiangnu's mastery over the domain space caused it to fold and twist, creating massive cages that left the giants immobilized in an instant. Time deceleration. Exerting his control over time, the silver giants suddenly seemed as if someone had pushed the slow-motion button. Their attacks and movements became incredibly sluggish. As they felt the overwhelming power of space and time saturating the entire domain, the giant chieftain despaired, "You can actually manipulate the properties of your domain? This isn't just an ordinary monarch's domain. It's a mythic-level divine sanctum." Jin Kuei's hope was shattered. If the Dragon Demon King was an ordinary monarch, the giants might still have a chance in standing their ground if they mustered their full strength. However, judging by the domain's manifestations, this was no ordinary monarch-level domain. It was a mythic-level domain. In other words, the dragon before them was not just a monarch-level dragon. He was a mythic dragon.